It seems like part of the work with this pair of books is also trying to perhaps democratize the system of writing a novel, to say that you don't have to have graduated from an elite university. That if you have your story to tell, if you have a chemical imbalance or a good sense of humor, that you have every much as right to tell a story as somebody who graduated from one of these elite universities with an MFA. Is that accurate?
Well, that's true. I mean, there's more to it than that, though, because, like, for instance, before, I don't know, 1940 or 50 or whatever, nobody ever studied writing in colleges. They just started writing, not Charles Dickens, not Mark Twain, not William Shakespeare, not, Zola. I mean, like, you just, you read and you write, and like that's kind of it. And you might be good at it, you might not be good at it, and and that's the thing. And the university, like I said before, they concentrate on things like, well, it's what you wrote is pretty good, but it's not Gide. You know what I'm saying? Gide. Who's Gide? I mean, it's like it's ridiculous. It's like, oh well, what about T.S. Eliot? And I said, well, what about T.S. Eliot? I mean, so what? What about Etheridge Knight? He's every bit as good as T.S. Eliot. He learned how to write poetry in prison. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, if you haven't heard of Etheridge Knight, he was this amazingly talented poet who, as Walter mentioned, started writing while serving an 8-year prison sentence for robbery. He may not be a household name, but he was nominated for a Pulitzer for his second book of poems, Belly Song, in 1973. He didn't get it. Unrelated, all the Pulitzer Prizes for poetry in the 1970s were awarded to white people. Here's Knight reading an excerpt from his poem, The Violent Space, or When Your Sister Sleeps Around for Money. In this poem, he suggests that young men in prison are the only men who can relate to the fear that women have of being assaulted.
This is the test in preparation for the Etheridge Knight poetry reading. March the 11th, Tuesday, Jefferson Hall.
Thinking that the only men who could probably relate to certain fears that women have were young men in prison. If the average man, if I'm walking down a dark alley and I got some money in my pocket, I have a fear. The fear is that somebody might knock me in the head and take my money. But the fear is not that I'm going to be sexually assaulted. And young men in prison are the only ones I think that could probably relate to the fear that a lot of women have. And she was telling me about all these fears and the violence there. Anyway, the violent space, or when your sister sleeps around for money. Exchange in greed the ungraceful signs, thrust the thick notes between green apple breasts, then the shadow of the devil descends, the violent space cries and angel eyes, large and dark retreat in innocence and in ice. Run, sister, run, the booger man comes. The violent space cries silently, like you cried wide years ago in another space, speckled by the sun and the leaves of a green plum tree, and you were stung by a red wasp, and we flew home. Run, sister, run, the booger man comes. Well, hell, little sis, wasps still sting. You are all of 17 and as alone now in your pain as you were with the sting on your brow. Well, shit, little sis, what should I do? Should I squat in the dust and make strange markings on the ground? Shall I chant a spell to drive the demon away? Run, sister, run, the booger man comes. In the beginning, you were the Virgin Mary, and you are the Virgin Mary now. But somewhere between Nazareth and Bethlehem, you lost your name in the nameless void. Oh, Mary, don't you weep, don't you moan. Oh, Mary, shake your butt to the violent juke, absorb the demon puke, and watch the white eyes pop. Run, sister, run, the booger man comes. And what do? I boiled my tears in a twisted spoon and danced like an angel on the point of a needle. I sit counting syllables like Midas gold. I am not bold. I cannot yet take hold of the demon and lift his weight from your black belly. So I grab the air and sing my song, but the air cannot stand my singing long.
You dedicate the book to John Singleton,
Yeah.
who you say is one of the most original and creative individuals I've ever known. And you worked with him on Snowfall.
Yes.
Can you tell me a bit about what it is about John and the way that he approached his work that you admired so much?
I don't know about approaching his work. That's an interesting, phrase with John. John was a genius in the two different ways that you can be a genius, right? These are my own definitions. Well, one is anyway. Like, one is a person who sees a world that nobody else sees. It's in front of us, but nobody else looks at it in a way that they can articulate it. So, John was in the hood of South Central LA. He saw it, he understood it, and he could make a story out of it, That's extraordinary. But also, he was a member of that group, and that's like the original term of genius. The original term of genius is you're a person who, if I talk to you, I will understand your culture, your milieu, your people, because you are so much a part of that everything you do and say explains who you are, where you come from, what your culture is. John was both of those things, and it was kind of wonderful. And working with him on, and also he was just great. He helped everybody, did things for people. He was always there. He was born in the hood. He made movies about the hood. He lived in the hood, and his business office was in the hood. I mean, that's so unusual, and it's because that was the life he lived. That was what he knew. That was what was right in his life, more than, most filmmakers, black or otherwise.
So much of his work features black male heroes.
Uh-huh.
And you yourself are famous for writing about black male heroes. I'm curious, when you were growing up, were there black characters who you saw in fiction or in movies or on television who you looked up to?
No. As a rule, it didn't happen. And it's so interesting because, there's a whole kind of white world where, you have, the black sidekick, he's a shoe shine, a caddy, a pimp, a drug dealer, whatever, just kind of like somebody who's a very kind of really specific kind of identity, that helps the story along. That's a problem.
And is that what motivated you to write the types of characters that you write? Did you set out to make the types of characters who you wanted to see?
No, I just start writing. And then I look back on my writing and say, hey, I'm writing about black male heroes. That's interesting. It's cool, cause, why? And I asked myself, why are you doing that? I said, well, my father was a hero. His friends were my heroes. The people, the black men in my neighborhood were heroes. And my intellectual growth wasn't that critique of being black. It was that celebration of being black.
Tell me a bit about your father. He served in World War II, is that right?
Yeah, he was in World War II. He was, I don't know how much he liked it. He said, it was the interesting thing. He'd say to me, Walter, remember, never volunteer. That was like the kind of stuff he'd say to me. But again, my father came from, he was born in Louisiana, but he was raised from the age of 9 in 5th Ward, Houston, Texas, which was very tough back then. And so but at some point or another, he ends up he has to go to the war. So it's 43, I think, and he goes, to the war, and he goes with 100 other people from that area, black people. Most of them came back. Some of them died. None of them got shot. Some of them were, got diseases. Some of them, things happened. But most of them, 93 of 100, came back. Most of the people he knew in 5th Ward, Houston, Texas, were dead. And so he realized, he said, I was safer in the biggest war in history then I would have been in my own bed in Fifth Ward, Houston, Texas. That's why he left Texas and came to Los Angeles. He said, it's better here. People don't die as often.
Easy Rawlins, perhaps the character who you're most famous for, also served in World War II.
Yep.
Can you talk to me a little bit about this moment in Black American history where you have Black servicemen who have served their country abroad, have fought in Europe, and are now coming back to the United States? I'm thinking of Isaac Woodard, for example, who was blinded moments after being discharged on his way back home because white Southerners didn't like the look of a Black man in uniform who had confidence, I suppose.
Racism exists in the United States, and one doesn't want to ignore that. And certainly there are moments in time where the life you had to live was so unbearable that you couldn't take it. I mean, you're talking about about Isaac. I'm thinking about Ray Charles, who he wanted to get on a bus that only white people get on, but he told the guy that he was in the war and he got blinded in the war, and so they let him on the bus. I mean, there's all kinds of different things, so you wouldn't want to take one experience and say, well, that defines it.
Of course. My
father understood racism in the South. He wasn't about to go up against it because there was no going up against it, in 1946. So instead, he came to Los Angeles and he lived there. And so if you came to L.A., you could have a job because they had so much work to do. They couldn't say, I'm not going to hire you because you're Black. You could buy a house. You could buy a car. You could have kids. You could send the kids to college. When I was a kid, my father said to me, he said, Walter, if you want to do as well as the white man, you have to go to work a half an hour early, and you have to leave a half an hour later. And he said, if you want to do better than the white man, you got to come in an hour early, and you have to leave an hour later. And I said, but Dad, that's not fair. And he goes, that's right. And that was the end of our conversation.
Systemic racism is almost, it's a character in all of the novels. I'm not sure if you would describe it as a character, but it is palpable, and it is the backdrop against which so many elements of the plot unfold. I'll just read a couple different passages, if you don't mind. I thought of all the Black men and women I knew who woke up angry and went to bed in the same state of mind. Life was like a bruise for us. We examine every action for potential threats, insults, and cheats. And if you look hard enough, you will find what you're looking for. And then another passage, this is Easy encountering two white cops. They were both young and white and male and had been after me as long as all three of us had lived. Did you ever get any pushback from your editors about, could you be a little less heavy-handed about the police brutality, about the over-policing, about racially motivated violence? Or mainly have you worked with editors who allowed you to write whatever you wanted about this?
I don't care what editors say, but I just want to say, to begin with, I'm never heavy-handed talking about this stuff.
I agree that you're never heavy-handed, but you also never back down from portraying it. For example, in every book, multiple times there are encounters with white cops who are harassing Easy just for living, or a white person who wants to know what his business is, in an office building, for example. And I think that another author might say, well, I don't really need to paint that interaction. It's not important. It's not crucial to this character's world.
Right. Well, yeah, and it might, but whether or not it's crucial or not, if you have like a Black character in the the 40s, 50s, 60s, pretty soon I'll be in the 70s, moving around and not being stopped, right? Then it becomes kind of like science fiction. Because Black men, you're a Black man, you're driving down the street. You're driving in a Cadillac, you got a white girl sitting next to you in the car, you get stopped on 47th Street, then you get stopped on 34th Street, and then you get stopped on 23rd Street, because the police will see you and say, oh, there's something wrong here.
Right. Right.
And so if I don't write that, then you don't understand what it's like for this guy to get from A to B. Like most people go to A to B, like if you have a white detective, Raymond Chandler, like A to B. But if it's a Black guy, it's A to 8.2 to 8.6 to 8.9 to B.
Right.
You know, and you know, if I didn't write that, then I wouldn't be writing about the place I know. Understanding race and racism and systemic racism and sexism and, you know, classism, all that stuff, it all kind of blends together. And so what you have to try to do in a book, the books like I'm writing, is to explain it in a way where you see it and where the character as a hero understands how to overcome it. Or even if he gets killed, he was doing the right thing while he was doing it.
You mentioned these different time periods. You started out in the 40s, in the late 40s. Why did you choose to set the Easy Rawlins character and these mysteries in the past rather than in the present? And you've gone on to write other mysteries and other works of fiction that are set in present day.
Yeah.
But what was it that you wanted to explore about that time period?
Well, I think that the thing about literature, fiction, is that if you're not in the fiction, you're not in history. Because as much as people might argue, they don't read books about history. You know, they're not interested in books about history. But if you read a book in which there's a black detective in South Central working for some white guy on the West Side to find a woman who everybody thinks is white, but really she's black, you know.
Spoiler.
Yeah, well, for Devil in a Blue Dress, it shouldn't be a spoiler. But, you know, I'm making the people who I grew up with, who are so important. I mean, people like Hollywood Boulevard, but Central Avenue was where jazz was. You know, if I don't write about that, then those characters, those people I knew, are not going to be part of the culture.
So do you think that there's something like sneaky almost about what you're doing? Like that you are enticing people to read something because it's entertaining, it's a mystery. But actually what you want to expose them to is these characters who might otherwise be lost to history.
Well, I want to do both things.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
That's like calling Émile Zola sneaky because he writes, you know, 116 novels about the history of France. You know, he's not being sneaky. He's just writing novels about the history of France.
But maybe
you
you're coaxing people, not to take their medicine, but to show them something that otherwise they would be like, I'm not interested in that. But that they should know about, and that it's important.
Well, they should know about it, but, you know, but also people should be writing about it, which, by the by, is not a case. I really, there are not a lot of people who write about black male heroes. You know, they're just not.
Do you see your works of fiction as political? Do you see that as a political act?
Well, I think any good literature is political. Because human beings are political. So like if you write something that's not political, then it's, you know, it's kind of fantasy. And which is fine. If you want Lord of the Rings, you want to write that, that's great. You know, I like that book.
But some people would also say that Lord of the Rings is political as well.
Right, but you can go way off into that, and like you know, it's like you have to do a lot of interpretation. You don't in most, you know, contemporary, you know, novels about, you know, life of people that we know who live in this world. There are politics involved, you know. Like, for instance, if you wrote about a woman in 1900 in Baltimore, and you did an ad that she couldn't own property, she couldn't control her children, and she couldn't vote, if you didn't say those things, then it's not real. It doesn't have, like, you know, gravity, and you need gravity.
I think that plenty of men would write that story and leave out those important details.
I don't know. I mean, if they do, they're wrong.
Well, just as you were saying that the way that black characters were portrayed, you know, are these sort of like stock characters who don't have any real history, who are just there to move the plot for a white character forward. Written by white people, they aren't talking about the background or the context against which those black characters need to be thought about.
No, I mean, listen. It's very true. You know, I'm hoping that there's some. You know, you look at somebody like. That's so interesting. In his time, in their time, Nathaniel Hawthorne was the most important writer in America. All right. I think he's an awful writer, but he was the most popular writer in America and most important. And Melville was hardly anything, but Herman Melville was infinitely a better writer. If you got, you know, Hawthorne is writing about, you know, New England, which is the center of the slave trade at that time. There are no black people in the book, you know. But Melville, you have like this multiracial, like, you know, a whaling ship. Black people, people from the South Pacific, from Asia, a Native American. Everybody's out on that ship, and he talked about it in a way that you understood, the diversity of cultures coming together to create the new world. It's like some people do and some people don't.
Right.
I'll criticize Hawthorne because when I don't like his writing, but also I don't like what he's writing about.
Mm-hmm.
But Melville, I go, wow, man, he knew what he was doing. Same thing about Mark Twain. I mean, you have people who actually talk about the world we live in. And I think that any good fiction writer who's writing about people today needs to do that. When I started writing, there were very few black men who read fiction because black men thought that they weren't represented in fiction. So I mean, fun fiction. I'm not, you can read Richard Wright or whatever, but like a story, something happening. You went, I'm reading this adventure. It's really fun. But most black men didn't read it. They say, well, I'm going to read nonfiction, which is real, which is actually not true.
You actually had a publisher tell you that they didn't want to touch your book because white people don't read about black people, black people don't like black men, and black men don't read.
Black women don't like black men, and black men don't read. But black men slowly over a period of time started reading my books because they recognized the characters in the books, and so that's kind of political in a way, but it's also saying, no, come on, no, you guys can come to the party too. We're having a party and all these people are hanging out. So we're not gonna go. No, come on, man, we got some good liquor up in here. You should come. You gotta have a good time. So really, yeah, got music, got dancing, and but it has to be something that people recognize, right?
You are read widely by black men, but also by other people as well, obviously, including Bill Clinton, who famously said that you were one of his favorite authors. When you started writing, did you anticipate that the Bill Clintons of the world were going to be reading you, or did you have a specific audience in mind?
No. I mean, yes. I mean, my cousin Alberta, who died many, many years ago. I mean, if I were to tell somebody a story like this, I would be telling Alberta. So I imagine telling her the story and other people overhearing it.
Tell me about Alberta.
No, she's my cousin. I loved her. She was wonderful. She used to take care of me when I was a little kid. She babysit for me when my parents had to, wanted to go out or something. And she loved me. She was great. We had a wonderful time together. Black woman. She lived in an apartment that, like, maybe from your chair to my couch, that was it. That was the size of it. But we had a great time together. And she was a really good person. We watched movies together, The Mummy. I so much remember watching The Mummy with her, Boris Karloff,
Did she live to read your published work?
No, she didn't live that long. But
What were you thinking about when you're like, I wish I could tell Alberta this story? What were the...
No, I didn't. It's not that I wished. I imagined telling Alberta the story because I thought she'd go. I said, well, Easy was doing okay, but then he ran into Mouse. She said, oh, no, Mouse. Oh, he shouldn't be messing around with him. I said, no, but, they're friends, Alberta. They raised together. I know, but, Mouse, he's just so rough. That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's okay if I go out with him, but, Easy should leave him alone.
We talked about losing John Singleton earlier this year. And, of course, we also lost Toni Morrison recently.
Yeah.
You were featured in the recent documentary that came out about her, Toni Morrison, The Pieces I Am. And you tell a story where I think it's a conversation that you overheard, where you heard somebody say, I love Toni Morrison because her novels transcend race.
Yes.
What do you think about that comment?
Well, I mean, that's not enough of the thing.
Right, please, give the whole...
Because one person says, I love Toni Morrison because her novels transcend race, and the next person says, I love Toni Morrison because she's not afraid to be black.
Right.
If the idea of transcending race, I mean, that's like saying Shakespeare wrote plays that were beyond race.
Right. Nobody ever says that.
No.
About Charles Dickens, right? Oh, he transcends race.
Right.
That's why he's in the canon.
Exactly. Toni told about stories that made everybody say, wow, we will transcend race by understanding this story. Not that the story transcends race for us reading it. They're saying, wow. Toni's an amazing writer.
I want to switch gears a bit and talk about your recent op-ed in the New York Times called Why I Quit the Writer's Room. Will you tell me what happened?
I was in a writer's room, and
Are we saying what the writer's room
I'm
was?
not. I mean,
Okay,
I'm not,
people
but-
can Google it.
Yeah. But I was in a writer's room, and things were going okay. I mean, there's always, conflict and is this right and that right. But, it was going all right. But then one day I get a call, like 3 weeks from HR, and they say, we hear that you use the N-word in the writer's room. And I said, well, I am the N-word in the writer's room. And they said, well, you can't use that word. I said, really? They said, yes, well, you could write it. If it's in a script, you can write that word. But you can't say that word. I said, I can't say nigger in a writer's room? If I'm just telling a story, am I calling somebody that? And they go, no. I said, oh, okay. And then I went home. I never came back. I just went home. And I was so mad, partly because of being a black man in America, not being able to use a word I've been oppressed by for 400 years. And the way I used it was about that oppression.
It was about a police officer.
Yeah, police officer, And then, but also, I was worried. I'm American, right? I don't have freedom of speech. And if I use freedom of speech, I don't have the right to pursue happiness, which means have a job, And the person who blamed me, who said I said it, and they were right, I did, they wouldn't even tell me who it was. So it was kind of like McCarthy. It's like I'm on the blacklist. I'm an anti-American, being subjected to this anti-American attitude. It was awful. So I wrote this op-ed piece, and it came out in the Times. And I was very happy about it. I was very happy to have that argument with people, black and white, about my right to use. And everybody's right to use whatever word they want. I mean, if a white person had told the same story, I would have to accept it. I might not like it. But, somebody said to me, oh, wait a second, you said something that made me feel uncomfortable. I'm like, okay. So you can't say that word anymore. I said, no, wait. We all say things that make people. I got a president. And 90% of the stuff he says makes me feel uncomfortable. But,
I think uncomfortable would be downplaying the feeling that most of us feel.
But I'm not fine with it. I'm uncomfortable with it. But however, he has a right to say what he wants. I have a right to say what I want.
So if somebody in the writer's room, a white person, had used the N-word in your presence, what would you have done or said?
Well, I might have felt uncomfortable about it, but I certainly wouldn't call HR and say, we need to stop that person from talking like that, I mean, depending on how they were using language, if they were, bullying somebody or harassing somebody or attacking, that's different.
You inadvertently or perhaps very advertently have stumbled into something of a culture war, right? Because you have many conservatives, many white conservatives, making the claim, well, why can't I say the N-word? I should be able to say the N-word whenever I want.
Well, I mean, listen, I don't know. Like, you should be able to get your ass kicked whenever you want to. But like the thing is, there's a woman, a young black woman who's a writer in a writer's room, and she talked to her to the head writer, who was a white woman, and she said, so the black woman says, well, as a black woman, I believe, and the white woman stopped and said, no, as an African American woman. So the white woman is going to tell, because there are rules that these white people have created.
What do you do with your face when somebody says that to you, right? Like what
what you should be able to do, but what people are afraid to do is say, no, I am a black woman, because just to say African American, what does that mean? Am I from Ethiopia? Am I from Kenya? Am I from Somalia? I mean, where the fuck am I from? You're gonna say the whole notion of African American doesn't even make sense. I mean, like a continent American person, And
also, if that's how you want to identify, fantastic. But if you choose to identify as black,
right,
and you say those words,
listen, you could say, listen, a lot of people fought really hard to be called Negro. And so they're older people now, but they like that word, And some people just say, people of color, which is like saying colored people, and that's okay too, whatever you want to say, So like I'm not trying to stop people from saying things. I'm not trying to stop people from being uncomfortable. I just understand I have freedom of speech and the right to pursue happiness.
Well, all this
And I
comes-
need both of those things.
This comes down to the idea that language is important. You know, you talk about the progression from, you know, that people fought to use the word Negro, that now we say, you know, then it moved to African American, now we say Black or people of color, right? Like, language is important. When we moved away from calling grown Black men boy, that was important, right? And at the same time, this freedom of speech, First Amendment right, is being held up often by the right to say, I get to say whatever I want at any point in time without consequence. And I'm curious about what the...
And those are questions, because I think that, you know, because, you see, my problem is with liberals who are saying to me, a Black man in America, that I can't use a word. You know, I understand. Like, people come to me, and I have it in the article. I said, well, you know, people have come up to me and said, we should have a movement to make the Confederate flag illegal. I'm like, no. People have rights to do, you know, to say what they want, to do what they want, to have emblems. And also, I would rather see a Confederate flag on somebody's forehead. You know, if it's in his head, it might as well be on his head too. You know? It's okay.
Take that Klan mask off.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to take that a step further because,
Okay.
for example, take the Charlottesville rally, right? You have all of these Nazis marching like idiots. If I'm trying to think about if I'm an employer and I see a video of somebody I employ, you know, with a tiki torch yelling, "Jews will not replace us." I don't want him to work for me.
Yeah, but you know, and I mean, that's a tough thing, because what if you're, you know, like, what if you're, like, you know, deeply homophobic, right? And you have, like, you know, your employee, you know, out there, you know, saying, you know, gay rights and all kinds of other stuff. Do you have the right to fire that person? I would say immediately, no, you don't have a right. You have no right.
Right.
You know, it's like, you don't like it? Okay.
But
I get it. You don't like it.
Right.
I don't like it. But this is like, this person is exercising their rights. And what am I supposed to say? Like, because I know if I take away his rights or her rights, I'm going to end up taking away my own.
I do understand that, and I agree with you. I think personally,
You should be uncomfortable.
Right, but I also think, you know, I think that it is appalling that we do not have federal protections for gender identity and sexuality, that you can be fired for being gay in many states across the nation.
Yeah, and that's
And that shouldn't be. That shouldn't be. But I personally think
all.
that is because it should be included in the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which says that you can't be fired based on your race, your nationality. To me, gender identity and sexuality is something that you are innately born with, whereas somebody expressing his jackass opinion that Jews will not replace us, he's not born with that. He's just being an idiot.
But listen, in order to express yourself, you can be stupid and express yourself. You can
All the time.
You can run up and down the street saying the world is flat. The world is flat. You know.
Right. And I want to be perfectly clear that I think that it was ridiculous that you got the call that you did. And I think that Black people should be able to use the N-word. And I personally think that white people shouldn't. Look, they can use it, but please don't.
Well, and right. And somebody might say that to me. He says, you can do that, Walter, but please don't. And I may or may not, you know, agree with that. You know, one of the things that I want to worry about is, like, even if, let's say you have an opinion and you express that opinion and it's wrong, and then you and I get in a room together and we discuss it, it might get better. I'm not saying it will.
Sure.
But it might get better.
No, I believe in that.
And I'm much less worried about going to the, I'm going to fire you. This is the first thing. We're going to get rid of you. Like, you know, I mean, that's really, because what it does is it demands silence. And the one thing that we can't ask of anybody is silence. You know, I don't like what you say. I don't want to hear what you say. I might get up and walk out of the room when you say it. But I can't ask you to be silent. I can ask you not to do certain things.
Yeah, and it's not helpful to have people feel like they can't work through their complicated worldviews, right? Like, we do want to be able to help people reach a higher plane, if you will. But at the same time, the question of consequences, right? We're like, well, you can say whatever you want, but I also, you know, might kick your ass for it.
Well, then, yeah, that's the other thing. It's like, you know, or I might not like you, and in not liking you, that might limit whatever goals you have here.
Right.
And if you accept that, okay, that's fine. Because I don't want you to be my number two. Because I don't like what you're saying. I'm gonna hire the person over here.
Right. And also, I think the stakes become even higher when you're talking about Hollywood, right? Because there are so few opportunities, or there are few opportunities, and the visibility is higher. I'm thinking of Roseanne, right, who got fired immediately after she made some comment about Valerie Jarrett being the love child of the Muslim Brotherhood and Planet of the Apes. And ABC was like, we're done.
Yeah.
We're done. She got dropped by her talent agency. Like, people saying, we don't want to stand behind that. That show should go to someone else. Or even more recently, have you been following this SNL debacle?
No.
Saturday Night Live just hired Shane Gillis, I think is his name. They just announced we have 3 new cast members. One is a gay Asian man, one is a white woman, and one is this white guy. And then it surfaced that he had done all of this incredibly racist comedy against Asians and Chinese people, where he's doing accents. I mean, just really terrible slurs. And people are like, why is he getting hired over everyone else who hasn't made public racist comments that they are standing by in the last year?
The fact that you and I are discussing this is why I wrote the op-ed piece, and why I think it's important. When I talk to people and they say, I don't agree with you, I say, fine, that's fine, you don't agree with me, because you could not agree with me, because that's what it is to be like in America. And we have to support being Americans. And listen, if you're a black person in America, we've been here as long as everybody except the Native Americans. We've been here forever, from the very beginning. There were colonists from Africa who came here and owned slaves, and so it goes all the way back. So we're part of the fiber of America, and we should be having these arguments. And people shouldn't be coming up to me and saying, "You said a word," not in anger, not in attack, not in harassment. You said a word, and because you said that word, I'm going to fire you. I would protect anybody's rights over that. Anybody. I don't care who it is. I said, they said it. I hate it that they said it. I don't agree with it, but I'm not going to let you fire them over that. Because that's the way I protect myself, and it's also the way I protect what I believe in, And listen, I've had lots of disagreements with people over that, and I like that. I like it that we disagree, because we have to learn how to get along. I mean, that's really the truth is, in the end, we have to learn how to get along. And to have this buffer of, HR, which won't even tell me who I'm having trouble with, and they're too afraid to tell me, it's like, that's just going to make things worse. In a book that I've just finished writing, Easy Gets Stopped by a Cop, and they recognize Easy because he's been working with this guy who's in the police. So they recognize him, and they go, hey, you that nigga, ain't you? And then he goes through Easy's pockets, and it takes, and he says it takes about 20 minutes. And he said, if you added up all the 20 minutes of my life that I had to stop and talk to policemen, to soldiers, to people in gas stations, to bank tellers, he said, I could build you like a 12-year-old kid full of spite and hate.
And you see the evolution of that word throughout those novels.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Listen, I'm not sure how much things change. Well, I am sure how they change, but I don't think that they always change in a forward motion. I think it goes forward, it goes backwards, and what I think is how we learn how to deal with it and how we learn how to communicate with it. Humans aren't social beings; we're semi-social beings. Honeybees are social beings; they get along perfectly. One honeybee doesn't turn to the other one and say, "Hey, wait a second. I collected more pollen than that bitch." That doesn't happen. They said they go out, they get as much pollen as possible, they get back up in the hive, and they do their work. That's it. And you kind of have to love that. We are not like that. We're like struggling, we're fighting, and we have to struggle in order to learn. There's a dialectic to our experience of learning, and that's all I was saying in the essay. I said, I can say what I want. You can feel uncomfortable about it. But you can't take away my right to work because you're uncomfortable. and your boss thinks he might get sued.
So you talked about how you feel like things move forward, but also backwards, and it's a little bit of a herky-jerky motion. Do you feel like that arc is bending towards justice, and what would you say about the current moment that we're in?
You know, anytime up to about 15 years ago, if somebody said the economy was getting stronger, that meant that working men and women, the working class, most of America, would be doing better. In the last 10 or 15 years, the economy gets stronger, but working people are not getting better. Meaning to say, corporations are healthier, but the workers are more and more at risk. Mm-hmm. That's getting worse. Now, if you talk about people of different genders, ages, and races understanding each other more, I think that's probably true. Even though there's still a lot of conflict, I think it's probably true that people are getting along better for many reasons, a lot of which have to do with capitalism. But are we doing better? Hell no. Problem is that a white person, a black person, or a brown person might not agree with each other on that. You know what I'm saying? Like a white person is having trouble because they can't retire, and they're blaming the brown person. The brown person is blaming the white person. The black person says, well, both of them are causing me trouble. Really, it's not the case. So that separation, that kind of vestigial memory of racial difference, we're blaming each other maybe, when indeed it's the system itself that's coming down hard on us.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we have this moment of such tremendous inequality, as you mentioned, where the top 0.5% keep on getting richer and corporations are individuals. Mm-hmm. And yet you have working class white Americans who are not getting ahead because of this system, who are still voting perhaps against their own interests.
Really?
And some might say that it's motivated by racial animus, that
I don't think that.
You don't think so?
I don't think it's, because I think it's the same problem with black people, and Hispanic people, and Asian people. And it's just that, but I mean, it's just this, if you ask, really honestly, you could just go down the street, what class are you? What class are you? Almost everybody's going to tell you that they're middle class.
Right.
And none of them are middle class. None of them are. But they all think they're middle class, and they actually vote for that, and they believe in that. It's crazy. I think there are a lot of white people who blame black people erroneously. I also think there's a lot of black people who blame white people erroneously. It's that, because if I'm blaming you, if both of us are being oppressed from an outside system and I'm blaming you and you're blaming me, we're both wrong.
My only response to that is that, when white people say, I'm not getting ahead, my child's life isn't going to be better than mine like it was in previous generations, and it's because of black people, they're wrong.
They're wrong.
But when black people say that, it's because of white people, they're not entirely wrong.
No, but they're wrong enough that there's no way to get something back from them. Mm-hmm. The only way for us to make it work is for us to work together.
Right, systems rather than individuals.
Right, and listen, sexism inside of that is a big thing. Women make less than men for doing the same jobs.
Right.
I mean, that's true. That has to be fixed. But capitalism would fix it if they could make more money off it. Capitalism itself doesn't care. It doesn't care if you're a man or woman, black or white. It just doesn't care. What it cares about is profit, the most profit, from the least expenditure. That's what it wants. And if all of a sudden, it could get the most profit from black women working, that's what would happen. Because if it didn't, somebody else would do it. Mm-hmm. So the idea, because racism is, I will not hang out with that nigga. I don't care what, right? Capitalism said, well, where's the most profit? And all of capitalism is after it. So yes, there's racism, there's patriarchy, there's all this stuff. I'm not trying to deny that. But I think that the best way for us to deal with it is to say, oh, no. Systemically, the economic system wants to destroy us. They wants to crush us down the least possible profit we can make. I mean, the reason they got rid of slavery, the reason the czars got rid of the serfs, the reason that America gave up on slavery is because there's more profit when the worker owns their own chains. I mean, that's just the way it is, and we see it right now. I mean, black people have known this for a long time. Now everybody's experiencing it, and that's how I look at it. I'm not denying that there's racism, there's sexism, there's ageism, all of that stuff, But I understand that in the last 15 years, the country is economically stronger, but the workers are economically weaker.
Right.
That's what we have to learn. We have to work together. I mean, people in America don't believe in unions anymore.
Right.
And there's a lot of corruptions in unions. I don't deny that. But capitalist corporations are absolutely corrupt when it comes to their workers.
And we're in a new era of union busting too. It feels like.
Yeah. Well, they listen. You get rid of the unions, then you don't have to pay for what you get.
Sure.
Yeah. So I believe that, but I don't think that me being silent is going to help us work together.
Walter Mosley, thank you so much for joining me today. It was a real pleasure.
It was lots of fun. I enjoyed it.
And the book, Elements of Fiction, out now wherever books are sold.
Yep.
Hey, thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this interview, I'm here to let you know there's even more to this episode of Glitter and Doom in the podcast. If you'd like to listen, there's a link in the show description below, but you can also find Glitter and Doom where you normally get the other stuff you listen to.
Running away from my own tears, pouring across my own ocean of fears. Down me, no. I have longed to swim across. Fury waves, how others set their sails, I am at a loss. Soaring above the highest cloud, fighting the wind to never be found. Down me, oh. building a boat. Takes time to measure. Building a boat. No time for pleasure. Building a boat. I'll leave you with this now. Peace, love, and happiness. Sing it again. Peace, love, and happiness. Peace, love, and happiness.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
Welcome to East New York. I'm gonna show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
It's not like a customer, it's like a family to me now.
Daily Travel came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
In a community that likes to keep to itself, even tragedy can remain in the dark. But for one mother and father, a phone call meant everything would change.
He's very sick and I need to take you to him.
The call was about their son.
When it happens to you, you realize nobody's immune.
Now they feel there's no choice but to speak out.
This debilitating shame is one of the things that prevents addicts from getting the help they need.
You okay in there?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Should people fighting addiction have to look for help in here?
This is not the answer. Having a bathroom is not the answer.
Activists believe it's better to create safe consumption spaces where drug users are under medical supervision in a clean, calm environment.
So if someone injects in one site, they're able to be coached by a nurse to inject in another site.
And they can leave this kind of trouble behind.
And whenever I didn't have the time to locate a vein properly, I would just get it in there, pow, you know?
This week, the opioid crisis, and how every day it's becoming more and more high profile.
When the United States Congress passed the Comprehensive Drug Abuse and Control Act of 1970, it categorized controlled substances based on their potential for addiction. 1 year later, a congressional report found 10 to 15% of U.S. servicemen actively deployed in Vietnam were addicted to heroin. Now, never one to waste a good tragedy, Richard Nixon used the findings to launch what he branded America's war on drugs by declaring drug abuse public enemy number one. Nixon waged his war on three fronts. Eradication, that's the complete destruction of drugs where they originate. Interdiction, preventing the movement of existing drugs. And incarceration, confining drug dealers and users to prison. As for eradication and interdiction, if you know the right guy, you can have drugs delivered to your house in slightly more time than those other guys promise a pizza will show up. So that's a fail. But that last one, that was a slam dunk in more ways than one. The day Nixon declared his war on drugs, there were about 200,000 Americans behind bars. Over 4 decades later, the U.S. prison population is north of 2 million. Now, to be fair, all those people aren't locked up because of drugs. But in the year following Nixon's declaration, police did arrest 100,000 more people on marijuana charges. Although he probably never took a puff, President Nixon surely did not pass on the idea of marijuana as a gateway drug. The gateway to power. In an article that ran in the April 2016 edition of Harper's Magazine, former Nixon domestic policy chief and Watergate co-conspirator John Ehrlichman outlined the inner motivation behind Nixon's outward declarations. We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Do we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did. Are drug abusers the victims of their own environments, or their own personal vice, or a pharmaceutical industry that wrote 259 million prescriptions for opioids in a single year? I was the victim when my aunt stole my leather jacket and pumped it into her veins. But feels aside, is drug addiction a political, moral, or medical issue? 45 gets to steer the course for how we steer this ship. Make opioid addiction a national emergency, build a wall to keep out drugs, or continue to warehouse addicts and those who sell to them. America has a drug problem it can no longer confine to the ghetto. 20,101 overdose deaths related to prescription pain relievers, 12,990 because of heroin. If New Hampshire is the new drug den, it doesn't matter who came over on the Mayflower. We're all in the same boat now. So let's go in.
Families all over America are dealing with the ravages of substance abuse, none more so than the parents of drug users who died from an overdose. They feel an equal opportunity pain, one that doesn't discriminate based on race, ethnicity, income, or even religion.
My name is Sarah Benjamin. I am a civic housewife, mother of 10 children, living in Brooklyn.
My name is Tony Benjamin. My Hebrew name is Yehuda Benjamin, and we live here in Crown Heights.
It was an evening. We were out driving back from someplace, and I got a call on my cell phone from Hatzalah, which is the Jewish community's paramedic organization. He said, "You have a son living in Crown Heights. His name is Kasriel." And I said, "Yeah." He says, "He's very sick and I need to take you to him." He said there was an overdose, and I said, "Is he still alive?" And he said, "They're working on him."
Is kind of the phone call you never believe you're ever going to get. Underneath, you know this is not good. Even though they're working on him, this is not going to end well.
Say something. How'd you know?
Because you have it holding up like that.
No, say something.
Okay, so this is, we're on hour 8 of our trip back from Bonnaroo. We're tired. We're hot.
You're shuckling.
Shuckling.
And it's his birthday.
It is actually my birthday.
Say it's Bar Torah.
It's Bar Torah.
With your shuckling.
I couldn't even breathe at that point. I was trying to tell Tony, and it was hard to get the words out. And we got home a couple minutes later, and he took us to Crown Heights, to his apartment. The police were there. It was nighttime, and people milling around, and then I was shaking, and I had to sit down on somebody's stoop.
In reality, when they said they're working on him, he'd actually been dead for many hours already. So that ride was just dreadful.
It was just total shock. Honestly, losing a child is so huge and so life-altering.
This is stuff you read about in the paper with somebody else. Like you read in the paper, somebody's kid unfortunately died of an overdose. They lived in Queens and maybe a Jewish family, a Christian, whatever. And you say, oh, you know, that's really sad. And then you go back to your newspaper. When it happens to you, you realize nobody's immune from some of this stuff.
I don't know what that is.
What is this?
This is when he was born.
Oh yeah, look at that.
See, it was little then. So that's his leg thing from the hospital.
When he was born?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did they post a picture?
Kesriel was the 5th of 10 children, 8 boys, 2 girls. He was 25 years old when he died of an overdose. He was very, very sensitive and outgoing at the same time, loved people.
Very upbeat person altogether. Part of his character was to be a peacemaker. And he very much liked to see everything running smoothly, people getting along. Kazi was one of those special souls who transformed the world for the better. He was immensely kind and always spoke so highly of you all. That's us.
And then he was working, he had various jobs, working with other young men in different companies. He hadn't found his thing yet when he died.
So this is the little pieces of his hair that was cut when he turned 3.
We don't cut their hair till they're 3.
And especially even within the Jewish community, a community which is kind of self-contained and self-sufficient, and you feel that somehow, because you're in the religious kind of area, that your kids are somehow protected from this stuff to some degree. And it's just not true. What normally happens when a kid dies is that often the community will not ask a direct question. They won't ask, how did the kid die? Because sometimes they don't want you to have to say the answer if it's something on, you know, a drug addiction or a suicide or some other thing that may be problematic.
Addiction or mental illness are considered moral defects to some degree still. It's a devastating blow to the family.
It's a very courageous couple. They've come forward and they've spoken about it openly, and I know it's hard. It's hard to do that. It's hard to speak about it openly. It's hard to speak about the death of a child.
Both my wife and I felt it was time to begin to chip away at the shame and the stigma that is attached to the disease of addiction, be it drugs, alcohol, or whatever. This debilitating shame is one of the things that prevents addicts from getting the help they need.
As a result of their outreach, of them talking about it in the open, they are encouraging, first of all, parents to take preventive measures. They're encouraging people that may be struggling that it's normal to happen. Anybody can become addicted to drugs, but you have to seek help. So it's very, very simple. You take the naloxone, goes in here, and you put a little nasal piece here. Operation Survival was the first opioid overdose prevention program in New York. We distribute naloxone, a drug that reverses the effect of an opioid. We're losing too many children to drugs, and there's a need to teach children about drugs and about the dangers of drugs.
The opiate epidemic, is coming from the availability of painkillers, and the drug companies freely encourage doctors to use and stuff.
When Kesriel died, we know from his friends that perhaps the usage wasn't just heroin, that he had been taking doses of Xanax, and that tied to heroin can certainly be fatal if you take enough of it. Because it's a regulated prescription drug, it almost has the sense of legitimacy. It's not a thing you go buy on the street corner from a little packet of a guy you don't know and don't trust. This is manufactured by a legitimate pharmaceutical company, and the addicts quickly learned how to break it up and snort it.
We did a campaign in Crown Heights where all the shop owners used Operation Survival bags, where the bag said, "Teach youth to refuse to use." The purpose of these bags were to start a conversation. We gave it about 15,000 bags. He walked up Kingston Avenue and Albany Avenue and all the stores. People were carrying these bags in the neighborhood.
It's easy to think of that as absolute failure as a parent. Like, you couldn't even do the basics, keep the kid alive. One of the reasons why I'm willing to talk to people is you want something positive in your life, not just this sinking negative feeling. And if it has a purpose, like where you can help people with it, that helps a lot.
Anyway, and
Kai doesn't want to sleep.
okay, that's it, right?
I don't know. I have more things to say. I don't really have much to say.
Okay, say bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Signing off for now. Till next time.
Peace.
Any kind of movie scene or thing where you see some kind of tenderness or connection with people, also just very emotional thing that somehow kicks in. So it's better, but it's never disappears.
I'm from Kentucky. You know, I remember when people, myself included, first started using pills, started taking pills. We didn't think anything of it. We didn't know what that meant. I remember when some of my friends then graduated to heroin, and I remember when people started to overdose. And I still occasionally get that call or find out about the person who I haven't seen in forever who died. I remember someone dying and a friend of mine saying, I can't. Just that, surprised it took so long for him to die.
What do you wish would have been there for your friends so you wouldn't have had to get that call?
They needed people who would say, hey, whether you're using or not, I want you to talk to me about it. I want you to open up about it, right? The reality is naloxone doesn't work if you're alone when you're using. Good Samaritan law, the 911 law doesn't work if you're using by yourself. You gotta be able to tell people you're using. And unfortunately, you've gotta be able to tell your loved ones and friends and family, hey, I don't want you doing this, but most importantly, I want you to be able to be open and honest about it. And we have to do that for one another, and we have to send a message to these politicians to let them know they need to send that message, and they need to give us the tools to then help our friends and family, right? When they're ready, we need to be able to help them get access to buprenorphine, to drug treatment, to what they want in their life.
If drug users are inherently safer when they aren't left alone while using, what sort of support systems can be implemented to ensure their safety and save lives? Vocal New York is actively lobbying for New York state legislation to legalize one such solution.
We're at a crossroads as a society, I feel. We're amid many epidemics. We're amid an epidemic of opioid overdose. We're amid an epidemic of hepatitis C infection. We need to decide at this point whether or not we are going to choose to accept people as they are and to create interventions that accept them, or if we are going to continue to punish people for who they are and what they do, continue to grow mass incarceration, continue to isolate and stigmatize people and push them off into the corner of society instead of embracing them as part of it.
I don't feel comfortable going there myself. If you would go with me...
Yeah, I can totally escort you.
Because I feel like that she is treating me differently because I'm a drug user.
We're spending a lot of like tax dollars on deceased, current people from deceases, where we should be also investing money on prevention. Safe consumption spaces, harm reduction, needle exchange programs. These are all preventions.
Prohibitionism has been a traditional approach to drug use, and we know that that didn't work, and we've seen it continually fail us over the course of history. Harm reduction has evolved with the use of different substances and with the creation of networks and capacity building. So as a community of harm reductionists, we continually are able to make recommendations for each other and learn from each other. And one of these instances is safer consumption spaces. This is something that's existed for over 30 years across the world. We have research from Europe, we have research from Australia, from many other countries that show this is a proven effective method.
All these deaths that we're seeing right now, these are all things that could be avoided. Like if we were able to have safe consumption spaces and we were able to give people space where they could actually get educated and we could prevent a lot of the things that we're seeing, it will actually work. And we'll see less people having Hep C, less HIV transmission, less death caused by overdose.
I can't speak good enough for a supervised injection facility of this. I had an instance where I had a possible overdose, and unfortunately, I had to be transported to a medical facility to receive, Narcan. With the fentanyl coming in and stronger analogs of fentanyl, people don't have that time. So again, at the safe injection facility, everything's there. The medical staff, the life-saving drug, the life-saving techniques. Really, it's win-win, really.
What we have in here is a model CIF. It's not a place that we allow safe injection. This is actually a room that we demonstrate. If we have any politicians or anyone who is interested in learning more on safe injection, we're able to bring them over to our safe consumption space, which has a stainless steel top. They would come in with their substance of choice. They would receive a tray with all of their injection materials, and there would be a nurse standing behind them, giving them instruction and teaching them how to inject safely. Once the person is done, they're able to discard of all their materials here in the sharps container, and then they'll be able to come and hang out in the chill room. And this is where they'll be able to actually engage in any counseling, or if they want to just hang out and just spend some time within the room.
Under the supervised injection, you have, you have time, whereas the alternative is, a public bathroom where you don't have time. It's very, you got to worry. It's people knocking on the door, could be police, this and that, or outside, in cars, basically an unsafe place. Me, I had caught a nasty epidural abscess. Basically was from missing, and whenever I didn't have the time to locate a vein properly, I would just get it in there, pow, And after doing this with enough, dirty street drugs, I would get, abscesses on my arms.
Once a person is actually here in the safe consumption room, then what happens is that we're not bringing any injection materials into the community is one thing. So there's less risk of any children playing with any syringes or any syringes littering the street. It also allows for a more sanitary environment for injection. Currently, if anyone is injecting because of the stigma for it, they're going between cars, they're going in an alleyway, there could be fecal matter in the vicinity. This basically allows them to come into a space where everything is sanitary, everything is clean, and also allows them to engage with any primary care or any health care afterwards once they're done. Injecting in a safe consumption room actually can reduce the risk of any bacteria entering into the bloodstream or under the skin, which can cause abscesses or infections. Being here would allow not only for sanitary, but also coaching through that. So if someone injects in one site, they're able to be coached by a nurse to inject in another site, or just to be more sanitary in handling with their works. So it reduces the risk for hospitalizations, emergency room visits, and primary care and all.
We want to have a place where people are going to be treated like people, not like a pest or a nuisance. That they could be seen as somebody that by themselves, not because they're somebody's daughter or son, or no, because they are worth it. It's not going to be just a place where they're gonna use and then run. No, they may come, settle, talk to people, talk to a counselor. If they have something on their mind, share it. even use the phone, talk to their family, beginning with just a hello, acknowledgement of that person, where maybe that whole day they have been walked by without nobody saying anything to them.
At Vocal New York, we're an organization that advocates for people who use drugs, for people who are homeless, for people at the intersections of many health and social inequities.
You okay, man?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
We have 2 different sharp containers in the bathroom, just to like have it out there for people to safely dispose of their sharps, right? These are sharp containers that people cannot get into. People will not be able to reuse any sharps that are in there. Once the sharp is in there, it's fully disposed. We have gloves at all times in the bathroom. The door has a buzzer system where we're able to buzz if we ever need to get in here for an emergency. Can you guys buzz the door, please? See, because that's the buzzer system. So anybody that's in here, if they're not able to answer or open the door, we're able to get in here and buzz the door open, and we'll get in here able to do whatever we need to do, whether it is administering naloxone, if it is using the ambu bag, if it is monitoring the person's oxygen level. But this is just a bathroom. It's not a safe consumption space. This is something that we did out of the necessity to try to avoid all the death that we're seeing in our community. This is not the answer. Having a bathroom is not the answer. It's one thing that we needed to do because we were tired of seeing our brothers and sisters dying.
The reason we put the demand for supervised injection facilities or safer consumption spaces in the forefront is because we know they seem more radical. We know that if we can get politicians to talk about and fight for the need to create these facilities, which do work, which provide a critical role, we can win the other things we need. Bigger investments in the Department of Health, bigger public health education, public education campaigns, more investment in access to drug treatment that works, that is rooted in science and evidence, and not just punitive approaches.
So there's someone yelling at their TV right now. I call bullshit on that. It's about not taking drugs. I don't take drugs. If you didn't take drugs, why should my tax dollars go to make sure you get to shoot up in a nice, clean place?
For better or worse, people have used substances and will continue to use substances forever, right? And here in the United States, we really had the perfect historic example, right? We had this thing called prohibition. We had this moment where our country prohibited alcohol, right? And we know what happened now. Alcohol became unregulated, it went into the black market, and what we had was the creation of way more toxic, unregulated, deadly alcohol, right? So we had a lot bigger public health consequences. Also, we had an increase in violent crime and an organized crime because, again, organized crime found a way to flourish to make big profits, right? So what we have in this country is a perfect historic example of what prohibition does. It leads to the substance that we're talking about becoming unregulated, going underground, and becoming far more deadlier and not in control. And it leads to organized crime and it leads to violent crime.
Thanks to everyone who shared their story and to you for giving us your attention. We appreciate it. And if by any chance you'd like to see a little more, be our guest. Going In is online at youtube.com/Bric TV. I'm Brian Vines. Bye now.
Since the recession of 2008, Brooklyn's median income has been on the rise. That wealth, however, has not been spread equally. But just how unequal is it? 1 in 5 Brooklyn households has a median income of over $100,000 per year, while 1 in 5 receives food stamp benefits. In 2017, Brooklyn foreclosure rates doubled from the year before. 15% of Brooklyn student loan borrowers are late on their payments. There's more. Brooklyn ranks number 1 in total children living in poverty in New York City. Over 30% of renters spend more than half of their income on rent. How do we change the numbers? What are the solutions? Share your story at Bric's Be Heard Town Hall on economic inequality. Hello and welcome to Bric TV's Be Heard Town Hall, the widening gap, economic inequality in New York City. Just now, in the 2 seconds it took me to welcome you, Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos made about $6,364. That's nearly a quarter of the $28,446 that made up the median Amazon worker's salary in 2017. Nope, this is not going to be the Amazon HQ No Thank You Hour. That show has already been canceled. But yes, there will be some frank talk about the stark contrast between the 1% and the rest of us. We'll also get into the gray areas of economic inequality and maybe even go some places that may feel a little bit uncomfortable for you. 'Cause what's more personal than you and your money? So what'd you take home last year? How much do you think your boss makes, or that coworker who calls in sick every other Monday? Are we part of an intentionally invisibilized community of inequality, becoming student debtors before ever stepping foot onto a campus? How do the stigma of debt and the structure of racism, sexism, and class show up in our lives and in our heads as we make our way through this city? It's a lot of questions, but not a lot of time, so we've invited some of the smartest people we know to help us begin to unravel it all. But before we meet them, let's get these house lights up in the room and maybe start with a little question and put a little town in the town hall right from the beginning. Like I said, it may get a little personal or uncomfortable for just a second, but we're gonna work past that as a community. This is our 17th time in this room together talking about the issues that matter to Brooklyn. So just a nice general question from my community here at the town hall. How do you see economic inequality manifest itself in Brooklyn as we stand here and sit here tonight? So who's going to be the first brave soul to give me their uncommon economic indicator or share something about how economic inequality has shown up in your life, in someone you love, where you work, something you saw on the news? I'm going to keep making up things until somebody indicates at any point that they want to share. I see you shaking your head over there. Don't make me come over there. Yep, front row. I know who you are. And I think maybe we'll get a word from you, Ms. Rosenthal. So economic inequality, it's got to be something on your mind, and as you work with people in Brooklyn, serving them every day. So stand up and talk to me for 1 second. This is, of course, our Representative Helen Rosenthal. Not to put you on the spot there, but economic inequality in New York City, specifically in Brooklyn. What does it really look like?
What came to mind for me, I'm now the chair of the Committee on Women in the City Council, and what came to mind to me was a hearing that we had last year about the morbidity and mortality of women in childbirth and the huge disparity between black and white women. Black women are still 8 times more likely to die in New York City compared to white women. And when you start to peel back the onion and think about why, a lot of it has to do with income disparity, but a lot of it still has to do with the intersection of racism and sexism.
Well, we are happy, thank you, that you're here and to inhabit all of those intersections beyond that, and of course paying respect to that. So I'm gonna jump in right with you guys. This is a sort of hard one to get at. The last time we were all together, we talked about NYCHA, and there's some very specific point of entry there. But when you talk about economic inequality, people might not immediately get that glimmer, that it is the headline that you read about infant mortality or morbidity and moms giving birth to children. So I'm going to go to each of our panelists and just let you know who they are right now by way of asking a question about that entry point into this discussion on economic inequality. I'm looking at New York City Deputy Mayor for Strategic Policy Initiatives, J. Philip Thompson. He's an expert in urban politics and also coalition building. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, looking at this city as a whole, as you're tasked to do, from the standpoint of someone who's concerned with those things and making the city function better for all of its people, how do you make your way into this economic inequality question?
I think of it in terms of democracy. America was founded on the idea that we wouldn't have an aristocracy the way Britain did. Capitalism, when Adam Smith conceived of it, was meant to prevent an aristocracy, an economic aristocracy. That was the belief at the time. And in the last 25 years, we see the emergence of a billionaire class and huge wealth disparities. But we still are a democracy. So I think economic inequality really reflects that there's something wrong in our democracy, and that the people are not really making the rules. The people are not really awake. And so I think that's where we need to make change, because we have a peaceful way to do that, and many countries don't. And when you have this kind of inequality, there's often a lot of bloodshed, and we should not go that way. I think we should actually make democracy work for the people.
Thanks. I'm looking at Dr. Guillermina Jasso, who we're going to call Willie tonight. Thanks for joining us, Willie. Dr. Jasso is the professor of sociology and Silver Professor of Arts and Sciences, and she studies socio-behavioral theory, distributive justice, status, and international immigration and inequality, among other things. So from your standpoint as an academic who's been doing this work since you were PhD'd in 1974, why do you think income and economic inequality are having a moment right now?
Well, that's a wonderful question, and all my colleagues all over the world are trying to answer it. All right, so rather than join that chorus right now, what I'd like to do is two things. The first is just to remind us that inequality manifests itself in two ways. One way is inequality manifests itself in two ways. One of them is as the differences across all the individuals in a group. The other is as gaps between subsets of the group, for example, between men and women or between races, etc. It turns out that under certain conditions, the two are linked, and that is a prime topic to study and also to be concerned about right now. And the second thing that I want to mention at the outset is that a lot of my recent work has been focused on what persons can do as individuals in their daily lives to reduce inequality. And hopefully this will come back. But I'm thinking of this as an adjunct to what societies can do, what all the macro levers that can be pushed. Right. And so hopefully we can return to.
Oh, we'll return to it. We invited you for a reason. All right. Helene Olin is here tonight. She comes to us. You can read her in the Washington Post Partisan Opinion blogs or her book, Pound Foolish. Thanks for joining us, Helene.
Thank you.
We know that you're writing about economic inequality and other issues of pertinence in that field all the time. So just from your standpoint as a working journalist who's doing this work where journalism meets inequality reporting, what's your point of entry here?
My point of entry is a couple of different ways. Depends on what I'm writing that day. But one of the things I've become very fascinated by is various things in our society that we don't think of as being caused by inequality, but in fact are a huge part of the issue of inequality. Last week, I wrote a piece about bullying in the culture, which I think we could all agree is a huge issue in our culture. Well, it turns out that actually bullying is a huge thing in cultures where there's a lot of inequality. Cultures that have less inequality have less bullying. This is something you wouldn't necessarily think about, but in fact, you could study it and you could do cross-cultural, and cross-national comparisons, and sure enough, you see it. We're closer to the Soviet Union than we are to Western Europe, for example. Another place where you really see this pick up is in, we have, Americans still mostly think they can get ahead on their, on their merits, right? We really believe hard work and it will work out for you. We have a whole self-help industry that actually is not as prevalent in other countries. Again, this is something that very much correlates with inequality. Countries where there's more inequality tend to believe that people can get ahead in work versus countries where people are more equal. People will actually say, no, it is really hard if somebody comes from a lower income background to get ahead. And I actually was talking to some sociologists about this week and economists, and the theory is inequality leads to isolation in the society. Right, where you let less and less people who are not like you. And then you are, say, Ivanka Trump saying, oh no, nobody needs guaranteed jobs or guaranteed income because everybody can get ahead in the society, seemingly unaware that, wait a second, you inherited, depending on whether you believe Donald Trump or not, $1 billion or multi-million-dollar fortune, right? So that's sort of where I come into it.
Thank you for that. Dr. Toni Lewis is here. She's the founder and president of Liberation Health Strategies and the former chair of the SEIU Healthcare. So, Dr. Toni, you come to us as both a physician and a labor leader and organizer. So looking at that intersection right there, I'm sure it just speaks volumes, but what is the point of entry that you bring to this discussion of economic inequality?
Well, so many things, and thank you for asking. I'm so glad to be here. I'm also thinking about coming to this discussion as a Black woman, from many generations of Black women, and that when we talk about economic inequality, I mean, we've got 400 years of, systems, policy, practice, and culture that marginalizes and devalues the work of people of color, of Black people, Indigenous people. So although we're having this discussion about the widening gap, it's been wide for centuries and centuries and centuries with intention. And so it's, I'm excited about this moment to really have this discussion where we can figure out how to break down that system, understanding that it's not by accident. The second thing that I think about as a Black woman, hearing kind of the first comment from the audience being about our maternal mortality and the stats in Brooklyn, is that as a physician on the front lines of political strategy, here and around the globe, how it hurts to not have security in your economy. What it feels like to wonder if you're going to be able to put, the right food on your kid's table or take them to the right school, or even, all of the different ways that it gets at your body and your family. So I feel sometimes the discussion around economic inequality or economics or finances or debt can feel a little bit left brain, but it really is personal to so many people in my neighborhood in Bed-Stuy and, all around the world.
Thank you for that. Dr. Jonas Shanda is coming to us from our partners at the Fiscal Policy Institute on this evening. He's their chief economist. The Fiscal Policy Institute, of course, is a nonpartisan, independent organization that is focused on improving public policy and private practice to deliver better economic and social conditions for all New Yorkers. I like to just, in my head, think of you as the activist economist. So in that form, how do you see your role and point of entry into the economic inequality discussion?
Well, it's very, I think, interesting to be an economist in this time because, the activist economists are kind of like, like a philosopher with a hammer, right? You got to really understand how things work. And I think it's a very important economic question of who gets what and how do they get it. And do they get what they get by accident, or is there a system of distribution that is fundamentally flawed and broken as the economy moves on, as the economy is growing? How do we get similar outcomes across economies, across different countries that are so uneven and so unfair? And I think this is something that we think about a lot, and we think about at the Institute about ways of fixing that in our own way. And of course, we're very happy to be part of this discussion. So thank you for having us.
Yeah, we're happy to have you. You got a ways to go. Natalia Abrams is here. She's the executive director of the Student Debt Crisis and an advocate working towards solutions that provide affordable, accessible, and quality educations for all students. That's all students seeking a college degree without getting some crippling debt hanging around their neck by the time they finish. So I think your point of entry to this discussion is pretty clear, but let the people know who you are.
So I went back to school as a non-traditional student. That means I was over 25. And I quickly noticed there was something going on because college was double the price it should have been when I was 18. Yeah. So right away, we were starting to talk about the crisis. Just to add, I think we're talking about this because we're really starting to see white people affected, and that's why we're hearing this much more, to build on your point, and why it's this, critical mass. But, for myself, right after I graduated, they rose tuition 40%, even though it had been doubled over the previous 10 years. And that was my entry, and starting to get to the bottom of the point and figure out who was actually causing this. From my point of view, it's the Department of Education was never intended to be a bank, and we have non-bankers, in charge of $1.5 trillion for 45 million borrowers, and there's 3 million of you in New York that are suffering every day.
Absolutely. Many of us in this very room. So thank you, number one, for all of you being here. But looking at all of these various points of entry, we're all sort of arriving at the same place. And we're sitting here in Brooklyn now where 3 people who I can name right now, chiefly Warren Buffett, I'm thinking of the Microsoft man, help me out, people.
Gates.
You know him. See? Why should you know him? Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, and Jeff Bezos collectively have the same amount of wealth as the bottom half of Americans. 3 men hold the same amount of wealth as 160 Americans. That's the scales being balanced. So, how did we get to this point? This sort of tipping point that seems where the pitchforks aren't quite coming out. As you talked about how things change and there's usually a lot of blood that happens before things become level. But as we're sitting here right now, how did America get to such an uneven point?
Well, again, I want to go back to democracy. Between 2008 and 2014, the federal government provided $27 trillion in bailout money or credit supports for the financial industry. That money could have gone to make tuitions free, to make community colleges.
Write a petition on it.
It could have gone for affordable housing. It could have gone for job training. It could have gone for making America green. All those things. So why didn't people fight for that? And I loved Obama, but Obama gave Wall Street $27 trillion. There was other options were on the table, but where was the pressure for that? Carter G. Woodson said in 1932, when he wrote The Miseducation of the Negro, they said if they miseducate you, they don't need chains to tie you up. You'll tie yourself up.
Yeah.
And we're tied up. One other thing I'd say, $72 billion a year in New York State for Medicaid, 7 million people in New York State and Medicaid, 1 in 2 people in Brooklyn on Medicaid. There's not a single Medicaid organization of the people who are on Medicaid in New York State or in the United States of America. And that's $72 billion a year of the people's money with no voice from the people whatsoever. So what's broken in my mind is our democracy, and we have to awaken the people. I don't care about Gates, I don't care about Buffett. The problem is actually our democracy. And if our democracy is working, Buffett doesn't have an army last time I checked, neither does Gates. They don't even have a police force. The power is really with the people, and so we have to learn how to exercise that. And no one's going to teach us how to do that, because that's disempowering from the people who are benefiting. We have to do that ourselves.
So Willie, looking at the historical perspective, you can clap for that. Take a dab. But looking at this historical perspective and knowing, hearing these figures and knowing where we are now, looking at the arc, how far do you think we are away from a people's uprising to say, okay, we have had enough?
Well, that's another very good question. As you know, forever and ever, philosophers have said it is inequality that leads to unfairness, that leads to these horrific consequences for person and society. I don't want to foretell anything, but I do think we are already in danger zones. Mm-hmm. We're already in danger zones when we talk about health, when we, as Tony and others are doing, when we talk about the student debt, as Natalia, everything that everyone else here is saying. Mm-hmm. Moreover, something important happens. You know, there's this old idea that if you take two people at random mm-hmm. from a group, say from a city or a borough or a nation, and then look at the disparity, economic disparity between them, that tells you something about the fabric of the society. And that's something for all of us to keep in mind. We want a world in which we are close, in some sense, to everyone. Now, before leaving, before turning this over to someone else, let me just say that in addition to some of the names that you mentioned, there are some wonderful role models out there. Think of Chuck Feeney, billionaire, you know, who gave everything away. Think of all the people who take vows of poverty, the people in religious orders, the nuns who taught me in school and in college. So there are things on both sides of the ledger that we can usefully reflect on.
So, Dr. Tony, I'm looking at you as the former chair over at SEIU. You were heading up about 1.1 million folks here and in Canada. Mm-hmm. So you know from unions, mm-hmm. what is it going to take before people get organized with this common theme of standing up for abolishing inequality, essentially?
So yay to abolishing and yay to on and popping with unions, because man, I've been pretty excited. Have you guys been following the teachers around the country and what's been going on there? Yes. Yeah, shout out to the teachers. You know, shout out to, you know, all the fast food workers, the Fight for 15. Shout out to folks who have been raising up, and you can trace that back to so many different things, you know, whether you want to talk about Occupy Wall Street or, you know, the Arab Spring. There's a lot that we could talk about in terms of how that awakenness, that thing has been awakened, that allows people to hit the streets and fight for their dignity. But before that, like this story that was told that you were less than, you know, if you were in debt, like I think, you know, for a while kept a lot of people out of the streets or even talking about it. Like folks would not talk about their debt, you know, or income or economic inequality, because it's like, I did something wrong. I'm not paying my bills. And so what I love about, you know, and I'm a third generation union gal. Like my mom, my grandmom fought for teachers in Milwaukee and Southern Illinois and all over. So I know the power of being in collective community and kind of sharing the stories of like, wait, this ain't right. What we gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's kind of the basic, like, wait, this ain't right. What we gonna do together is like at its best in the kind of A. Philip Randolph, like, you know, Black people of color trade unionism model, like a way to kind of start pushing that envelope and get get it on and popping in the streets. Like, I think that's like an exciting thing to do. But like, one of the things that was exciting about this last year's political cycle was when Leader Stacey Abrams was running for governor down in Georgia. Thank you, that beautiful state of Georgia. And I'm on the leadership committee with her, working on her campaign. And for a while, people said she wasn't qualified to run for governor because she had debt. Because she had debt, she was not qualified to run for governor. And when she came out and said, look, I have a debt because I'm a normal black woman who's taking care of my family and paid this and all those things, there were people that met her in the streets. And I think that turned on a collective understanding in a different way of like this, wait, maybe something's not right. How are we going to get together and change this? Again, that kind of conversation that's happened at union tables and organizing tables all over the world for centuries. So, I mean, I see hope in this moment as we kind of pull the veil back on all of those kind of secrets that made people feel like they were less than and didn't have a voice in it. And unions absolutely at the center, and domestic workers, and teachers, and mamas, and all of it.
So this is the Be Heard Town Hall, in case you wonder where you were. So if you do have a question or some insight that you would like to impart, meet me in the aisle. So we're going to keep things rolling, but I see you all have cards there. So if something has sparked something and you want to jump in with the question for these fine folks, please, like I said, meet me in either of these aisles. But on the same steam of this, using the Abrams example and her coming out of the shadows in a way to say, oh, listen, this is real life. I have debt because I have bills, I have a life, and I don't have a mountain of family wealth to draw from. How many of us are walking around not realizing that we are in fact poor? Because we are too ashamed to admit we're not millionaires in waiting, that we just haven't hit yet that there is a problem, and it's not about the lack of effort that you are putting forward.
It is a huge issue, and there's something, and Georgia's a really good example, because it was always interesting that Stacey Abrams, a black woman, was demonized for this, because the governor she was replacing almost declared bankruptcy in 2010, because one of his children, I think it was a daughter, and her husband got into a major business mess with a store that failed and closed. And I think, if I'm remembering the story right, the previous governor had somehow guaranteed some of the loans on it. He almost landed in bankruptcy court. It was like this close. And somehow this was not an issue. It came up for like a day, and then people just dropped it, right? Because of course he was helping his kid, and he's a guy, and he must know what he was doing. Whereas with Stacey Abrams, as we know, this came up constantly. She had student debt, she had credit card debt. But I want to go back to the democracy point, because I think there's something that hasn't come up here, and it ties into the billionaire factor. And it's 3 words: campaign finance reform.
Yes, absolutely.
This is huge. Income inequality in this country, the gap starts opening in the mid-1970s. And something else happens in the mid-1970s, too. We change a lot of the ways we start financing our political campaigns. And while the income inequality gap is almost worldwide at this point, in fact, in the United States, it's much worse than in other comparable countries. And one of the major reasons for this is because of the way we finance our campaigns, because politicians listen to the people with the checkbooks. And they meet with these people, they talk to these people, they see these people, they see them as their peers, and as a result, they start to veer in that direction. Money buys access, and you see that in Washington, where we have studies that show that the typical aide on the Hill believes that Americans are much more conservative than they are economically, because this is who they're hearing from. We see it in New York City, where real estate interests have much more power than any of us. And you just see it across the board. And I think this is becoming an issue. We can see it. We can see campaigns nationally have gotten a lot of attention. I think we know who I'm talking about, where they have refused to take, money. From these corporate interests. But this has to be addressed, because if it's not addressed, it's the issues of itself, the student loan problems, the debt problems, the bankruptcy problems, they're not going to be addressed either.
You had something.
I want to agree with that, but I also want to tie it back to something Dr. Lewis said. And I want to do that by way of commenting on Bernie Sanders in his last campaign. When asked what is a model of where he thinks America needs to go, he said Denmark. I want to disagree with that. Denmark is 91% Danish. It's not even diverse for Scandinavia. In America, I think race is the divide that the economic inequality rides on, and it's fundamental. So every time working people are about to come together, all of a sudden wealthy people fund a racist like Donald Trump or somebody else to divide them, and it works. So you mentioned campaign finance reform. Citizens United, which was the Supreme Court case that freed up all kinds of corporate money going into politics, was based on the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment was an amendment passed after the Civil War to protect former slaves from being re-enslaved by state governments. But what happened was wealthy folks funded the former Confederates to destroy Reconstruction after the Civil War, murder activists who were fighting for black voting rights and so on, and black folks ended up being segregated for 100 years after the Civil War, which was fought to end slavery, and the Supreme Court that was installed after murdering all kinds of activists and a sitting president said the 14th Amendment wasn't really there to protect black folks. They can be resegregated. They said corporations are legal persons and therefore entitled to the protection of the 14th Amendment. So corporations ended up with the rights that were supposed to be for former slaves. And we are still acting like that's legitimate today. And so I just think we got a race problem in America, and until there's a belief that everybody's equal and we all got to be together, we're not going to be able to unite around the economy. And we got to deal with this in order to be able to take on a Trump or take on inequality.
So, please. Now, Natalia was the first person to bring up now that it's a white folks problem is everybody's problem. So that's a point of entry for this.
Yeah, no, I absolutely, you threw me off. I absolutely agree. I think that we started to get impacted. You know, my life as a lower middle class family was pretty happy, and I don't think that's the same, and I'm not even 40 yet. And so I think we've started to see it for white people definitely in the 2000s, and that's why it is being talked about all the time, but it's something that's been going on for 400 years since the dawn of our country. It seemed to start to work where people were shouting out and coming to the streets with Occupy Wall Street, where we were moving away from race issues and into actually income inequality, and they shut that down real fast. So he's absolutely right. The moment we actually all come together and fight the 1%, that's when they want to shut us down. But there's more of us than them, and we have to constantly remind ourselves of that. And so we can't get shut down, but there's more energy than ever before. I've been hitting the streets since the early 2000s, and I can't believe the number of people. It feels like we were playing protest in 2000 compared to now.
So I don't know, call me cynical. I don't think a little debt is going to erase out foundational principles of racism that this country continues to thrive on. But I'm wondering, if you have 44 million debtors just in the student loan context who are responsible for over $1 trillion, is that enough to start coalition building? Just because 44 million of us owe $1 trillion, does that at least crack a door for people to start seeing each other outside of the context of, okay, there's some people who have a lot of money and influence and corporations are people, but this is a little spark between us from an organizing way?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. And as you were asking before, I think so many student loan borrowers, especially the ones that go on to graduate college, they don't realize they're poor yet. They just left a great party at college, but they probably had great amenities, and they didn't realize they were on the road to poverty with a ton of student loan debt. So as they're waking up and they're seeing those $30,000, $40,000, $100,000 loan balances, I think that is enough to wake up 45 million people, or at least 20 million of those people that are in total distress.
as an organizer, if you got 44 million, you better do something. You know what I mean?
We got it.
Even right? Even if you're just like, playing Uno, whatever it is, like 44 million should allow you to have a good party, or, and it's interesting because I was just at Power Rising, which was this conference in New Orleans, convening a lot of amazing Black women around, all of our issues. And I was speaking with one of the AFT national leaders, Dr. Loretta Johnson, and she had done a whole session on education and on all the things. And I love sitting at the feet of my elders to kind of hear, because, Deputy will tell you that these are cycles. There'll be this rising in 68, and everyone was talking about let's change the world and art, and then here comes the Lewis Powell that gets into rising, lifting and centering the Chamber of Commerce and changing things on universities. All of these things that continue to happen, but getting back to Dr. Loretta Johnson, she was like, oh, I think we really do need to get on the student debt crisis thing. And when you start hearing it and seeing even the little memes on social media that's like, hey, if one of the furloughed workers wants to just erase all the student debt, good luck, do that. We are all behind that. Or, all of the things where it's starting to kind of get into our culture, and it's getting beyond us and into all of the other conversations. I feel like, yes, there is an opportunity to throw that 44 million person party and change some things.
Well, while we look for that opportunity to manifest itself, there are some people who are doing amazing work right now in New York City, helping people who have already gotten caught in traps of debt and fees and all sorts of things they didn't anticipate as they grew up and moved into the real world. And we've produced one of those stories to share with you.
The work that I do is primarily to represent low-income New Yorkers who are facing debt collection lawsuits where the debt involved is debt related to a landlord-tenant relationship. Most of the time I end up working with a lot of immigrants just because a lot of the people in New York who are most at risk of ending up in potentially exploitative landlord-tenant relationships and who are also struggling working New Yorkers tend to be immigrants. People who don't have documented status in the United States. It's very common for landlords to charge exorbitant rents. I've also seen and had cases where people are asked to pay money up front that actually the rent stabilization laws forbid landlords from charging. There are certain things that all tenants in New York City should do, like, for example, keeping copies of all leases and rent receipts for at least 6 years, to take pictures of an apartment before you leave, just sort of simple things that you can do as much as possible to protect yourself.
In the 2008 time, I had plenty of middle-income folks coming into our clinics just devastated financially. But as a result of marketing on the part of banks and other providers of credit that really targeted low-income communities with subprime lending practices similar to the housing market, and they were easy prey because wages are lowering or not rising, the cost of living is rising, and in order to make ends meet, many people often do turn to credit. It destabilizes entire communities.
You can look at it after you're done too. Yeah, I think it should be fine. Because basically we just want people to know that there are time limits for them to protect themselves.
Yeah. Mostly the communities that are most affected are low income communities, communities of color here in New York. These debt collectors target these communities thinking that they don't know. I think the first step is really talking about that debt and that there's an issue because again, going back to the debt being a stigma, people might not want to talk about it. I think it's just with knowledge, right? Getting the community to kind of be more thoughtful and conscious about this and how it affects our communities the most, and then come together.
So I just want to recognize one of the folks that was featured in that video who's out there doing the work of educating people, and she's here tonight from CPD. Thank you so much for letting us take a picture and showing up. So we have a question.
Hi, I wanted to know your thoughts on a universal basic income and what solutions that would bring to people, but also what criticisms that people have about that. And I'm curious about the criticisms not on like, do you believe everyone should, but it's like economic implications of what it means if everybody had a basic income, especially in the United States where we have a unique race problem, and especially in New York City where income inequality is so, dramatic compared to other places. And I'm curious about it on like a micro level, like what that would mean for an individual person's life, like what kind of life choices they make and what kind of opportunities open up on a micro level, but then also like what our economy looks like. What does, capitalism look like in 20 years if everyone has a basic income where, it just kind of fundamentally changes a lot of the things that make up, the American economy. So I just wanted to hear your thoughts about that.
So we've gotten to the universal basic income issue. The one thing that we could say, Dr. King, Richard Nixon, Rumsfeld, who else? Cory Booker, Kamala Harris, even Elon Musk are all getting at this as some type of solution. I'm looking at you, chief economist over there.
Yeah, well, it's gaining some popularity now because I think, for wrong reasons, in my opinion. Look, we can come up with any policy, but what's important is what we're trying to solve, what kind of problems are we trying to solve. And the main way of getting at the UBI is that the structure of our economy is going to change, that half of our jobs are going to be outsourced and automated and will disappear altogether. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? We had the operators in the elevators, and they're gone, and we don't miss them really. So what's important for us to know is what is going to happen, and if some jobs are going to get obsoleted, out of existence, and maybe some new jobs are going to appear. So it may not be even necessary to have the UBI. Now, it could mean that with new economy, we're going to have higher productivity, and that's a good thing. We're going to be more productive if we can translate that into more free time or longer vacations, and that's also possible. So
but to be clear, all those Walmart greeters who got laid off aren't now going to become coders and be Bitcoin billionaires in their mom's basement. So there's got to be some kind of
that is true. That is true, because the other way of getting at the UBI is that we're spending a lot of money on the social safety net. So people who propose the UBI in its clear form, they're trying to substitute one with the other. So let's get rid of all the welfare, let's get rid of all the food stamps and everything, and just have the UBI instead of that. And they want to save money by doing that. This may not be necessarily the optimal solution. It is a possible choice, but it's not a be-all, end-all. It's not going to end poverty. It's not going to solve problems and cure cancer. It's just one of the things that we can do, not more.
So the country will not have met its responsibility until everyone in the nation is assured an income no less than the officially recognized definition of poverty. So that's from 1970 with 5 of America's most famous economists and about 1,200 other co-signing economists. And it appeared on the front page of the New York Times. And now we're here talking about the validity of the argument, and something that Nixon even tried out in Seattle. They had a little pilot program, the sign and dime thing. You're shaking your head.
Listen, it's about power. We can sit up here and come up with 1,000 different schemes, UBI, DGI, whatever you want to say. It's about power. And if you're comfortable with letting a bunch of wealthy people decide how many pennies they want to throw people who don't have a job and who don't have power, as long as it's above the poverty line, if that's comfortable with you, then you can talk about UBI.
Of course.
We have to figure out how the millions of people who are shareholders in companies actually run those companies. We got to figure out how workers, Jeff Bezos said he wouldn't even consider allowing workers in Amazon to have a union.
Yeah.
Since when do we have an aristocrat who can tell in a democracy what a worker, who they can associate with and what they can talk about? If they want to form a church, a glee club, or a union, that's their right, because this is a democracy. And until we start building power to determine who makes the decisions, we're going to be where we are. And without power and without education, we will not transform technology. It will be something that hurts us, not helps us. And the same goes for any industry you want to talk about. UBI is a diversion. We need to be talking about organizing, not UBI.
So, Helene, I know you evoked Ivanka Trump in the beginning of this whole forum, and she has her ideas on UBI, but I don't think that they comport with organizing to overthrow.
No, I mean, the thing I want to say is I'm going to say two contradictory things. First, we actually do have a form of UBI for some people in this country. It's called family, wealth, and inheritance. It's a huge thing for people like Ivanka Trump. So we do have it, and it does, to some extent, improve their lives, okay? On the other hand, I'm going to point out everything that was just said here is completely valid. UBI is diversion, as you put it. It is complete and utter diversion. The fact of the matter is we don't know what the job market is going to do going forward. Huge investments in things like a Green New Deal can completely revolutionize what we do for a living, what we work at, because that has happened in the past. The fact is also that the way we work is kind of really screwy in this country right now, where we either have people who are working at the upper ends 50, 60 hours a week, and other people who can barely get 10 or 20 hours at a fast food restaurant or at some other low-wage establishment. And and all of these things need to really be up for discussion as part of, say, a jobs guarantee, which I would support faster than I would support UBI.
Do you have something to say about this, Willie?
Well, a couple of things. Let me go back to the deputy mayor's emphasis on democracy, because I think he is exactly correct. And some of the dimensions of democracy are really important, believe it or not, for reducing inequality. This has been shown in mathematical models. These dimensions include the more voters, the better. Okay? Other things the same. The greater the suffrage, the better. This puts us in mind of rules for persons who have been in prison, for example. Okay? Secondly, independence of mind. If everyone who votes their own mind, not what someone else is telling them to do, and by the way, secret ballots are really, really important in this, then that has the potential to reduce inequality. Finally, any time that there is an option for distributing a rebate, a windfall, a bonus, if that is distributed equally to everybody, equal amounts, inequality is diminished, but not otherwise. So these are simple little things that are rooted in democracy and that can help reduce inequality. Now, one other point, because Deputy Mayor also said a very important thing about race and power, and everyone else here added to it. There's this old idea that if you don't value the things that the powerful people value, then they lose their power. Now, obviously, we can't go to the extreme. I mean, we have to value shelter, we have to value clothing, we have to value food. But then there's all the other things. And so mindfulness about what we value and where we spend our money, okay? Too often, the money that we spend ends up making people at the upper end, richer. And so that's something that we need to explore more deeply and think about more deeply.
So I'm hearing some things that seem very prescriptive, to be mindful about where and how we spend our money and what it is that we value, and also about the merits of true democracy and suffrage. So can we put some action verbs to those things? I get that voting is something and knowing what your values are, but how can we in this room and every wave that disseminates from here take a concerted effort to move the needle and show where our values are and begin to vote in a way that makes that vision of equality a reality that's not a theoretical thing?
I study how people behave and how they think, and I stay away from prescribing or advocating. However, I have not been shy about saying things such as, if you do X, inequality will diminish. It's up to you whether you do X.
Including marrying up.
Yes. And marrying down. This was Plato's prescription, for negative assortative mating. Let the rich marry poor, and inequality will be reduced. And it's true.
So where can we have one of these mixers, economists?
Well, you see, it's an interesting one. Well, you see, I would like to call out of the economic profession. The economists have been quite lousy as a discipline altogether when it comes to promoting all these ideas. Well, for instance, you see, we can do quite a lot. The politicians, of course, make the decisions, and it's not just about the voters who vote them in. It's also about the policy people who talk to them and who they listen to, well, sometimes. When it comes to understanding how the economy works, economists aren't the best. A good example, for instance, is the Fight for 15. We had this several years ago. It was a very useful and very successful measure. Now we have a $15 minimum wage in New York City. So it's a good thing for all of us. It does reduce economic inequality, but if you go back in time and just look at all the articles, the economists were saying it's going to be a disaster, the job market is going to collapse, bad things will happen, and they didn't happen, right? So knowing how the economy is going to behave, if you do a sudden and brave and positive policy move, is a very important thing. And economists have been behind the curve on that. So I welcome you all to come to the Fiscal Policy Institute website. We have a lot of good ideas. Read them there. Just a little bit of a side note. But it's very important to know how the economy is going to behave. So we can do quite a lot, even the way things are. Mm-hmm. Second point is, you see, economic inequality is not a sudden thing, right? It's cumulative. Since the turn of the century, the early 1910s, we've had the booms and busts and so on and so forth. And if you track the progress of different categories of people, you will see that some recover faster than some others. And of course, that coincides with the fault lines of our society along the race, the gender, et cetera, et cetera. So what is important for us is to make sure that the structures that we have in place, mm-hmm. well, for instance, equal pay for equal work, non-discrimination, that all of those things are pursued and enforced. And so far, I think it's not a question for economists or the voters, because we know what we want, but it's a question of I think it's a question of making sure that the people who we talk to, who speak for us, that they really understand who we are and what we want and what we are about. And I think so far, there's been very little progress in that respect.
I saw you shaking. You wanted to say something at the top.
Well, we need to talk to them, and that's on your point of democracy. I still want to stress that we are waking up more than ever before. I think, instead of telling people to wake up, it's applauding them for waking up and what they're already doing. But we need to talk to our legislators. It's beyond just voting. We always just say vote, and that's a prescription, but it's an everyday action of being an American citizen. And so, having our legislators and lawmakers get to know us. There's so many easy ways by just emailing, calling, and then showing up to vote for every election, not just even 2 years or every 4 years.
Well, Malcolm X said when he was addressing students in the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, they said, what is the one thing we need to do? And he said, you have to learn how to think for yourself. And the reason I say wake up and not just that people are already woke, yeah, there's motion on the ground, but I think we tend to underestimate the importance of us actually learning and studying and really understanding how the economy works. Because there's certain myths that we just carry around. One myth is that actually scarcity is what underlies, our situation in America. We actually are an extremely rich country. Household wealth went over $100 trillion last year, which means poverty is really just a construction because we decide not to share things. It's not because we don't have the capacity to have enough housing, to have it for everyone to have a good income. We actually do. But our politicians act like, there's shortages. We can't afford this. Martin Luther King said a long time ago, I refuse to believe that the vault of justice is bankrupt. We're much wealthier now than we were then. And a second myth, we talk about the economy, we use it as a noun. Like the economy is something that's separate from other than a social relationship about how we decide to take care of one another. That's what the economy is. It's the economists say charts, mathematical, this and that. That stuff is mystifying. The economy really is how we decide to take care of one another. Proof positive. My great-grandmother, who I knew, was a slave. Slaves were sold on the market as commodities, like a cow or a plow. I happen to know my great-grandmother wasn't a cow or a plow. And if you're black and you talk to any of your ancestors, it's real clear to you that slavery was about a human social relationship. It wasn't about some abstract laws or how the economy works or how the market works. It was a human relationship. And the economy right now is about human relationships, how we decide to treat and care for one another. That's really what economics is. And so we got to actually get with people and say, look, we got to do some thinking together. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's not I love the activism, but we also got to start using this up here.
Right. Completely agree.
Just by way of some numbers, New York's Independent Budget Office did some accounting, and for the last 8 years, low-income earners lost ground, while middle income to what they deem not obscenely rich people stayed level, while the ultra-wealthy raked in the difference. So that's from right now in New York City, from a sample of 770,000 personal income tax returns that came. Poor people lost ground, middle people held on, and the people on the far end just got richer. Top that.
Well, something that's been keeping me up at night is the way in which climate change is going to be exacerbating inequality. And I was wondering if you could speak to that, and also to this most recent point that economies are actually based on relationships. I was wondering if you could speak to the ways in which we can, reconfigure the narrative of pull yourself up by your bootstraps and build a sort of empathy that we need in our communities.
Thank you.
I'll say something here. This is from John Rawls, the philosopher on the study of fairness. Remember, he's the one who developed the idea of the veil of ignorance, which basically says, imagine that you're not yet born and you don't know where in society you're going to be born, into what segment, to what parents, with what pocketbooks. Then, under that veil of ignorance, how would you organize society? What would you say is the best way. And I think, and I'd love to hear what the rest of you think, but I think if we got our, during a political debate, if we asked that of all the candidates, put them on the spot, let them say, if I didn't know where I was going to be, what kind of society would I prefer to be born in?
In this question of bootstrapping, some of us, most of us, were born without shoes. How are you going to pull up your bootstraps?
Listen, I so appreciated your question. Thank you so much for that, because I feel like over the last couple of years, especially watching how the Obamas were treated, regardless of the amount of bootstrap dragging, that folks do. There's kind of a conversation that's going on amongst many people in this country that for a certain group of folks, especially if you've got melanin, the bootstrap thing doesn't matter, and, given the educational IQ of who happens to be at 1600 Pennsylvania right now, for other folks, it's actually quite the opposite. So the fact that we can, have these conversations, gives to another level of this education we keep talking about, because, to give an example, one of my favorite things about working on the Affordable Care Act and healthcare, back in 07, 08, before we even got to a law, was that folks were having a large conversation about what our relationship is to our health, to healthcare, and to the healthcare industry. And that in and of itself, if nothing else happens, yes, I know there are challenges and whatever, but getting to the, getting to the myths and the facts of what's actually going on with our social contract can help us get to that next level of so therefore, what do we want and how are we going to get there? So on the bootstrap thing, absolutely, it starts with the conversation of, even with the folks who are pulling hard as all the things that I don't know if I can say on TV right now. There still is power in race in all the situations to deal with. The other thing that kind of struck me when you talked about climate change and how we need to, there's so much we could talk about that, because I think about climate change, and then I think about when I first heard about climate change, it felt like a white guy in Greenpeace in a boat in the middle of the ocean, versus environmental justice in the Bronx and kids with asthma next to the, and so I think, that we can, as we continue to talk about race and power and all of the things that really affect us in our hearts and minds, and where we can add solutions, because then that becomes, how are we changing, how are we working with the transit workers and the bus depots and the kids and the moms and the healthcare systems in the Bronx, and where are we placing jobs that give us, that actually are leading to a future. I feel like climate change conversation is environmental justice and all of those different things.
I would say on climate change that in New York, some of the biggest problems we will have is actually heat, and excessive heat, and particularly in Harlem and the Bronx. And right now we have no plan on how we're actually going to address that. And it's not some far off thing. And so it is going to affect us here, particularly low income folks who don't have air conditioning or don't have access to a cooling center. Those are the folks who are going to be immediately affected, and we all know who those folks are. And the second thing I would say in relation to John Rawls, I think white folks have the privilege to imagine they don't have a body. But if you're a person of color, a woman, how do you imagine a world where you don't have a body? And who even thinks that way or has the privilege of thinking that way? I think we need to start from our actual bodies and what we actually think about one another, and where our love and empathy actually is. And for my staff, I will tell you that when we got a call from the Cuyahoga Center by a worker there who called us saying, I'm calling you secretly because I don't want to lose my job, but we have hundreds of kids here who've been separated at the border, and they're in Harlem, and our staff went there and they saw 9-month-old babies with no one holding them, and toddlers with no dolls, no blankets, eating rotten food, sleeping on beds with bed bugs in them. That is what shifted my whole staff changed. Because they said, who are we to torture children? And I actually think change comes from actual dealing with the physical, with the real, with the people. That's how I think change comes. And I appreciate what Rawls did as a mental exercise, but I actually don't think that's how we're going to make change, through mental exercises. I think we got to reach out to one another. Black folks got to talk to poor white folks about what the issues are. That's how we'll begin to enlighten one another. And we got to say, we know you're in pain, whether you're black or you're white. Tell me about your pain. Why is it you're in pain and I'm in pain and we haven't been talking to each other? That's how I think we begin to get somewhere.
How do we begin to bust up this myth about meritocracy? We touched on it a little bit in the beginning on the strain of this bootstraps idea. I'm reminded of a study I just read about in Arizona where they took about 300 kids from a school that was urban, 91% students of color, free and reduced lunch as an indicator of not having a lot of money. And in the 6th grade, they got this group of kids and said, okay, do you believe that you can get ahead by doing hard work and being a good person? And the students who actually bought into that idea 2 years later were on a bad path. They had been in contact with the law. They had not marked any improvement in their schooling. They were really going down a road where the kids who looked that myth in the face and said, this is bull, this is not the world I live in, saw greater self-esteem and achievement. So those who said, okay, yeah, I can work hard and get ahead, when they were faced with the reality from being in 6th to 8th grade, saw their sort of vision of the world crumble, while those who saw it as nakedly not for me were on a trajectory towards success. So knowing what we know of that, how do we as this optimistic America get our children ready in our communities to face that reality?
Well, it's always better to be sober, and understand what you're dealing with. Usually, and knowing that you're surrounded by myths is also very helpful and useful. There are some studies, actually, besides that show that the most effective predictor of your success in life is not your education, is not your experience, but your parents' income. And that's it, right? So if your parents' income isn't fantastic, then it's much better for you to know that you're dealing with some really harsh odds. Now, as far as bootstrapping, it doesn't exist. That is also something that you have to know, because we all rely on infrastructure, we all rely on networks, we all rely on the environment, the productive ecosystem around us. So if you and social capital. If you go to school and if at your school where you have absolutely no choice who your classmates are going to be, if they're all going to end up being criminals, then basically that's who you socialize with, and that's what you have, and that's the outcome. If you go to school and all of your classmates are going to be Einsteins, then probably that is going to it's going to rub off in some way as well. But the problem is that getting into a good school where all your classmates are going to be Einsteins is very, very difficult, and you have to live in a nice house, and that house is a function of your parents' income. So we'll go back to your parents' income being the best predictor of your success. So knowing that and fully understanding what the reality is most helpful.
Bill Gates was in my freshman dorm in college, and at age 18 or 19, he got a big contract with IBM. And it wasn't because he had the best operating system ever invented. It was because somebody at IBM said, we're going to give this kid a chance. Now, this is in 1974, 73, 74. IBM wasn't giving opportunities like that to black folks, women. Like it just wasn't going to happen. To your point, there's bootstrapping is a myth. It's one of those myths that are out there. The second thing, meritocracy, that concept came from the IQ test. There are dumb people and smart people, hardworking people, lazy people. The IQ test came from eugenics. And eugenics was the beginning, the idea that women have smaller brains than men and black people have smaller brains than white people. And that's where that stuff started. And that's where those ideas came from. And one of the reasons I really like what Richard Carranza, our schools chancellor, said about specialized schools is we shouldn't be rationing quality education. All our kids are capable. We need to create opportunity for all of our kids. And it's not about saying some are dumb, some are smart, you're in, you're out. We should not do that to children.
Well, looking at that opportunity, I'm looking specifically at you two for the people who find themselves using all of that education that wasn't rationed out, going off to college, getting a degree, and in the case of being female, making about 86 cents on the dollar for every man does, being the one who made it out, and then having to take care of your family who never got to go to college or have their whole education fulfilled, and you find yourself with crippling debt on top of that. So in a lot of instances, a lot of women of color find themselves a little bit further behind than when they left, and now they're back at home in their mom's house or barely making it on their own, making good money.
So 86 for white women, 60s, right, for black women, Latina women, indigenous women, it keeps going, you know what I mean, down just to kind of do that, because not the all women kind of thing. And it's interesting because, yes, we do have a unique kind of fighting moment in terms of pay equity and valuing our work. And it's funny because to go just a little bit back to the conversation we were just having about how we need to think and come up with good ideas and organizing, like I'm triggered a little bit because, you know, I hear that sometimes as I want the folks who are struggling with economic inequality to come up with the solutions for free. Like, I feel like we want to have more town halls and work groups and conversations with your elected officials versus the, you know, participatory budgeting or the ways that, you know, to Deputy Mayor's, you know, the point about we are not scarce. There's money that's here that may get invested in a Bill Gates, but may not get invested in the brilliance that exists in our schools, in our projects, in our, you know, one of my good friends, Kamara Jones, down at Morehouse, says that we would have been to the moon and solved all these problems had we invested in all the black and brown and indigenous brilliance that existed. So I wanted to lift that point, because I think if we, you know, kind of we're talking about how do we create space, and as we're still in Black History Month, right? We got like a couple days. We're still in Black History Month, you know, where you hear about all
Before
the inventors.
Women's History Month.
What's that?
Before Women's History
So I'm loving the intersection of Black history and women's history.
I'm here for it.
In terms of investing right there. Like, I love how the Movement for Black Lives policy platform included like a very clear section on invest and divest. So if you're talking about climate change, pull your money away from and invest it in kids. Like, so these other pots of money that belong to us, because we have paid into it, because, you know, these budgets that our elected officials are sitting on where they have discretion to spend, you know, those are places where we can start to invest in and require that, you know, brilliant women, brilliant LGBTQIA, because that's a whole other set of inequity and, you know, that we haven't touched on yet, but making sure that like brilliance is valued, and it is connected to this whole social contract we're trying to build.
So part of that social contract has to be wiping out the stigma of debt.
Absolutely, yeah. So income inequality is a women's issue. Student debt is a women's issue. Women hold 2/3. We hold $1 trillion of the $1.5 trillion in student loan debt. According to the American University of Women, African American women hold the most, and they're the most impacted. So this is student loan debt is a person of color issue. I think you're absolutely right. It's democracy, it's learning, it is more than organizing. I've been impressed with how during the Trump administration, people are learning, parliamentary process and the way civics actually works. So we're at the precipice of that, but we can't lose it, because so many times we get so close and then we get bought off, and we just can't get bought off again.
Can't get bought off again. I'm looking at
bought off and killed sometimes too, right? Because just to be honest, because if we're talking about economies, like there was a great article I feel like my mom, she's a research teacher and she always has to throw a citation. Shout out to Alessandra Lewis. But there was this great article in Atlantic Black Star that talked about like 7, African American communities that were thriving and then were attacked and died. So I push back on the word stigma a lot of times when it comes to mental health and economy, because for a bunch of communities that have had wealth, sometimes that comes sometimes with a target. And even so there's an article today, think today in the New York Times, it talks about the history of policy and running numbers in the Black community and how that was a huge economic thing, in many communities. My granddad used to run numbers back in Southern Illinois, just to be clear, Allen Memphis Johnson. But like there's a whole, there's a history of kind of folks, stopping and starting, you know what I mean, in terms of businesses or getting debt or education. Like, a lot of what's going on with educational debt is a little bit of a pushback to a whole bunch of folks that weren't necessarily white men that were getting educated and putting forth different theories on how we should be moving. So I think it's yes to the organizing, yes to the putting forth solutions, but it's also an offense defense, because it is, it could be a little, upsetting, but there's a history of these things coming at you in a not so good way.
So before you go in, language me into a better understanding so we can stop with the stigma. What should I be saying instead of the stigma of debt?
Instead of the stigma of debt. I like the history of our economy, the history of economics of Black folk. Like something, because we're talking, let's co-create it right here. That's the whole be heard thing, right, y'all? Because it's not, when I hear stigma, it feels like folks are uneducated and don't really understand what's wrong with them. I understand that when Navient calls me, they're probably calling my phone downstairs right now, to be honest, that it feels a certain way, that folks are trying to devalue my Georgetown education, all of the things that have been poured into me that makes me feel less than. And that just doesn't sit right. But if I think about this context, and the history of how rates have gone up for loans and what's happening in different communities and what happened when the mob decided that my granddad's policy wasn't pouring into their banks, then I think a little bit differently about the history of where we are from economic equality. So for me, it's more thinking about economy and inequality in the context of our whole society. I know that's longer than stigma and not quite as cute as maybe you want, but it's somewhere it's a story, right?
So we are definitely going to get into this, but now that we're turning our language from stigma into understanding the history of these economies, I want to just steal a moment and introduce you guys to someone. You might recognize him as the bad guy from Orange is the New Black, or the good guy, get over here, the good guy from a new show that is called Paid Off, where he is changing the way that we think about student debt, because you've created a TV show that's a game show that the big prize is leaving debt free.
That's the hope, the big goal of the show is to push back against the shame associated with student debt, to increase empathy for people with student debt, to fight the bootstrap myth, to bring people out who are doing everything right, who followed the course that they were told from the first moment they went to school, go to college, get an education, and it's not panning out the way they were sold it was going to. So to fight some of those myths, to make them feel like they're not alone, so the 45 million people at home see people on TV that are like them, and understand if that person did everything right and they're struggling, maybe it makes more sense that I'm having a hard time with this too. And then we do it in an absurd way, because to mirror my family's experience. I was incredibly privileged. My parents took out loans and paid for my college education. It allowed me to go be a theater major, which is a bad decision if you're going to owe money to anybody. So I learned about student debt when I met my wife, and she owed around 40 grand, and we could pay that off after I booked an underpants commercial, which felt like an absurd way to pay for an education. And if that's how we did it, I didn't know how the hell anybody else does it. So we created this purposefully comedic and absurd game show to say, how can these be the paths that people need to go to school, to pay for their educations?
Thanks for being here, Michael.
Of course.
And thank you for the idea. Everybody, it's Paid Off, Michael Torpy. Thank you so much for being here.
Of course.
So just in my conversations with Michael before tonight, I was just talking to him before about this idea of the show and people, and he brought this to light, really standing up and owning their debt for the first time. Like, how many of us, as much of that as we have ever said out loud, not maybe in your underpants, how much money you owe because of this education that you've been afforded, or any number of things, and can make a real accounting of the level of debt that you're in. And as smart as I like to think I am, I couldn't even tell you right now the exact figure of the debt that I am into for all of my schooling, but I know that they take the money every month.
But you should know your number.
I should, but I'm a dummy, and I don't know the number.
You're not a dummy. They don't make it so easy. But you should know your number. I mean, most people have federal loans. That is the majority of the 1.5 trillion. We can all go to studentloans.gov and look it up and know your number and pay it every month. But we did a contest called Out with Student Debt. We encouraged people years ago to come out and say their number. And the more we tell people, and we took a nod from the LGBT community of coming out and talking about it. And in no way am I saying that's a comparison, but the idea is we have to talk about it. We have to talk about, economic history and then our personal economic health and where we're at. So then your neighbor, your brother, your postman, everyone has student loan debt, and then you're more inclined to work on it and solve the issue. So the more we talk to one another, the more we're going to have compassion to actually do something.
So yeah, what are the byproducts of that passion, compassion, and acknowledgement as we move forward in a way that can affect our democracy and our personal behaviors, whether it's who we choose to marry, how we choose to spend our money or invest our time?
Well, I want to point something out. I mean, these things are about control, right? The shame of debt is about controlling people with debt. The idea of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps is about control. These myths are very endemic to ages of inequality, right? This was all stuff that was not student loans themselves, but this was all stuff that was very prevalent during the first Gilded Age, considering we're living in the second one, right? In fact, we sort of taught, when we learn history in school, we learned about the settlement houses. Those were actually established to teach the poor people how to behave properly so they could make it in American society. Charity was a huge idea in the first Gilded Age. There was a lot of shame about poverty and debt, and people who are poor must be dirty and alcoholic. All of this, by the way, ends at the Great Depression, when it becomes clear, because the catastrophe is so great, that it becomes clear, wait a second, this wasn't my fault. You can't pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Everybody, except for the very, very wealthy, are falling. Charity can't fix this for us. And that was kind of what ended that period. And it's no coincidence that it came back, starting in the mid-1970s and 1980s, as again, people became mostly poorer, stagnated, or a very tiny sliver became wealthier and more powerful, and they did once again what was told to people 100 years earlier, which is, we know better, we'll take care of you. And the debt builds up, and the shame builds up, and the lack of power builds up, and the anger in the system builds up.
Well, there's nothing like a plague to equalize things. Like historically, it has been shown that the greater the horrible event, the more equalizing, if destabilizing, effect that it does have on a populace. So short of a big old catastrophe, there has to be something else that we can collectively do and be heard and move forward into a different understanding about our debt.
I'd like to offer a little footnote to that very interesting idea. And that is that if we as individuals and if our society defines our self-worth by our net worth, then it's completely logical that if you have a negative net worth, you are going to experience negative emotions, negative consequences. So it seems to me we have to look at the entire continuum. The challenge is going back to humans and human relationships. The challenge is not to assess ourselves and others by our net worth, but by other human qualities. And once we do that, we've escaped. We're out of the cage.
Can I add on to that?
That's good, but the bills still keep coming.
I love this point because my parents were civil rights activists. My dad was a Baptist preacher, and one of the things I remember from being a little child was every Sunday sermons like, God doesn't make ugly people, so there's nothing wrong with your skin. There's nothing wrong with your broad nose. There's nothing wrong with your wide lips. And stop lowering your head down when you see white people. And the transformation that I saw came out of that conversation. The demonstrations and the protest, all that came later. But the big transformation was when people stopped letting themselves their identity be defined by somebody else to keep them down. And I think that's exactly the point around the debt issue. And the second thing around women and black women in particular, the median net worth of an adult black woman in America is $7. And my mother died a couple years ago. She was cared for by 2 black women. And I was shocked to learn they were making minimum wage. And they loved my mother. And there are hundreds of thousands of home care workers in New York City who take care of elderly people out of love. They do not get paid anything close to the amount of work and care they put into that work. And the only reason they are paid minimum wage is because they are women and because they are women of color. And talk about history, this nation was formed on women not getting paid anything.
That's right.
Care work was free. As a woman, you just had to do it and you couldn't vote. That's the history. And so part of getting out of debt is actually paying women. And that's the other side of the coin, I think. Yeah. We got to fight for women. And I say home care workers, domestic workers, number one. We got to make this a fight.
So we are closing in on our last 4 minutes. So I just wanted to, well, 2 minutes in fact. So thank you in the aisles. But I just want to give you guys that last 2 minutes to minute 30. I'll steal 30 for myself to sum up anything that you could say moving forward that is a call to action that can put the power of this room into mobilizing and maybe just flipping that internal switch so we can get on with the work of making a democracy work for us. So somebody turn a light on in here.
Oh, you're looking at me. Economic inequality is a very complicated issue. And of course, we're not going to solve it all in one evening. But it is a solvable problem, and we need to start thinking about this information as a public information. There is no shame. We have enough skills and knowledge and will to solve it. And I think if all of us participate and do the right thing, then it could be addressed.
Helene?
I think we need to push back at this idea of the bootstraps and people pulling themselves up. And we need to talk, how I concluded Pound Foolish was that we needed to talk about our money. And that means that when, we need to be honest about it and we need to own our debt and we need to own our successes, but we also need to question where it's coming from and how it's accumulating, right? So when we're told about a story of somebody, who established a wonderful business, perfect example of the Bill Gates story, right? He also went to a private school, was a very connected kid from the get-go. Where does this come from? How do we make it? How do people not make it? And to just push back at these stories over and over again. Why do domestic workers make so much less than, people who, pick up who get our garbage, right? I mean, there's nothing more valuable than domestic work, and yet they are treated like among the least valuable. They were out of the Social Security system for a long time. They are still relentlessly underpaid. And why is this? And we need to ask this about everything.
Well, we are 30 seconds outside of our credits, so I'm going to wrap things up for our broadcast audience right now by thanking each and every one of you for sharing part of your evening with us. We really appreciate you being here and contributing and listening, and thank to each of our panelists for being here and sharing your knowledge and really helping us move forward and wade through some of this stuff. We might have just opened the door a little bit to change the stream on economic inequality. So give yourselves a round of applause. We'll see you next time. Thank you so much for being here. Good night.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
The Republican Party under Trump and his minions, he basically owns the party, they have been in the lead of trying to destroy the prospects for organized human life on Earth.
In a special broadcast, An Hour with Noam Chomsky, the world-renowned political dissident, linguist, and author, we talk about the pandemic, the rise of proto-fascism in the United States, the climate emergency, and why he's concerned about Biden's provocative actions towards China.
The right measure is not increasing provocation, increasing the threat of an accidental development which could lead to devastating, even virtually terminal nuclear war. But that's the direction the Biden administration is following. Expansion of the Trump programs. And that's the core of their foreign policy programs.
Today, Noam Chomsky for the Hour. All that and more coming up. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Today, a special broadcast, An Hour with Noam Chomsky. The world-renowned political dissident, linguist, and author just turned 93 years old. Democracy Now!'s Nermeen Sheikh and I recently interviewed Noam as part of Democracy Now!'s 25th anniversary celebration. Noam Chomsky joined us from his home in Tucson, Arizona, where he teaches at the University of Arizona. We asked him about the state of the pandemic and why so many Americans have refused to get vaccinated.
It's overwhelmingly a far-right phenomenon. Others have been drawn in. And I think there are many sources. Actually, one of them is probably social media, which does circulate lots of dubious or even false information. And if people are wedded to a particular part of it, that's what they'll be fed. Beyond that, there is skepticism, which has justification about the role of government. Happens to be misplaced in this case, but you can understand the origins of the skepticism. And it's not just the pandemic. Much worse than that are the attitudes of skepticism about global warming. So one rather shocking fact that I learned recently is that during the Trump years, among Republicans, a belief that global warming is a serious problem, not even an urgent problem, just a serious problem, declined about 20%. That's very serious. Here we're talking not just about the spread of a pandemic, but about marching over the precipice and ending the prospects for sustained, organized human life. That's the kind of thing we're facing. Well, you can talk about the origins of the skepticism, but it has to be dealt with and overcome, and very decisively and without delay, or else the whole human species and all the others that we are casually destroying will be in severe danger.
Noam, can you talk about how you think that skepticism can be overcome? I mean, you yourself, a serious critic of the the corporate government alliance, why people should trust large pharmaceutical companies like Moderna and Pfizer that are making billions, why in this case we should trust that vaccines will save the population.
If the information came from Pfizer and Moderna, there would be no reason to trust it. But it just happens that 100% of health agencies throughout the world and the vast majority of the medical profession and the health sciences accept the actually quite overwhelming evidence that vaccination radically reduces onset of infection and deaths. The evidence on that is very compelling, and it's therefore not surprising that it's basically universally accepted by relevant authorities. So yes, if we heard it just from big pharma, PR, there'd be every reason for skepticism. But you can look at the data, they're available, and you can when you do so, you can understand why there is essentially universal acceptance among agencies that have no stake in the matter other than trying to save lives. You can understand why poor African countries who aren't paid off by big pharma are pleading for vaccines. Their health agencies are. And this, in fact, the only exception I noted about this, apart from Trump for a period, was Bolsonaro's Brazil. And he is now being under charges of a long senatorial investigation for charges of crimes against humanity for his failure to follow the normal protocol of trying to maximize the use of vaccines. Now that his reluctance on this matter has been overturned, it's having the usual effect. Vaccinations are increasing and incidence of disease and death is sharply declining. That correlation is so clear that it takes a real strange refusal to look at facts to see it. And again, as I say, health agencies throughout the world are uniform and agreed with the medical profession on the efficacy of vaccines. There are other things that have to be done. Social distancing, care, masking in crowded places. There are measures that have to be taken. Countries where these measures have been followed carefully are doing quite well. But where there's a high level of skepticism, whatever its roots, there are serious problems.
And what do you think the U.S. should do to ensure that countries get vaccines around the world, not only for altruistic reasons, but because you can't end this pandemic here or anywhere unless these vaccines get out everywhere? And I'm talking about Moderna and Pfizer. Moderna, the U.S. gave billions to. Pfizer, the U.S. promised, to purchase so much, and both corporations, among others, have made billions. And yet, what can the U.S. do to ensure that these vaccines can be made in other places, like requiring that Moderna release the recipe? Still, they will make a fortune. What has Biden not done that would allow people to have access to these life-saving vaccines?
I should say that Europe's record is even worse than that of the United States. Biden has made some effort, but the wealthy countries have not, including the United States, though not primarily the United States, they have not taken measures that are within their capacity to ensure that other countries that have the resources to produce vaccines will have access not only to the products, the vaccines, but also to the process of manufacturing them. I should recognize that the World Trade Organization rules, instituted mainly in the 1990s, largely under U.S. initiative, they are radically protectionist, radically anti-free market. They provide protection to major corporations, big pharma, not only for the products they produce, but to the processes by which they produce them. And that patent can easily be broken. The governments have the capacity to insist that the processes be available and that vaccines be distributed to the countries that need it. First of all, this will save uncounted numbers of lives. And as you said, it means saving ourselves. If you let the virus run rampant in poor countries, everyone understands that mutation is likely, the kind of mutation that led to the Delta variant, now the Delta Plus variant in India, and who knows what will develop. Could be, we've been kind of lucky so far. The coronaviruses have been either highly lethal and not too contagious, like Ebola, or highly contagious but not too lethal, like COVID-19. But the next one coming down the pike might be both, might even be non-suppressible by vaccines. We know the measures that have to be taken to try to prevent this from happening. Research, preparations, health systems that work. It's not a small point. Like there are now new antivirals coming along, which don't stop the disease, but prevent hospitalization. But you have to have a functioning health system. It's very hard to see how these could even be usable in the United States, where the health system simply is not organized in such a way that people can get access to what they need.
You yourself have experienced the ruinous effect of low vaccination rates in certain states where hospitals have been unable to provide regular services because all the beds are taken up with COVID patients. Earlier this year, you needed hospital care but were unable to access a facility because all the beds were taken with COVID patients. Could you explain where this happened and what exactly happened?
Well, don't want to go into the details, but I had something, which was severe. Couldn't get to the hospital where my doctors are. They were overwhelmed with patients. Had to go to a couple other hospitals, and finally they managed. So, that's not the worst case by any means. I should say that even getting a booster shot was not easy. My wife was trying for malaria for weeks simply to try to get an appointment. The system, I'm lucky. I'm relatively privileged. For others, it's much worse. Hospitals are overflowing with almost 100% unvaccinated patients in regions of the country which are mostly red states, which have been reluctant and unwilling to carry out appropriate measures. Hospitals have been forced to cancel regular procedures just because of the crush of almost entirely unvaccinated patients filling beds. There's a lot of extra deaths, enormous social costs, and all of this is under control. We know how to deal with it. It's a social malady, a breakdown of the social and cultural order, which is very serious in the pandemic case, but as I want to keep stressing, far more serious in the case of environmental destruction. And we don't have much time there. We can survive pandemics at enormous cost. We're not going to survive environmental destruction.
Noam Chomsky, the 93-year-old world-renowned political dissident, linguist, and author. When we come back, we talk about the climate emergency, the rise of proto-fascism in the United States, and more.
Kiss me once, oh kiss me twice. Give me a taste of paradise. I don't need the blues always on my shoulder. Give me a cold beer as I get older. Oh, my stars, how you won't do me. Oh, my stars. Oh, my stars. You undo me. Sun's going down in the sky, different colors. Baby, run, see all the different hues. I feel alright, but these times are bad. Mama, run here, help me with these blues. Oh, my stars, how you undo me. Oh, my stars. Oh, my stars. You undo. Seems I'm weary every evening. I have to work every day. But darling, when you throw your arms around me, I ain't weary. I want to play. Oh, my stars, how you
Michael Hurley performing Oh My Stars in our Democracy Now! Studios back just before the pandemic in 2020. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As we return to our discussion with world-renowned political dissident, linguist, and author Noam Chomsky, Nermeen Sheikh and I recently spoke to him. He was at his home in Tucson, Arizona. Noam, you have called the Republican Party the most dangerous organization in human history. You've also called the political leaders a gang of sadists. I was wondering if you could elaborate on this, but also in all of your 93 years, have you ever seen such an anti-science, anti-fact trend in this country before? And then if you can talk about how it links up with other such movements around the world and how it should be dealt with.
Well, it's a fact that there has been a strain of anti-science sentiment in significant parts of the United States for a long time. This is the country that had the Scopes trial. There's an unusual power in the United States of evangelical anti-science extremism. But as a political movement, it has nothing been like it's what it is in the contemporary period. The Republican Party under Trump and his minions, he basically owns the party, they have been in the lead of trying to destroy the prospects for organized human life on Earth, not just unilaterally pulling out of the Paris Agreement, but acting with enthusiasm to maximize fossil fuel use, to dismantle the systems that to somewhat mitigated their effects, denial of what's happening, reaching a huge number of loyal, almost worshipers, partly through their media system, and other ways. When the United States is the most powerful, important country in world history, when it races to the precipice, has an impact on others. Other things are happening are bad enough, but with the United States in the lead in marching to destruction, the future is very dim. And it's our responsibility here to control it, to terminate it, to turn the country back to sanity. Don't even like to say back, turn it to sanity on these issues before it's too late.
And Professor Chomsky, you've warned of a severe threat from a resurgent proto-fascist right here in the U.S., and you've spoken out against the general right-wing shift across the political spectrum in the U.S. If you could explain what you think is behind that, and if you see any prospects in the near future for its reversal.
Well, we have been through a 40-year, 45-year assault on the general population within the framework of what's called neoliberalism. And it's had a very serious impact. There are even some measures of it. So the Rand Corporation, super respectable, did a study recently of what they politely call transfer of wealth from the lower 90% of the population, that's working class and middle class, the transfer of wealth from them to the very rich during the last 40 years. Their estimate is on the order of $50 trillion. They call it transfer of wealth. We should call it robbery. There's plenty more like it. Keeps being exposed. Pandora Papers that came out reveal another aspect of it. That's not small change. CEO salaries, management salaries have skyrocketed. Large part, probably a majority of the population by now, is basically surviving paycheck to paycheck. Very little in reserve. If they have a health problem or something else, they're in deep trouble, especially with the lack of social support in the country. Even trivial measures that exist everywhere are very hard to implement in this country. We're seeing it in Congress right now. Measures like maternity leave, which is everywhere. I think there are a couple of Pacific islands that join the United States in not having paid maternity leave. You go to the second largest country in the hemisphere, hardly a site of enormous progress. Brazil, women have 4 months guaranteed paid maternity leave, which can be extended a couple of months, paid for by the Social Security system. In the United States, you can't get a day. And it's right at Congress right now. The Republican Party is 100% rock solid opposition to this and other measures, including some weak but at least existing measures to mitigate the climate crisis. 100% Republican opposition, joined by a couple of Democrats, the coal baron from West Virginia, Joe Manchin, the leading recipient in Congress of fossil fuel funding, dragging his feet on everything, joining the 100% Republican opposition. Christina Sinema from my state, huge recipient of big pharma, other corporate funding, also dragging her feet. Even the simplest things, like what I mentioned, are very hard to get through in a country that's been poisoned by right-wing propaganda, by corporate power. Goes way back, but it's expanded enormously in the past 40 years. You look up neoliberalism, the word neoliberalism in the dictionary, you find bromides about belief in the market, trust in the market, fair, everyone's got a fair shake, and so on. You look at the reality, neoliberalism translates as bitter class war. That's the meaning of it. Everywhere you look, every component of it. The rent, the $50 trillion robbery is just one sign of it. When Reagan and his associate Margaret Thatcher on the other side of the Atlantic, when they came in to power, their first acts were to attack and severely undermine the labor movement. If you're going to, it was a sensible project. If you're going to carry out a major class war attacking workers in the middle class, you better destroy their means of self-protection. And the major means are labor unions. That's the way poor people, working people can organize, to develop ideas, to develop programs, to act with mutual aid and solidarity to achieve their goals. So that has to be destroyed. And that was the major target of attack from the beginning. Many others. What we're left with is a society of atomized people, angry, resentful, lacking organization, faced with concentrated private power, which is working very hard to pursue the bitter class war that has led to the current disastrous situation.
I want to ask you how January 6th, how you see it playing out. Do you see it as really not so much the birth, but continuation of a proto-fascist movement? You're in Arizona, the recounts over and over again of the votes, questioning Democratic votes all over the country. Where do you see the U.S. going? And do you see President Trump becoming president again?
It's very possible. The Republican strategy, which I described, has been successful. Do as much damage as you can to the country, blame it on the Democrats, develop all sorts of fanciful tales about the hideous things that the communist Democrats are doing to your children, to the society, in a country which is subjected to social collapse, to atomization, to lack of organized ability to respond in ideas, in actions, that can be successful. And we're seeing it right now. So yes, it's very possible that the denialist party will come back into power, that Trump will be back or someone like him, and then we'll be simply racing to the precipice. As far as fascism is concerned, there are some analysts, very astute and knowledgeable ones, who say we're actually moving towards actual fascism. My own feeling is that I would prefer to call it a kind of proto-fascism, where many of the symptoms of fascism are quite apparent. Resort to violence, the belief that violence is necessary. A large part of the Republican Party, I think maybe 30 or 40%, say that violence may be necessary to save our country from the people who are trying to destroy it. The Democrat villains who are doing all these hideous things that are fed into their ears. And we see it in armed militias. January 6th was an example. These are people from basically petty bourgeois, moderately affluent middle America circles, and not, you know, there were some militia types among them who really feel that it's necessary to carry out a coup to save the country. They were trying to carry out a coup to undermine an elected government. It's called a coup. And came unfortunately close. Luckily, they're now taking, the Republican Party is now taking sophisticated measures to try to ensure that next time around it'll succeed. Notice they are treating the January 6th coup activists as heroes. They were trying to save America. These are signs of massive social collapse, which show up concretely in the fact that people literally do not have enough financial reserves to put themselves through a crisis. And of course, it's much worse when you go to really deprived communities, like household wealth among blacks is almost nothing. They're in severe problems. All of this in the richest, most powerful country in the world, in world history, with enormous advantages, unparalleled, could easily lead the way to a much better future. And it's not a utopian dream. Let's go back to the Depression. Happens to be my childhood. I can remember it well. Severe crisis, poverty, suffering, much worse than today. But a hopeful period. My own family, unemployed, first immigrant, working class, were living with hope. They had the unions. My aunt's unemployed seamstresses had the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, cultural activities, mutual aid, even a week's vacation, hope for the future, militant labor actions, other political actions, sympathetic administration, led the way to social democracy, inspired what happened in Europe after the war. Meanwhile, Europe moved to fascism, literal, hideous fascism. United States, under these pressures, moved to social democracy. Now, with supreme and bitter irony, we're seeing something like the reverse. The United States is moving towards a form of fascism. Europe is barely holding on to functioning social democracy. But there are plenty of their own problems, but at least they're holding on to it. Almost the reverse of what happened in the past, and we can certainly go back not only to the 30s, but something much better than that.
Professor Chomsky, could you, you've spoken, of course, now about the Republican Party. Could you give an assessment also of the Biden administration so far? You spoke earlier of the climate crisis. Earlier this year, the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, issued its a report after a decade, which the UN Secretary General called Code Red for Humanity. And just days after, as you've mentioned, Biden called on OPEC to start increasing production of oil. So if you could comment on that, Biden's policies on climate, but also on other issues.
It's a mixed story. His domestic programs are, frankly, considerably better than I anticipated. They've already been sharply cut back. The Build Back Better bill that's now being debated and without enormous public pressure is not likely to be passed, is a sharply pared down version of what first Bernie Sanders produced. Biden more or less accepted, cut it back somewhat, now cut back much more sharply, may not even get through in its pared back form. As I said, Republicans are 100% opposed to allowing what their own constituents very much approve of and managing the propaganda system so that their constituents don't even know about it. Remarkable results showing up in polls about the Build Back Better bill. If you ask people about their particular provisions, strong support. You ask about the bill, mixed feelings, often opposition, feeling the bill, which contains the provisions they want, are likely to hurt them. Furthermore, turns out they don't know what's in the bill. They don't know that it contains the provisions that they approve of. All of this is a massive, successful indoctrination campaign of the kind that Goebbels would have been impressed with. And the only way to overcome it, again, is by constant, dedicated activism. Take the climate program. Biden's climate program was not what was needed, but it was better than anything that preceded it. And it didn't come from above. It was the result of significant activist work. Young activists in the movement got to the point of occupying senatorial congressional offices, Nancy Pelosi's office. Ordinarily, they'd be kicked out by Capitol Police. This time they got support from Ocasio-Cortez, joined them, made it impossible for the police to throw them out, got further support from, as I mentioned, Ed Markey. Soon they were able to press Biden to develop, to agree to a climate program that was a big improvement on anything before it. In fact, even by world standards, one of the best. Well, the management of the Democratic Party didn't like that, wasn't having it. They actually cut it out of their webpage before the election and tried to block it. And it's been reduced by them and by the solid Republican opposition, demanding that we move as quickly as possible towards disaster. Well, it's now cut sharply back. You go to Glasgow, lots of nice words, including from President Biden. Take a look at what's happening in the world outside of the halls in Glasgow. Different picture. Biden came home from Glasgow and opened for at least the largest giveaway in U.S. history of petroleum fields for exploitation by the energy corporations. Well, his defense is that his effort to stop it was blocked by a temporary court decision, so he had no choice. Actually, there were choices. There were other options. But the message that it sends, stark and clear, is that the institutions of the society, the federal institution, the executive branch, the legislative branch, the judiciary, those institutions are incapable of recognizing the severity of the crises that we face and are committed to a course which leads to something like species suicide. The only force that can counter that was actually present at Glasgow. There were two events at Glasgow. There was the pleasant talk, but meaningless verbiage inside the halls. There were the tens of thousands of demonstrators outside the buildings, young people mostly, calling for measures, real measures, to allow a decent, viable society to develop, not be destroyed. Those are the two events in Glasgow, the question of which one prevails will determine our future. Will it be heading towards disaster, or will it be moving towards a better, more livable world? Both are possible. The choice is in our hands.
Noam Chomsky, the 93-year-old world-renowned political dissident, linguist, and author. When we come back, we'll talk about Julian Assange, Joe Biden's foreign policy, and U.S.-China relations. Stay with us.
I still dream of Organon. I wake up crying. You're making rain, and you're just in reach. When you in sleep escape me, you're like my yo-yo that glows in the dark. What made it special, made it dangerous, so I bury it. Forget. But every time it rains, you're here in my head, like the sun coming out. Ooh, I just know that something good is gonna happen. I don't know when, but just saying it could even make it happen. On top of the world, looking over the edge, you could see them coming. You look too small in their big black car to be a threat to the men in power. I had my own.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We're continuing our discussion with Noam Chomsky. Nermeen Sheikh and I recently spoke to him from his home in Tucson, Arizona. We talked to him shortly before a British court ruled in favor of the U.S. government's appeal to extradite WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange to face criminal charges in the United States. I asked Noam about Julian's treatment and ongoing detention.
Well, this is a pretty incredible situation. Julian Assange has been subjected to years of torture. Actually, his years in the Ecuadorian embassy, which is actually not an embassy, it's an apartment house, those were years of torture. I visited him there, others did. Being stuck in an apartment without even the ability to go out and look at the sky. That's in many ways even worse than being in prison. Prisoners at least have a couple hours when they can go out and be in a courtyard under guard by the British, censored British forces, finally forced into a top security prison. It's essentially torture. In fact, the UN rapporteur on torture called it torture. For years, all for the crime of having exposed to the American people and the people of the world things that they should know, things that it's their right to know. That's supposedly the role of journalism. And in fact, leading journals did make use of his exposés to reveal a fair amount of material. But he's at the heart of it. Started the project, continued the project of revealing to the public things that they should be aware of. So for that, he's been subjected to years of torture, false charges, now the threat of extradition, in which he will face possible a lifetime of imprisonment. And the press is not coming to his defense, with a few exceptions. Not enough people are elsewhere. But again, it's the same story as always, just like Glasgow. It's those voices in the street which can end this tragedy of the Assange torture and persecution, like everything else, like the civil rights movement, like the social democratic initiatives in the 1930s leading to the New Deal measures, like the anti-war movement, like the women's movement, everything. Always the same answer. It's the activism of individuals joining together, working against often very severe odds, but for a cause that is obligatory, in the current case, necessary for survival. In Assange's case, necessary to save an individual from unspeakable torture for the crime of performing the honorable work of a journalist.
And Professor Chomsky, lastly, on the question of the U.S. On U.S. foreign policy under Biden, the withdrawal from Afghanistan, the Defense Pact with Australia and the UK, what do you see as the trajectory of American foreign policy in the coming years?
Well, the trajectory is not optimistic. Biden has pretty much picked up Trump's foreign policy. He's eliminated some of the more gratuitously savage elements, like in the case of Palestine, for example. Trump was not satisfied with just giving everything away to Israeli right-wing power, do what you want, and offering nothing to the Palestinians, just kicking them in the face. He even had to go beyond that to truly gratuitous savagery, like cutting off the lifeline, the UNRWA lifeline, for Palestinians to be able to have at least minimal bare survival in the Gaza, in the Israeli punching bag in Gaza. Even that, well, Biden removed those things. Other than that, pretty much followed the same policies. On Iran, he made some verbal moves towards overcoming the crime of U.S. withdrawal from the joint agreement, but he's insisting on perpetuating Trump's position that it's the responsibility of Iran, the victim, to move towards harsher agreement because the United States pulled out of an agreement that was working perfectly well. The worst case is the increasing provocative actions towards China. That's very dangerous. By now, there's constant talk about what's called the China threat. You even read it in sober, reasonable, usually reasonable journals about the terrible China threat. Well, what is, and we have to move expeditiously to contain and limit the China threat. What exactly is the China threat? Actually, that question is rarely raised here. It is discussed in Australia, the country that's right in the claws of the dragon. So recently, the distinguished statesman, former Prime Minister Paul Keating, did have an essay in the Australian press about the China threat. He finally concluded, realistically, that the China threat is China's existence. The U.S. will not tolerate the existence of a state that cannot be intimidated the way Europe can be, that does not follow U.S. orders the way Europe does, but pursues its own course. That's the threat. When we talk about the threat of China, we're talking about alleged threats at China's borders. China does plenty of wrong things, terrible things. You can make many criticisms, but are they a threat? Is the U.S. support for Israel's terrorist war against 2 million people in Gaza, where children are being poisoned because 1 million children are facing poisoning because there's no drinkable water? Is that a threat to China? It's a horrible crime, but it's not a threat to China. What China, serious abuses that China is carrying out are wrong. You can condemn them. They're not a threat. Right at the same time, as Keating's article, Australia's leading military correspondent, Brian Toohey, highly knowledgeable, did an assessment of the relative military power of China and in their own region of China and the United States and its allies, Japan and Australia. It's laughable. One U.S. submarine, Trident submarine, now being replaced by even more lethal ones. One U.S. submarine can destroy almost 200 cities anywhere in the world with its nuclear weapons. China, in the South China Sea, has 4 old, noisy submarines, which can't even get out because they're contained by superior U.S. and Allied force. And in the face of this, the United States is sending a fleet of nuclear submarines to Australia. That's the AUKUS deal, Australia, UK, United States, which have no strategic purpose whatsoever. They will not even be in operation for 15 years, but they do incite China almost certainly to build up its lagging military forces, increasing the level of confrontation. There are problems in the South China Sea. They can be met with diplomacy and negotiations. The regional powers taking the lead could go into the details. But the right measure is not increasing provocation, increasing the threat of an accidental development which could lead to devastating, even virtually terminal nuclear war. But that's the direction the Biden administration is following: expansion of the Trump programs. That's the core of their foreign policy programs. There are others that are mixed. On Iran, I mentioned, I think it's outrageous that the United States is imposing severe, destructive sanctions on Iran, which, as usual, harm the population, don't harm the leadership. That's what sanctions do. For torturing Iran because of our withdrawal from a treaty that was working over the strong objections of all other participants. All of Europe strongly objected, but the U.S. throws its weight around the way it likes. That's what it means to be the mafia don, the global godfather. If Europe doesn't like it, tough. They have to follow it, or the United States threatens to throw them out of the international financial system. Same with anybody else. Torture of Cuba has been going on for 60 years because we know why. The State Department back in the 60s explained that the crime of Castro is his successful defiance of U.S. policies going back to the Monroe Doctrine, which declared the U.S. right to dominate the hemisphere. You can't tolerate successful defiance, whether it's a small island offshore or whether it's a major power with an economy, an enormous economy and potential power, and which refuses to be intimidated, and which is carrying out such crimes as setting up 1,000 vocational schools around the world where they're training people in Central Asia, in Africa, in Thailand, training them in the use of Chinese technology, so they will be able to spread Chinese technological developments to their own countries, cutting out the United States, which can't counter that. We can only use bombs and sanctions. Well, it's another crime. Again, plenty to criticize. But these are the crimes that are causing the United States to pose the threat of China as the leading problem in world affairs, the greatest danger in world affairs. Again, we have to counter that, and we can. There's no reason to allow this to persist. And at this point, it's not just people who worship Trump. It's the Democrat leadership, Biden's foreign policy team, the major liberal press.
As we wrap up and celebrate your 93rd birthday, let's end with that question. What gives you hope?
What do I hope? I hope that the young people who are demonstrating in the streets of Glasgow, the mine workers who are in the United States who are agreeing to a transition program to sustainable energy, many others like them, I hope that they will be in the ascendancy and can take the measures that are feasible and available to create a much better world than the one we have and the one that the people of the world deserve.
Noam Chomsky, the 93-year-old world-renowned political dissident, linguist, and author, joining us from his home in Tucson, where he teaches at the University of Arizona. To see all our interviews over the years with Noam Chomsky, you can go to democracynow.org. And that does it for today's show. Democracy Now! Is produced with Renee Feltz, Mike Burke, Dina Guzder, Messiah Rhodes, Nermeen Sheikh, Maria Terracena, Tammy Warnoff, Tarina Nadora, Sam Alkoff, Maria Studio, John Hamilton, Robbie Karen, Hani Massoud, and Mary Conlon. Our executive director is Julie Crosby. Special thanks to Becca Staley, John Randolph, Paul Powell, Mike DeFilippo, Miguel Noguera, Hugh Gran, Dennis Moynihan, David Prude, and Dennis McCormick. You can catch Democracy Now! Also on YouTube, at democracynow.org, on Instagram, on Facebook, and way beyond. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks so much for joining us. Remember, wearing a mask is an act of love.
whiskers to feathers to shells. Along with all us people, this city is filled with critters. Some tend to cause a commotion and make mayors eager to eradicate them.
Who likes rats?
But rats do have their supporters. Meet Mother Pigeon.
Yeah, they're my rats.
And her fellow rat rights activist, Margaret. They think the rest of us have it all wrong when it comes to rodents.
Let's lock your refrigerator. Let's take your credit card, rip it up, and you go find some food on the street.
Exactly. How does a pandemonium of parrots find a home in the burrow of pigeons?
There are rumors that the mob was involved, that the Lufthansa crew had a hand in it.
And what's all that got to do with a man and his childhood pet?
This magnificent African gray parrot, probably my sister and I were like, we gotta get him, we gotta get him.
So began a lifelong passion for parrots.
My name is Steve Baldwin. This is a wild parrot safari in Brooklyn. Tickle in my hands.
Out at Jamaica Bay, a professor shows me why we need to protect the horseshoe crab.
Horseshoe crabs are far older than dinosaurs.
About 450 million years old.
Not gonna squirt ink or anything, is it?
But she's not doing all this work just because she respects her elders. The blood of a horseshoe crab saves lives.
Just a pint costs about $250,000.
This week, join us as we focus on the fauna of New York City, by land, air, and sea. I was on the phone a good 45 seconds before my mom mentioned the mouse. What mouse, you're wondering? Well, the mouse that had run across her kitchen floor the day before, just a few hours after the next door neighbors demolished their back porch, and a few hours before the neighbor down the street's exterminator's son laid out about $50 worth of traps and poison. My mama does not like critters. And if you are similarly disinclined to a mouse in the house, and the closest you ever want to get to one is on this side of your screen, you're in luck. We're going in with insightful and, dare I say, inspiring tales of critters. Critters by land, critters by air, and critters by sea. Just to be clear, that means rats, parrots, and a trip to Jamaica Bay. And while we may be novices on the subject, the humans here at the Dodo maintain an inexhaustible online menagerie, from head-scratching animal odd couples to pigs who snuggle their people, and good old kittens playing with string. The Dodo is the daily click-through for all things animal, and they're taking us behind the digital curtain for a look at how the sausage is made. Don't worry. No creatures were hurt during the filming of this episode. Not even the rats.
This whole thing began with 2 goldfish that my sister acquired. From time to time, we'd have to go and buy fish supplies. And so we wound up going down to Exotic Aquatics. And then I think we just sort of liked to hang out there because it was a fascinating place. Well, right over the cash register was a hanging cage. In that hanging cage was this somber but somewhat comical presence embodied by this magnificent African gray parrot. Now, of course, an African gray parrot is gray for the most part, with sort of bright yellow eyes with those pupils that show emotion, but then a crimson red tail. Probably my sister and I were like, we gotta get him, we gotta get him. But I actually remember writing a document where I explained all the reasons why we should acquire this animal. And among them, I remember listing, like in a bullet point, this will teach Steve to be more responsible than he is currently. It sold the deal. So we bought the bird home, and the adventure began, and our lives were transformed in some strange way. And I am the man I am today because of it, for better or worse. Like a little orange guy, right?
Yeah.
Orange, yeah.
Orange,
yeah. Is he from South? He's from South America?
Yeah, by the Amazon.
By the Amazon. Okay. My name is Steve Baldwin. This is a wild parrot safari in Brooklyn. I will be your tour guide. This is a free tour. There's no obligation. I do this just because I enjoy trying to share the story of the parrots with the general public. They can eat the pine needles, and they can eat leaf buds. And they also, they're smart. In the late 1950s, early 1960s, Argentina, from whence they are from, they wanted to get rid of these birds. They were causing problems. They were coming down eating crops. So they said, all right, well, why don't we just kill as many as we can? That wasn't as easy as they thought it would be. So they said, okay, rather than trying to wipe these birds out, why don't we just capture them, as many as we can, and send them to where the buyers are? Because this was at a time when pet bird ownership got popular. So by the mid-1960s, they were sending thousands of these birds through various international airports, including JFK. Something happened at Kennedy Airport. No one knows really what happened. There are rumors that the mob was involved, you know, that the Lufthansa crew had a hand in it. That's probably a lot of hyperbole and myth. But the parrots started escaping from the airport. And a bunch of them showed up in Brooklyn, and they were tracked. A bunch of them showed up in Long Island. They started showing up in New Jersey. And then eventually the USDA and the Department of Environmental Conservation, which was a brand new agency, they found out about it. But their reaction wasn't, oh, this is interesting. We got green birds from Argentina. It's like they got on the phone with their friends down in Argentina, and they said, we got some of your birds here. What do we need to do with them? And they said, kill them before they ruin everything. So they sent up a bunch of snipers. They killed about 300. This is in 1973. They didn't get them all. The birds that we have here now are the survivors of the eradication effort here in the 70s and then the eradication effort in the 60s in Argentina. But they've made it here. They've survived here for 40 plus years. And I say give them some respect and marvel at their endurance and, you know, their street smarts. They're real survivors. They've done very, very well here, almost as if they belonged in Brooklyn. Up by Pelham Bay Park and also in Queens by Whitestone. One borough of there are two boroughs that they've never been able to colonize.
There's a dog to greet you at the door.
This is Oliver. He's a very important job here, which is official dog greeter.
Oliver.
Yeah.
I feel very greeted.
This is our wall of fame. It's, you know, 1/20th of the animals that we're obsessed with right now.
What does it take to get to the Dodo Hall of Fame?
I mean, you have to really get into our heart.
Like, whose heart is that little bald chicken of a parrot?
Oh, that's
whose heart is that?
When we were first starting to get into long form video, she was one of our first stories that we really got into, you know, more complex parts of her journey and everything, and she was. She definitely grabbed at our hearts. We, you know, across the board want to make people feel something, and whether that's making them laugh and feel better during a really crappy day, or making them feel inspired to actually, you know, pull out their wallet and donate money to, you know, help a dog in need, or become aware of a much bigger issue like, you know, poaching or something like that. And so it really kind of runs the gambit for us. In terms of how we want to make an impact. So right now we're in the middle of launching 4 new watch shows over the summer. So we've launched 2 already, and we have 2 more coming up in the next few months. So this is an episode that we're in the middle of cutting for a new show coming out called Kid's Best Friend. And so we flew out and filmed this in Indiana. And for this show, we're really trying to capture just that joy of growing up with an animal. And so here we have Carter and Toby, his best friend, a dog. And one of my favorite moments that happened while we were filming is Carter, this little boy, he's baking a cake for the dog, and he reaches his hand into the peanut butter jar and just feeds peanut butter to the dog, and then he actually eats it himself after that. And those are kind of moments that are so important to us at the Dodo to capture because they're genuine and authentic, and they really capture the real bond between the kids and animals.
Pizza Rat was just the beginning. The mayor has $1 million plan to eradicate the city of rats, but there are some countervailing opinions on the other side.
I don't know any New Yorker who likes rats, rats. It doesn't matter what community you're in, everyone wants to get rid of rats. I will admit personally to having a certain admiration for Pizza Rat, but that's the only rat I have ever managed to like. Rats are incredibly upsetting to people in every way. They're dangerous, they're unhealthy. It's not just an aesthetic thing, it's something much deeper. And the problem is that you could be doing everything right, but something around you could be causing the rat population to grow.
That's Bonehead?
Yeah.
Bonehead. Oh my God. Bonehead's hungry.
Yeah.
And loves you. Hi. Yeah, they're my rats. Thank you. Look at the dogs. The dogs freak out with the rats. My name is Mother Pigeon, and I make rats and pigeons out of felt and wire, and I set them up in parks and street corners. And here's my rat. Right now in New York, there's a big war on rats. They're spending $23 million to eradicate them, kill them, and so there's only a few left. So if you enjoy rats, you're not going to be seeing them as much. And that makes me really sad because, I know you. Let me get you some food. I met Margaret probably like a couple years ago. She came over to me and said every night for the last few years has fed a family of rats that live in the gutter. And when she told me that, I wanted to cry. I thought that was so amazing. And she invited me to come and meet her family. She calls them her family.
Thank you for leaving me a message.
So I want to remind all New Yorkers, we need your help to fight rats. This is not a magic bullet, but it is a very big change of approach.
And you know how many animals get fed out of this kitchen?
Yes, many animals. Lots.
Many animals. We don't know exactly how many,
Yep.
but the rats who are having dinner tonight, who I call, the family.
Yep.
We think there's about 40, but we don't know exactly.
You don't see all 40. They all come out a little bit of time.
People, if you have a conversation about rats, which is not all the time, but if you do, people will say, "Oh, they survived. They find things."
Oh, there's plenty of food for them.
That really.
I can't. I hate
that.
when people say that.
I hate that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
hate that.
You know what? Let's lock your refrigerator. Let's take your credit card, rip it up, and you go find some food on the street.
Exactly. And here's the magic of the NutriBullet. I just, love it so much. Plus, I didn't want to give that to them all the time. I wanted them to have, something good and substantial and different that they like. So I researched, well, you know, what do they like? You know, what are their favorite meals? And I discovered things like
nut butter,
macaroni and cheese, and you know, yeah, nut butter. Now,
oh yeah, that's
yeah,
nice.
this is good. This is good.
And do you use like an oil or something to form the balls, or you just do it?
I use this.
Oh.
So that they'll get uniform, so that no one says, "Oh, you got a big one, and I got a small one." No, I mean it's just horrible all round. The way animals are treated in the city.
Oh yeah, they're treated like worse than garbage.
Yeah. Okay, everyone, see you later. You're in charge.
Wow. Yeah, you really do live.
Yeah, I mean you can.
They want all of New York to look like a mall. That's
nothing to drink.
So what, you know, got to sterilize the everything.
Yeah. I have a few pigeons over here. Sad. Okay, we are approaching the family's home. There's no sign of them. Well, as soon
No
as
poison, right?
As soon as I start putting this down, you might see a face appear. You'd see a little face appear right in there.
I don't see them. It's fun because last time they ran out to greet you.
Well,
they're trained better.
They're trained better.
This is good. People say, oh, well, you know, they carry disease, you know, and they almost wiped out humanity with the plague. And I said, well, you know, the only bad thing about rats is that they didn't wipe out humanity, and that they just kind of fell short of that part, because that would have been an absolute victory if the rat would have done that. So that's what I say to that.
Okay, thanks everyone.
So it's totally cool. The boss let me know that you can be on Instagram now.
Yes,
so
in
don't
fact.
worry. You can do this with impunity here. So hashtag the dodo has 645,805 posts. That's a lot of posts.
It is.
That's like 10 more followers than I have on Instagram.
Well, we actually have 3.6 million followers.
Oh, is that all? So you could change somebody's life by posting something that they did onto your platform.
We can, and that's actually one of the best parts of this job, is that we have a direct impact on so many animals' lives. From the time I've started, we've saved countless animals by just another employee saying, I found this dog today stranded in the subway, I heard about it, post something about it, and then we'll find them a forever home in the next 2 days.
And it works and
Yeah,
it works
it's
and
incredible.
it works.
It's really rewarding, and we try to always be focused on sharing adoptable animals.
Well, you're doing God's work from behind the keyboard here. Who are these dogs and cats that I'm looking at?
So these are some posts from our hashtag, and we always like to go in and engage with our fans, because they'll use the hashtag to try to, get in front of us and be discovered, basically.
Yeah.
So I'll go in and take a look. This is Sir Thomas the cat.
Sir Thomas over at Milo's Sanctuary.
Yeah. So we'll
adopt
go
the
in,
sir.
we'll engage with this, comment, And this is kind of how we find stories also. So sometimes I'll go in and see, like Sir Thomas, maybe he needs a forever home and he's been waiting for a long time. So I'll flag that to our video team or to our editorial team so they can push that further and create a story from it.
Are you tired of looking at fur faces?
I could never get tired. Often I can't believe this is my job.
Off the Belt Parkway, there's a home to amazing biodiversity with some living fossils that may help save lives. New York City is the concrete jungle where big dreams are made of. But it's also this, a quiet coastal enclave that's the site of the most important event in the life cycle of one of the most important creatures on the planet.
I'm with a professor from Kingsborough Community College who's doing some important work saving an animal that might very well have had a role in saving your or someone you love's life.
Horseshoe crabs are far older than dinosaurs.
They're older than dinosaurs,
Yeah,
and they managed to stick around this place.
They are a living fossil, 450 million years of evolution, and the fossil remains that we found look remarkably similar to the modern day horseshoe crabs. They actually have been able to extract a medical compound from the blood of horseshoe crabs, which is used to detect bacterial contamination in surgical equipment. So if you have ever had any kind of medical intervention, stitches, even a vaccination, the sterility and safety of any surgical equipment, even dental equipment, would have been virtually guaranteed by Limulus amoebocyte lysate, or LAL, which is an extract from horseshoe crab blood.
Thank you, miss.
All of this habitat is kind of the remnant of what used to be a bigger wetland. Much of it has been filled in and modified. So all of this data feeds into a bigger study, a broader investigation to try to understand the population dynamics of horseshoe crabs. Our ultimate goal is to increase the levels of protection of these animals and the habitats that they rely upon.
My name's Adam Paris. I'm the Executive Director of the Science and Resilience Institute at Jamaica Bay. Our vision is to pursue a model of collaboration between scientists, agencies, and community groups to improve the health and resilience of Jamaica Bay and the surrounding waters in New York City. To have clean air, food, water, we have to have healthy habitats. Species use habitat wherever they can find it, and they are more resilient than we give them credit for. There are literally hundreds of species, birds, fish, invertebrates that use Jamaica Bay on an annual basis. Horseshoe crabs frequent Jamaica Bay and use some of the shoreline habitats as spawning grounds and return perennially to Jamaica Bay.
Right now we are at Plum Beach. This is one of New York State's most important breeding beaches for horseshoe crabs.
Whoa, it's not gonna squirt ink or anything, is it?
No, but this is a live male horseshoe crab. And
hello, sir.
We can tell that he's a male because he has these boxing gloves here, these larger appendages that are designed specifically for grabbing onto a female shell.
Hold on to the ladies.
Yep. So if you ever see a horseshoe crab that's on its back like this and it's still alive and kicking,
should you help it?
Do the right thing and flip it over.
Because that's what always made me sad when I was a kid in those nature things. They just showed you a thing dying and dying. I'm like, okay, why don't they just flip it over? Can they see through this?
Yeah, they actually have a lot of optic sensors. So they have eyes here. They kind of have optic cells all along the front of their shell. They have what looks like a nose, but that's also used for light reception. And even along the tail, they have light receptors. Citizen science is the new way. And this is one of the things that I do with my students. They don't have to be professional scientists.
The resilience of the Bay for future generations is absolutely critical to our mission. And part of that, actually, and part of our mission is to help educate and train people who live in and around the Bay, the students who become the resilience leaders of tomorrow.
I was pretty terrified the first time I saw one.
But I realized that they're really super harmless and more beneficial than anything than harmless to us.
Yeah.
So we're really trying to preserve them and ensuring that, based on anything that they're going to try and do on this beach, anybody's fishing, we want to make sure that they understand these crabs are beneficial and we kind of need them to survive.
After 450 million years, we can't let these guys go on our watch.
They're too precious to us. Their blood is too much of a benefit to us. Just a pint costs about $250,000.
Wow.
And you can imagine, for every time you weren't infected, you didn't get a cough, you didn't get a cold, you didn't get sick, it was thanks to him.
If you just scoop right down under him, you'll be able to get him out of the sand, and we'll take a closer look.
My first crab, where did you go?
Give him a little bath so we can get a really good look at this one. Interesting that telson is short, so Kay, make a note of that. Short telson and asymmetrical opistoma.
Asymmetrical opistoma, I can only...
Yeah, so that it's alive and very cute.
It's tickling my hands.
And is it soft?
You've worked and studied in Belize, in Costa Rica. You did your Fulbright in Borneo.
Wow.
How does the biodiversity of all those places most of us couldn't find on a map compare to where we are a few stops away from the F train here?
Well, I got to tell you, it's surprising to the average person to see how much biodiversity there is in New York City. And then if you go offshore, the unseen biodiversity just below the water surface is vast.
So while you may not have held a crab in the palm of your hand, donned a pair of sea socks, or joined the ranks of the citizen scientist.
Let's see, that was 1, 2, 3, 4.
A species hundreds of millions of years in the making may depend on you for its very survival. And this critter is right in Brooklyn's own watery backyard. All right, so personally, I'm gonna ask you, cats versus dogs.
I'm a dog person.
Okay, score one. How many people are you guys interacting with on the daily?
I mean, it changes month to month, and our audience keeps on growing. But I think we're about over 2 billion views per month. When your own video, when you're starting out and you make your first video and it gets millions of views, it just feels very surreal to see that somebody's that many people have seen your work. But yeah, it's just very exciting because we're all about the mission too. So it's not just rewarding from the ego perspective, but you are also feeling like you're making a difference, you're spreading a message, and people are getting it.
Tell me about the larger mission of what you people do here at the Dodo that's more than just cute animal videos. There's a larger thing at play.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we work with organizations. There are many causes that we fight for. But the other thing is just, then again, making people feel for animals and feel compassion. And if they find somebody, if they find an animal in need, because they will have seen those videos, maybe they will feel more compelled to help.
Thanks for going in with us on Critters. For other stories of people, puppies, and everything in between, go to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Bric TV. Bye now.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
It's campaign season in Brooklyn. Tried and true methods, brand new candidates.
I meet people on the street and I'm like, oh, do you want to register to vote? They're like, I don't do politics.
If she wins, she won't even earn a salary. And he's fighting for the right to face a powerful incumbent.
Can I count on your support for September 13th?
Can these rookies win the first time out?
Oh, why not?
You want to taste some old school political power?
This one is mine.
Welcome to the club. It's run by Frank Setio, the Democratic chairman of Kings County.
You come around like this time of the year, what are you doing right now? You're collecting signatures for candidates.
But the new Kings Democrats are working hard to usurp the throne.
Whoever wins this fight between the progressives and Frank Setio can kind of control things.
In this blue borough, where do you find a Trump supporter? Try the ultra-Orthodox Jewish community.
I think as a religious Jew, you have to be grateful for the fact that he even is looking our way, because we've been ignored for a really long time.
And they're willing to put up with some not-so-religious behavior. This week, from the ground game to the primary night returns, our politics is all local. And in conclusion, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, because there is nothing to fear but a chicken in every pot. Do we or don't we want a future to believe in? Read my lips. I'm just wild about keeping hope alive in the kinder, gentler, unbossed and unbought nation. Si se puede, and country first. Because when they go low, vote for Pedro. Taken together, it's all a bunch of gobbledygook. But the words offered by those who aspire to our nation's highest office are meant to inspire. So what does it really mean to make America great again, or be with her? How many times have inspiring words stoked the flames of divisiveness, or alternately, turned out to be plain old empty promises? I get the feels just like anyone else who listens to an inspiring oratory that gives us a glimpse of America living up to its full potential. That ideal we keep marching towards, knowing we will continually fall short of the glory. But don't stop thinking about tomorrow just yet. There are thousands of dedicated people across the nation ready to stand and deliver on the promise of creating a more perfect union. And we happen to have met some of them for this episode. And whether stepping into elected office at the most hyperlocal level or wearing the crown of a kingmaker, it's all Brooklyn as we go in on politics.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists. And frankly, I'm the most solid person up here. I built a tremendous company, and all I want to do is make America great again. Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States.
If Trump was Jewish, we'd be like, oh no, we can't say these things. But he's not Jewish. So we don't expect from him what we expect from our community. I think people found him very relatable because he wasn't trying to hide anything. He was just like this regular guy. In some ways he helped us, because if we would keep moving with political correctness, eventually free speech would be gone. And because of him, free speech is protected in some ways.
Everybody, welcome to another Just Enough Heshy show, and we have me and my beautiful Esty.
I think like he's an okay person. Like, yeah, I've heard that he's like, he kind of messed people up over different deals in the past and he was crooked, but I don't know if anybody can say they've always been straight.
We all thought that Trump maybe was a little bit nuts. But the reason why we're not scared of Trump is if you see the way he talks like one of us. He's a regular guy, like me. We're not politicians. We need somebody who's not only a businessman, but who knows how to talk to the people.
Not all Jews support him. There's a mix. But I find that a lot of Jews do support him because he reflects our values, not in what he says, but what he does.
It's always tricky when you talk about Trump. I did not vote for him, and unless his opponent is a terrible person, I will not vote for him again. I don't think anybody's blind to his flaws, to say the least. I detest him as a person. I pray for his impeachment, and yet, so often I find myself so pleased with some of the results of his politicking. Trump does not reflect our values at all, and yet the way it seems to many of us is that he's willing to go to bat for our values.
I am taking to the streets of Brooklyn to see, can these inhabitants answer some very simple questions? So how much about Israel would you say you know?
When you hop and skip around an Orthodox Jewish neighborhood, I'm here today and take many pictures with a transgender who is doing a tremendous Aveira.
Aveira? How?
You don't know what Aveira is? You see, respectfully, I want to talk nicely, but you're a total Torah ignoramus.
Anything in the Torah that spews hate is not the Yetzer Tov.
But he's
Because
not spewing hate.
so if you judge someone, like you know, like you have a right to judge. God has a right to judge.
No,
We
you
don't have a right.
judge anybody.
Even if you have an issue with, you know, some of the things that she does,
Flatbush girl.
yeah, sometimes it's at least better to have somebody that's Jewish, that's from that, it cares more about the community, even though you might have other slighter issues. In the bigger picture, sometimes that's more important, and that's kind of the same thing that we're going to talk about later with Trump. Look at the alternative.
Rabbi Levin, do you like Trump or don't like Trump?
Mixed bag, he's much better than anybody else around.
So you're this man who cheats on his wife.
Yeah, he acts brash and loud, and
Right.
but like
And
you're
guess
him,
what?
you support.
Can I answer you?
Okay.
It's very simple. Listen to me. If Flatbush Mama wasn't a religious Jew, I couldn't care less if she's
Wow.
representing
You see,
me and you.
Listen to my point. I didn't like Obama as president. I'm going to tell you right now.
You loved him.
I liked him because he promised in the beginning to do change. He was young, he was energetic, and at the end he didn't come through with all the things that he promised. But he had one good line that I use. To serve your country is not to serve in the military, it's to serve your fellow man. I want to give back to my community that has helped me raise my children, that has allowed me to live here in peace and has helped me. Come. This is a picture that we found only a couple of years ago. My father in the background with all his family, 10 of them, a couple of nieces and nephews. They were all killed out in the war. And he came alone to America. Now I have 100 nephews and nieces. I wish he would have been alive to see. We had a Holocaust that wiped out almost everybody in this neighborhood. Had an uncle, a father, a grandfather, families wiped out and killed. We needed a place to go. Borough Park can only fit so many people. They ended up in Israel.
It really comes down to one word, and that's Israel. The safety and security of Israel is a very important topic, and we could forgive and overlook a lot of other things. That's the most important thing for most of us.
But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did.
No, Trump is not preaching anti-Semitism. What do you want him to say? That nobody caused trouble? There was a demonstration. Both people started fighting.
I don't think he's a racist or an anti-Semite. I don't think he's committed to any idea, positive or negative, unless it lines his pockets. That's my personal view. I think he absolutely has said and done things that have empowered and emboldened anti-Semites. This nationalistic, nativistic, populist kind of approach almost always goes hand in hand with anti-Semitism.
I am the least anti-Semitic person that you've ever seen in your entire life.
You're saying that Trump supposedly supports the KKK, so that would be against us, so we should be like, oh, Trump's not on our side. How could Trump be anti-Semitic? I mean, his daughter married a Jew. I think part of being a Jew was learning to be grateful. If Trump would have just freed Rubashkin, that would have been enough. If he would have moved the embassy to Jerusalem, it would have been enough. And like, he's done so much above that. His actions speak louder than his words. So let him say whatever he wants. If we're gonna be protected and he's gonna like care about what we think and what we want, I think as a religious Jew, you have to be grateful for the fact that he even is looking our way, because we've been ignored for a really long time.
While some Brooklynites grapple with their conflicting opinions of the president, others have been spurred to action, from protesting in the streets to throwing their hats into the ring for the very first time.
Good morning. It's the crack of dawn, and I'm on my way to the poll site.
We're here at the Sephardic Center, and my amazing mother is helping out.
If you have not yet gone out to vote, I'm really appealing to you right now. If you live in the 45th district, if you live in my neighborhood, please go out to Edward Armand.
This is really the last hour. This is the final hour on the battlefield. I just want to thank you so much for your support, really.
I gotta pick one guy up.
Yeah, it's just peep the polls. Nice, you.
What? Are you there right now or are you let me type. Stop. I just said give yourself some breathing time.
I get it.
So 45.73% of the votes are in. Yes.
1458. Wow. If someone would have told me a few months ago that I'd be adding an additional project to my plate, like running for district leader, I wouldn't have thought that time existed. But you know, there's really always more time in the day. You just sleep less. My name is Adina. I'm running for district leader. If you could put this on your fridge, if you happen to go out and vote on the 13th, 2 days after Rosh Hashanah, please check off my name on the ballot. Okay. Thank you so much. I didn't need to. You know, people are very, like, I meet people on the street and I'm like, oh, do you want to register to vote? They're like, I don't do politics. And I laugh because I would have said the same exact thing just a couple of months ago.
Hi, Stephanie. This is Ross Spark, the Democratic candidate for state senate in your neighborhood. Wanted to reach out and thank you so much for speaking to one of our volunteers. We have a big election coming up next Thursday, September 13th. Thanks. Have a nice day. We're calling undecided voters right now. We have roughly, I think, at least 300 in our system. It's my mom.
We get that. These need to be sealed too or not while we're at it?
I hope to see you soon. Thanks a lot. Have a good day. Bye-bye. All right. Put them in the likely. I'm getting them. I'm knocking them down.
There are a number of candidates running against incumbents or running for their party nomination who are organizing both on the ground and digitally. They're running something similar to the playbook we saw from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in Queens and the Bronx when she unseated longtime Congressman Joe Crowley. And people hoping to capture the same type of energy, run a similar campaign that combines lots of door knocking, lots of flyering, and also the digital presence. What you can gauge by often is, does the campaign seem organized? Do they seem to have a plan? When you're looking at the campaign digitally, do they seem to have a lot of following? Are the things they're putting out on social media getting pickup? Now, that can also be a smokescreen of sorts because they have to combine that with the on-the-ground work as well.
Yeah, good. Thank you so much.
Put you up there
And I'm going to put it on my Insta story. You know who I am, right? Okay, good. I am transparent. I have the power on my phone to wave my Insta story in front of another elected official, which I have done, and said, we want to know why you, nah. And that's more powerful than one person. So when you elect me, you're not just electing me, you're electing the 40,000 followers that watch what I do and have the ability to get involved if they feel inspired to do that.
I'm asking him to answer my question. He's ignoring me. Ari, you have nothing to say? Ari, you contested 3,700 signatures and you think I have less than 500. Look at this. Oh my God.
I mean, I think the baby boomers messed it up enough. Maybe the millennials do
Millennials will
job.
fix it. What do you think about the fact that I ate that egg sandwich this morning at 7-Eleven with the ham on it?
If you want it, no good for the revolution, no good for politics. You have to be in tip-top shape to win.
Yeah. No, I never thought I'd run for office. I didn't imagine it. It wasn't my aspiration at all. It wasn't an ambition. Then Trump became president, and Marty Golden had no opponent in 2016, and I felt that we could do better, and I felt motivated to run.
Let's not just laugh at jokes. Let's not just do humor. Let's not just watch makeup videos. And let's see how we can use our unified voices to make sure we leave over a legacy for the next generation that's better than the one we have right now.
We're seeing more people questioning the traditional power sources. We're seeing more people question why an incumbent that they have never really heard of continues to be reelected year after year. And people questioning, why not throw my hat in the ring and see if maybe I can bring some of this energy to elected office. But incumbency is still incredibly powerful. You should not typically bet against an incumbent. We've seen incumbents win while under indictment, amid scandal, but there's undeniably more activism, more energy than we've seen in past election cycles.
So 45.73% of the votes are in. Yes. 40.15% of the votes are for Ross. Okay. And 59.25% of the votes are for Andrew Gananis.
41. We still got time. We still got time.
It's only 40%. Not even half of the votes are in.
Not even half. It's all good.
Yeah, go.
Tonight is the night of my cousin's bar mitzvah. Family comes first, so while I'd love to be at the polls waiting to see the results, I'm happy to be here and celebrate with family and be amongst my community. Where are we going next? We're staying here at the party for a little longer, and then we're going home.
No.
No, I'm sorry that you're not happy. That's a lot.
He didn't even do anything.
He doesn't need to.
I don't get it.
What happened?
Simcha Felder won.
Oh, you just said it.
Wow.
I have a question. You know how there's a list that the Sephardic community gives out of people to vote for in the Sephardic community?
Yeah.
Did you get on that list?
She was on the list. I think
No,
so.
I wasn't. Well, in more in our yeshivish world, I was not on the list.
Why?
Because people don't like social
They don't
media
want
people.
wild card.
It's like writing in Harambe.
This live.
54%.
What?
Same, 54% still the same numbers. Yeah.
So potentially we could do well there. 64 is close to 59.
Ross is actually closer to Andrew than he was before.
Okay.
So this is okay.
Yeah? Yeah, 70% of the results are in St. Paul.
For this, that's not good. Oh wow. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's fine. That's okay. We tried.
You tried. Tried is not the word.
That's okay.
You didn't try, Dina. You did the Herculean impossible.
Wow, she won by a lot.
She's not winning done. It's not done yet.
No, it's done.
It's
done.
71%. It could,
No, it's not.
Where
It's
did you
not.
find
Look,
this?
it's 30 to 69.
I have a group. I have a WhatsApp.
No, it's over. It's over. It's okay. We tried. We tried. There's nothing to do. It's okay. It's okay.
You know, it's tough. It's tough. I know this is not the night we wanted. It's not the night I wanted. We put in all these hours, and to go into something like this and not to have it go our way is hard. But I just want us to remember that we always discuss win or lose. It just wasn't about a campaign. It wasn't about a victory. We stood up to an establishment that never wanted us to win. And while the establishment won this round, that doesn't mean we all disappear. It doesn't mean we don't stop working. It doesn't mean we don't stop fighting.
So, guys, here I am being the deliverer of the news. The majority of the vote has gone to Margarita by quite a significant number, and that's that. Chaim, come. I want to thank Chaim over here for being the most supportive and amazing
That's what I'm here
husband.
for, and you're always a winner to me.
All of you got out there and fought, and you just can't give up the fight. You got to keep fighting and fighting for what you want.
Win or lose, for political clubs, primary elections are battles in a larger war to get their party into power. But what's the party line when political clubs are in the middle of a family feud? A political club is an organization of individuals who've joined together to influence the outcome of an election. And unlike a special interest group that might form around a single issue like universal health care or banning horse-drawn carriages, political clubs can whip up party loyalists, share financial resources and people power to push potential candidates forward, all in the service of getting their political party into office.
So are political clubs like going to go the way of the dodo?
No, political clubs are here to stay.
Really?
Yeah, political clubs are here.
Steve Witt is the editor-in-chief of Kings County Politics and has been covering the subject way before Change We Can Believe became Drain the Swamp.
So where do you think we are right now in the arc of politics in Brooklyn? From even just the Bloomberg at the beginning of his era till now, and the voices that are emerging on the political scene, and a lot of them are coming from Brooklyn.
Well, with the loss of Joe Crowley, I actually think Brooklyn can be the new boss. Whoever wins this fight between the progressives and Frank Sedio can kind of control things. I think Frank could probably know that better because he's just been in politics so long. But if the progressives win out, it could be the new King's Democrats. But I think Brooklyn's in a good position to be kingmakers now.
In the 1950s and 60s, political clubs were where local power brokers turned out votes for candidates by making sure their constituents stayed off the unemployment lines and being a direct link to the folks in the halls of power. A little advice about meeting Brooklyn's kingmaker. If you're going to Frank Sedio's Canarsie Law Office on a Friday afternoon, you should probably skip lunch because you'll smell him before you see him. More specifically, you'll smell the meatballs, sausage, and Sunday gravy he makes to serve family style to his staff and, on this day, the going-in crew.
Oh, like that? That's awesome. I've been in politics since 1965.
If you're Brooklyn's last kingmaker, how do you make a king?
No, I don't know if I'm a kingmaker, but I do know that it comes down to looking at what's going to be best. My first rule is what's going to be good for the borough.
Yeah.
Who's the best person? I'd like to say if I'm a political boss, that the organization I've led has done outstandingly well in choosing candidates who are great in office, who do a good job, and most of all, come from the grassroots. Political clubs have been a chance for the little guy, for the poor people, for the people who don't have any real other outlet to come and go to a place and be in power. And that's what happens, at least in my political club. My club Thomas Jefferson Democratic Club was formed in 1958.
What do you think it means when people describe you as old school?
If old school is standing up for what's right, regardless of whether it's popular or not, then I'm old school.
So on the other side of that, what does it mean if you hear about a club called the New Kings Democrats and what that could represent to say, okay, we have old school and the new school? Do they call you for advice and say, you've gone down the road? What do we need to do as the New Kings?
Well, if they don't, it's their loss, and that's occurred. They haven't. Sometimes we've had discussions. I welcome everybody. I tried to explain my position about the party is that we're an all-encompassing party.
Yeah.
We're not the Republicans. We don't throw people out, and that's why I refuse to act in any way, shape, or form against Felder. I'd like to call him, I'd like to call the IDC, the other Democrats. This is a party that has more than one viewpoint.
At a time when political novices are snagging headlines and winning elections, the tension between the new guard and the old school is apparent.
So the political clubs were the space of political activity in Brooklyn for many years, and now we're seeing an evolving face of that. And I think that political clubs aren't going to go away. They definitely have a place in this picture, but we're now dealing with like how people want to engage with this work and where the major players were historically. And it's hard to say what's going to happen in the future, but I think there's a space for both.
It would be overkill to call Brandon West and his clubmates Kingslayers, but the new Kings Democrats are endeavoring to be the change they want to see, and they're starting where they live.
So if you guys are endeavoring to make politics more transparent and responsive, what would you say the state of local politics is right now in Brooklyn?
Like there's a reason why the races, every year when there's a primary, it's like 10% of registered voters show up because people don't know what's going on. So Rep Your Block is about becoming a part of that process and having that direct contact. And right now, it's done behind closed doors in a way that people don't really know what's going on. People don't know where to plug in, people don't know what's happening, and we're trying to change that by letting people individually be a part of that process.
Thanks for going in on politics with us. We hope you'll continue to vote with your views and check out this or previous episodes of Going In at youtube.com/Bric TV. Bye now.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Welcome to East New York. I'm gonna show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Tito!
It's not like a customer, it's like a family to me now.
Danger Travel came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me.
New York nightlife matters. It is an essential place that people socialize, gather, and connect and meet each other. It also provides a lot of jobs to thousands and thousands of people. The formula for a bar, restaurant to be profitable, you need to have at least 80% capacity. Operating at 50% and still having fines, having to pay 100% of your fines, is just not equitable. It's a quagmire to say we're gonna have you operate at 50%, but everything else is going to remain 100%. Our business is not at the capacity it was when we had the indoor. It is at least allowing us to make some income, but it is just enough to, not enough to sustain us, but we are starting to catch up.
Phase 1 of the restart has been successful so far. Phase 2 has been successful so far. Today, we begin phase 3.
We've never seen anything like this. The industries that we're in is meant for people. It's the hospitality business, and it's about people coming together and being close proximity to each other. I feel for some of my customers who are regulars who come there 4 or 5 days a week just to connect with their neighbors. And so not to be able to provide this resource in a way that restaurants and bars have done it for thousands of years is disheartening. There are only a limited number of businesses in the downtown area. We're in Fort Greene, on the side of Fort Greene, that is very middle class, upscale. No less than 4, maybe 5 businesses have not reopened around, and that have been around for more than a decade. My prayers go out to so many of my fellow brothers and sisters who own bars and restaurants and clubs and hotels, and that may not survive.
A bar or restaurant that is violating these rules can lose their liquor license. And that is a big deal for a bar or a restaurant.
I was so overwhelmed and just elated to see so many whites and Asian and Latinos and other people of color and just out there supporting Black Lives Matter. And so I think one of the ways we can help Black Lives Matter is that we have to have an economic element to that. And the only way to do that is to have Black-owned businesses. Seek out Black-owned businesses. Those people, all those whites that I saw marching, seek out Black-owned businesses. There were far more Black businesses 100 years ago than there are now. We only own 3% of businesses. And so we have to change that. I'm concerned about how is my business, can we survive a second wave of this? I'm really unclear about the future. I'm not sure. I know New Yorkers are very innovative. We have survived this epidemic. We're down to, we had 0 deaths for the first time. So that was very optimistic about that. And I feel like New Yorkers, we're survivors.
When COVID hit in mid-March, my family and I left Brooklyn and came upstate to the Hudson Valley. Sometimes it's called the breadbasket of New York City. And with 6,000 farms, it's a good place to observe what's been our country's worst food crisis in a generation. But at the moment, I'm on my way back to Brooklyn, following a farm truck to Bay Ridge to see the local food supply chain in action. Some farmers call it the spring flush, the time on dairy farms in April when typically calves are born and their moms produce more milk. This year, it came at the same time as COVID, and closures to schools, large cafeterias, and dairy processors meant fewer places for this milk to go. You can't just shut off a cow, so many large dairy farmers were forced to do the unthinkable.
To find milk in some stores, and at the same time, some farmers around the country have had to dump their milk. David Summerstein of North Country Public.
According to some estimates, they had to dump almost 4 million gallons a day. I actually heard about this as I was headed to buy milk at Ronnie Brook Dairy Farm in Pine Plains, New York.
I was hearing about the dairies that were dumping milk. Did you guys have to do that?
So luckily for us, we're sort of in a different, from here to there, all our milk is used.
This is Dan Osofsky, one of Ronnie Brook's owners. He was pointing to the barn where the cows are milked, then to the facility across the road where everything is processed into a variety of products, including their signature glass jug milk.
So you guys didn't have to dump anything?
We had to dump nothing. I control my own destiny.
This was early April, and soon there were other stories of trouble at factory farms. Reports from the New York Times of a single chicken factory smashing 750,000 unhatched eggs a week, large hog farmers exterminating hundreds of thousands of pigs, and farmers elsewhere plowing fruits and vegetables back into the earth. All this while the country was growing anxious about finding and shopping for food. The pandemic hasn't been kind to factory farms with their rigid supply chains. But I began to wonder about local farms, ones like Ronnie Brook in the Hudson Valley, that supply the city farmers markets, farm-to-table restaurants, soup kitchens, and food co-ops. How are they doing during the pandemic? And as food security questions abound, where do they fit in the equation of how we get fed?
Okay, so he says 8 cc of the Multimin 90 and follow directions on the vitamin E.
Before COVID, local farmer Sean Stanton of North Plain Farm in Great Barrington, Massachusetts, relied on restaurants for 50% of his business. He produced beef, pork, chicken, and dairy for Blue Hill Farm Restaurant in Greenwich Village. That business disappeared in the middle of March, but his season started with an additional challenge, one that wasn't related to the pandemic.
I have a cow that's not feeling well. And so we're going to try and move her. She can't get up right now. She got up once and moved, but now I got to go get her some water, and then I got to try and get her up again. It could be so many things. It could be parasite overload. Could be there's a cancer that older, especially beef cattle, can get. It's one of those things where you're like, am I going to just shoot this cow, or am I going to try and get her better?
North Plain has 90 head of beef cattle that feed on hay all winter and move to the grass in the spring. This is the day they head to the grass. They're eager to go, but it seems like they don't want to leave anyone behind.
There's a psychological challenge of losing animals. I mean, even sending them to slaughter has its own challenges. But there's also the financial challenge. I mean, the animal's worth $1,500 at least. Okay, what do you want to do? Let's go this way.
The animals are only worth money when they can be turned into food. The spread of COVID in large meatpacking plants has complicated that picture. It's boosted demand at smaller slaughterhouses, but there are fewer smaller facilities than ever. Most have disappeared over the last 30 years, either gobbled up by a handful of giant corporations or put out of business by the rock-bottom prices they ushered in. Today, 4 companies process more than 80% of the beef in America. But North Plains family-run butcher east of Albany has stayed open. So these cows will eventually end up on someone's plate. Somewhere.
And the one that was down is on her feet and in the grass, so that's good scene. And the grass it's like gold for them. I mean, it can change everything.
With their product intact, next came the question of how to bring it to market, after their main retail outlets had to shut down.
Like March 15th, they closed. I think it was March 15th. And we just like hit the ground running. I mean, we weren't really scared, but we sort of knew what we needed to do. And the fact that we have a farm store, we're able to just turn right around and start selling direct to consumer. And that's the only thing that's saving us. I mean, it's not to say that it's going to save us long term, but it's been pretty amazing to see that also the consumer awareness. The consumers get that, you know, they're alternatives.
The alternative being local, more sustainably grown vegetables and animals with fewer antibiotics, growth hormones, chemical pesticides, or artificial fertilizers.
It's the moment where it's really coming to light that the industrial food system is so fragile.
By contrast, smaller farms have seen their stock rise, and in early spring, cash flow for many was reaching record highs.
And you wonder, when you're in our position, if it's possible that maybe it'll change consciousness and maybe it will change buying habits. And, you know, that's the American way, right? Voting with your dollar.
Another way people have been voting with their dollars is with community-supported agriculture, or CSAs.
CSA farms are booked out this year, like for the first time ever for a lot of them.
Hardy Roots Farm near Hudson, New York has been running on the CSA model since its inception in 2004. A CSA is a farm where people can purchase shares to get regular deliveries of food. Their program currently feeds 1,200 families in the Hudson Valley in New York City. Daniel Woodham is their harvest leader.
Community-supported agriculture is now a sought-after thing.
This year you've seen more demand than ever in your experience?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. CSAs kind of came into the U.S. in late 70s, and they're sort of popular, some in the 90s, and I think it was early 2000s. Oprah said something about a CSA, and then they spiked again. But I don't think they've ever been as popular as right now.
Ben Shute is the owner and operator of Hardy Roots Farm.
We were able to get this farm started from scratch on a very small scale because we decided to use the CSA model. Every spring we would sell our CSA shares and get payments from our members up front, which would enable us to literally take that money and buy the seeds for the season, buy our supplies.
He went from a 3/4 acre rental to owning 70 acres, farming about 50 different vegetables, with 75% of their business coming from the CSA, and a new farm store that accounts for much of the rest.
Our approach, which is this kind of community-focused approach, enabled us to get through, various wrenches thrown in the works with the pandemic. Every vegetable we're growing, we've managed to sell to a CSA share. It wasn't all dependent on one link in the chain. People were definitely made a little more aware of where their food is coming from or not coming from when they started to see grocery shelves empty or limitations on where they could shop and how they could shop.
The CSA relationship is unique. It's like paying for a personal grower who also happens to be thinking about your cooking habits and your salad.
All our plans for this season are based around our CSA. We say we're growing for this many families this year, then we plant our field according to that. We never want to have, just a ton of 2 different things, because that's not how people cook. People want a salad and they want some roots and they want some cooking greens and some herbs. And so we carefully plan to make sure that we have all those different things every week of the season, starting on day 1.
There's a resiliency to these farms by design. They offer a range of products. They're small, so they're versatile. And they're also built to be self-reliant.
Unfortunately, you can't reverse the track. That would be ideal.
Sean Stanton from North Plain Farm talked to me about this while he was trying to fix a stuck manure spreader stuffed with the winter bedding of their pigs and chickens.
We compost it, and then we use it for spreading on the pasture or whatever else we want compost for. The reality is you have to have fertilizer to grow vegetables for the most part, and there's different ways of doing that, and one of those ways is to have animals.
It's part of the biodynamic philosophy, a holistic process that's even more rigorous than organic farming.
It's a cycle, it's an ecosystem within a farm, and it has plants and animals, and humans are basically skimming off the top of everything.
But a push for productivity in the 1960s gave way to huge factory farms that would produce few things, and smaller, more sustainable farms, from the federal government's perspective, became an afterthought.
All in the name of efficiency. It's not actually efficient when you look at all the external costs that aren't calculated when you go to the grocery store. I mean, this isn't terribly efficient either.
It was May when people started talking about a meat shortage in the United States. It was more of a figment, but the talk came with a panic, boosting North Plains sales even further. Even though one of the main sources of their income, the farmers market, opened late and with restrictions.
Attendance is down, but this farmers market, we've seen almost double in customers for the past 3 years. This market's bonkers, and it's a beautiful market. Got the eggs, the sauerkraut, 24 total. The socks are, okay, the total's $133.78. It used to be sort of like our advertising budget, we would say, and now it's a huge part of our income. So we really hope that we can maintain some of that. We'll see.
The CSA model has been more predictable, and currently there are more than 120 in New York City. Hardy Roots is preparing for its second delivery of the season on Saturday to one of its oldest CSA partners, one in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
So we need 600. So that's the 4th one, I think. So if you want to keep a count, continue to do our 30s here.
When I wanted to do my own farm and rented a little bit of land, wanted to not only meet the needs right in our, town, but also to be bringing food down to New York City. And that seemed like an important service to be providing.
If you leave like this, we're going to take that off.
His farm also provides 2,200 pounds of fresh produce a week to city food pantries.
So we're going out in teams, picking bunches of greens and digging up roots.
All right, let's pack it.
And sending everything into the barn where we're washing it. Getting it all in great shape to then pack up into shares.
All right, so let's do Bay Ridge first. 107 shares.
This year, putting them all in boxes or bags for people so that people aren't having to touch bulk bins of vegetables at the pickup sites. And we get all that together, goes in the cooler overnight. First thing in the morning, for New York City, we're loading up the truck and sending that truck down to the city to drop off at our different neighborhood sites.
You saw me put the paperwork in the van, didn't you?
Despite the restaurant closures and restrictions, these trucks from the Hudson Valley have continued to roll down the interstate with their fresh produce, destined for grocery stores, food pantries, farmers markets, cafes, and CSAs. This food isn't cheap, but if cheap was the point, these farmers would be using different methods and producing fewer things. Still, the food can be affordable. Schutz says his CSA is less expensive than natural food stores, and some New Yorkers receive discounts when buying at city farmers markets. Prices could come down even more if farmers are able to own a larger part of the supply channel and secure more federal support, which right now goes mostly to large-scale agribusiness. The CSA drop is at the 4th Avenue Presbyterian Church in Bay Ridge.
We're going to all stay on this side of the fence. Maybe Ron will be there to try to keep track of how we space apart our volunteers.
When describing the CSA, Schutz recalled the words of an upstate member, an 80-year-old retired dairy farmer.
She had farmed her whole life. She knew how to grow every vegetable. Other people in the CSA would, call us a farm, and we called ourselves a farm. But she would always call it a garden because she saw what we were doing as gardening. And I think that there's something to that. We're kind of acting as a really big and efficient garden for 1,200 families who in many cases are in the city where they don't have access to land that they could have their own garden.
It's not surprising that smaller, local farms appear to be more resilient now during the pandemic. But it turns out this isn't something new. A 2015 U.S. Department of Agriculture study found that farms with direct-to-consumer sales were more likely to remain in business than those without. But the study found that they make up less than 8% of American farms.
You think people are appreciating the importance of, kind of local small farm and...
Yeah, I think...
Yeah, people get it. They want to support it. We could have been completely devastated, but it turns out that our neighbors are knocking at our door and see the value in this type of farming for the environment, for community resiliency. They want to have local food. They don't want to get screwed. What if another pandemic comes in a couple of years? It's definitely not out of the question.
On the small list of good things to come out of the pandemic is that people are now thinking more about their food and where it comes from. The farmers in the Hudson Valley hope this trend will continue.
However you figure out that your food is connected to your health, is connected to your community, is connected to your environment, and make that a priority.
I was even looking for some lipstick. So I talked to you guys. I put on some earrings. This must have been the first earrings I had on and since this stuff started. And I have 10 tubes of lipstick. I couldn't find one.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
How was class?
Listen, I need somebody to rub me down after them classes. I could barely walk again.
Rio Circle, we provide advocacy and support for LGBTQ older adults. Even today, a lot of seniors who identify as LGBTQ, they may go to a senior center and feel ostracized, or they may go to a senior center and have to go back into the closet based on how they identify. And for us, we created an affirming space where you don't have to go back in the closet, you can be who you are, but also we tailor a lot of our programming which centers around African-American experiences.
They kind of saved my life. When I didn't have anything else to do and my situation changed, they were a savior for me. And I really loved them for that. I really did. And I appreciate that we have somewhere like Rio for elderly people, my age and stuff. It's just perfect for us. I say maybe 4 days into it, all of a sudden I stopped eating and I lost a lot of weight. I just couldn't eat, because like I'm here alone. I went out and filled my freezer up and stuff like that, but I couldn't eat. And one day I was laying in the bed and I looked at my leg. It was just nothing but skin. And that fast, because I must have didn't eat for a week. And I talked to a member, I'm gonna just mention her first name, Mary. She said, Doretha, go to the store and get stuff that you like to eat. I got ice cream and sodas and cookies and everything. Do you know that started me, gave me an appetite, and I started eating again. It's good to have people to come to. It's good looking in your face. It's good that I can call somebody. I don't have a lot of friends, I never did. But now I feel like I have sisters and brothers and family.
You know, maybe for a non-LGBT individual, a senior, they may have extended family, immediate family and extended family. They may live in a home with their sons, their daughters, or family members. Those seniors who identify as LGBTQ, they don't have that. That is sometimes just them. In fact, we have members where they've expressed that it feels like a prison within their own home because they have nobody to speak to, nobody to engage with, and this fear of going outside. So that is definitely something that is rising with our community.
I'm just thinking about a time in our not so recent history when we were looking at LGBTQ people and isolating from them, and the way that the first wave of AIDS hit the community and the ripple effects that have continued after, and thinking about the isolation then and the stigma that was attached, and now having to separate and people being immunocompromised, all of the ways that we're separating right now. And I wonder if our senior population that you work with every day has some of those hard-won lessons in the back of their mind.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you know, in particular, we work with HIV individuals over 60, and for the what I hear from them is that this is such a reminder of the stigma that happened when HIV/AIDS first came. The stigma of the body reactions that people experience when somebody knew about their status, the fear of even discussing that you had, you know, HIV/AIDS, where nowadays the fear of people admitting that, hey, I had corona. A lot of our older adults, especially those who've been living with HIV, they've expressed that they've lived this battle before, that they've been through this war. So it's so not only familiar, but it's a battleground that they've already walked across. And, you know, and with that, I think they may have a stronger resilience.
What is it gonna look like at Griot Circle on the other side of this when our seniors get together and have community again and are able to share a meal and conversation and be with each other? How do you think things are going to change?
I know, first of all, we're going to have a party. We're going to have a big party. We are going to get together and celebrate. We're going to have a potluck with all kinds of food. So that's going to be our first day.
And we're going to be out partying and boogieing down, and I'm going to have on my gloves and my mask and my dress-up clothes, and I'm going to be hanging in there, but I'm going to have on my mask and my gloves.
As people of color, you know, we hold fast to resiliency of the hardship we experienced in the past. And I know we'll get through this, but the only way we'll get through this is together. But with the spirit of our ancestors guiding us, I know we'll make it.
Pride is love, moving forward, fighting for what we believe in. And I cannot sit here as depressed and sad and mentally depleted because of my personal circumstances, because my mother's health, because I live in the Bronx, because I'm suppressed, because of COVID-19, because of these protests. I cannot sit here, not my wisdom, not my love, not my passion, to sit and be in a dark place. Been there, done that. Pride is us. Live it, learn it, and pay it forward. Love and light.
It's the 50th anniversary of Stonewall, such an important anniversary for the LGBTQ community.
And this probably will not surprise you, but I'm now reporting today that we will cancel city permits for June events as well.
Due to COVID-19, we had to shut our services. It has been absolutely difficult to keep our clients engaged and connected. We're reaching out to our clients, and I'll speak about some of the stuff. We're providing HIV home test kits, but now we are sending them out to people. And for the trans community, likewise. Even though it's a male empowerment program, we accept all. But we're real close and connected with the trans community and the coalition and leaders in the community that can support our trans community.
When this is over, as larger community are going to be having to grapple with this sort of after effect of corona or social isolation of our mental health, Ballroom's already been doing the work, and in some ways is a model for the world over to see. About 3 years ago, we began to take young ballroom people particularly, through the HEAT program, through 3MV on a away retreat for 3 days. But my desire was to shift it from an HIV prevention, behavioral change intervention, to a community organizing, leadership development, self-efficacy development intervention. Because I think that is where the power is, right? So across every geographical region, particularly in the US, there's a coalition of leaders. And that translated to social media. So if you go on Facebook, every ballroom coalition, so there's a West Coast ballroom coalition, there's an Atlanta ballroom coalition, but every house, for the most part, has its own Facebook forum. So when this happened, ballroom immediately just does what ballroom does. I think marginalized communities, when they're at the brink of annihilation or extinction or crisis, they're very creative in our survival. And so we went just virtual. And we wind up having these virtual balls.
The future is unrestricted.
Precious. Dynamic. Latinx.
The future holds that we continue to be wise, but not forget where we came from and what we have fought for and what our ancestors have fought for. So I see a thriving, hopeful future with lots of abundant and joy and happiness and pride.
Pride in and of itself is born and birthed through the backs, from the backs of Black and brown trans women specifically, right? And mostly We must remember that in this moment. So we can remember, number one. Number two is our ability to adapt and respond to crisis is beyond, right? It's in our DNA. It's absolutely in our DNA. And so it's why Baldwin responded almost immediately. No, not the notion that, oh my God, after this, we're gonna have to deal with communities' mental health. No. We do this all day, every day. If I can get on a live with another Baldwin person and read each other, I can get on live and take care of each other.
Everybody bring it, let's have a fun at a ball. You matter. Black lives matter. Trans lives matter. LGBTQ, Latinos matter. We matter. We're not gonna settle, and we're not gonna fall behind. We won't let those fall behind. Not on my time.
My name is Leanne Fields Stewart. I use they, them, she, her pronouns, and I'm the founder of the Open Project. Today, I call upon each and every one of you to make a commitment. Today, I urge you to commit that today is the very last day that transphobia will bring the lives, loves, and joys of Black trans people.
Basically, I make these noises constantly. I cough, I sniff, move my head, I make loud vocal noises. I have Tourette's syndrome, that's why I'm making that noise. I can't help it. I'm not sick.
Everyone is very hypersensitive about contact, being around people, and first of all, catching the virus. So that leads very interestingly into something that you've been experiencing.
Pandemic or not, when you're clearing your throat, coughing, sniffing on the subway, it attracts attention. I just want to give you a little snippet of a solo show. I'm performing soon. Everyone's going to be rolling their eyes thinking about that. And I just want to, the show is all about my life with Tourette's syndrome. The show is called The Elephant in Every Room I Enter. Tourette's syndrome is a neurological disorder that you're born with that makes you have these uncontrollable tics, movements, or sounds. Some people say words, shit, fuck, shit. But I don't do that. And neither do most people with Tourette's. For me, it's often a throat clearing like that. And now that I'm talking about it, I'm going to do it more. Sometimes sniffing. But everyone has both a vocal and a motor tic. So, for me, sometimes my motor tics are sort of, clenching my abdomen, moving my shoulders, stuff with my neck, curling my toes. I'm in this conference room with tons of people ticking. It's incredibly wild to be in these large conference rooms with tons and tons of kids and adults chirping, barking, with disgusting coughs like mine, echoed words, conference, advocate, we're so happy to have you. For the first time in my life, it was actually normal to have Tourette's. When I exercise, and I exercise a lot, partially because of the Tourette's and the noise that needs to sort of quiet down through exercise. When I exercise, sometimes that stimulates a need to tic more, unfortunately. So I've noticed recently when I ride my bike in Central Park, for instance, one of the only places I go to that it is crowded, regardless of how careful I am about how, far away from anybody I am, it will sort of perk people's ears as if, it's their a sensitive robot that, notices noise or something like that.
I know there's tremendous concern in our disability community, dealing with all the unknowns everyone else is dealing with, but needing to make sure that there'll be sensitivity and concern in our city government and all the institutions of our society, that there'll be information flowing and messages that will be helpful and necessary information for the community.
Well, I think, yes, Brian, I think you're right. We are in some very difficult times right now. And people with disabilities are feeling this. And traditionally, what the mayor's office with people with disabilities does is it works hard to ensure that every person with a disability has access to everything the city has to offer. And we do that through referrals, through transportation, housing, benefits. We have a program called NYC at Work, Project Open House, that comes in and makes people's houses accessible. And we have ASL Direct, which allows people who are deaf to be able to contact our office. People with disabilities are the most resilient people that are out there. We've adjusted to things like this throughout our lives and with our disabilities in society every day that people don't see. We adapt every day. And now every other person has to adapt every day. And just like you said, we're just like everyone else, but we're just a lot more resilient than anyone else.
I definitely credit Tourette's with making me the actor I am, partially just because it makes me so much more obsessive in the attention I pay to everything.
Realizing it with other people. And my mind is just racing. But I'm perfectly expressing all the thoughts. And people actually get them and understand them and then react to them.
Are you at all concerned about discrimination that folks may face coming out of this thing, knowing the climate before and what it can be like after?
Absolutely, I am. Yeah, just knowing how sensitive people are to, public health, independent of a pandemic like this, I do expect there to be much more heightened awareness and probably discrimination for something like this. On some level, justifiably, I hate to have to put it that way, but, we're all concerned about our health. And, if someone does have a communicable disease, they should be covering their mouth, so that's always sort of the difficulty.
Thank you, everybody. That's the elephant in every room I enter at La Mama. Check it out. It's a really interesting solo show. If anyone wants to come, they're $10 tickets for every night.
All right, hold on. I think the microphone is off. Can you turn the microphone on? Oh, okay. Got it. How are you?
We're good, thank you. How are you, teacher?
I'm good. Just, it's a little crazy right now. How's school online, on the computer?
Boring.
Boring? A little weird? So, have you been practicing the piano at all? A little bit? What?
I can still remember my song.
Can I hear it? Can you play it?
Hi guys, it's me, Sarah, your reading writing teacher, in case you forgot who I am. I just wanted to give this introduction video to our course so that you could really understand how we're going to be doing things now that everything's moved online. CUNY Start is part of CUNY, and we're kind of an alternative to traditional remediation. When students come into the college, some of them are kind of deemed not college ready. They kind of have to work on some of their skills, whether it's reading, writing, or math. And so our program is meant to serve those students.
I'm a hearing education services teacher. I teach students K to 12 who are deaf or hard of hearing. I also teach a music class for District 75 school.
This came on really suddenly, and the shift to remote learning for everybody was a big shift. The shift to remote learning for students with disabilities was an even bigger shift because it took a while to get what they call the remote learning plans that are developed for kids with disabilities up and running. It took a while to give families input into those remote learning plans. It took a while to get things like their assistive technology home with them.
There was this this moment of realization, which should have been obvious, which is that our students have major access issues. Many of them don't have access to computers. They are sharing devices with family members. They have inconsistent Wi-Fi, if they even have Wi-Fi. Some of them are using hotspots on their phones to access, classes. So CUNY had to kind of pause and say, wait a second, if we're going to do online learning, we have to make sure that our students, who are some of the most economically disadvantaged when we're talking about students in higher ed, we need to make sure that our students have access to basic technology to allow them to participate in this course and be successful in it.
I still, to this day, I have a few students I have to FaceTime because they don't have access to a laptop at home. I have one student, I have to call his father's cell phone before he goes to work. And then the phone's gone and that's it.
We wasn't prepared. They had to scramble. This virus took everybody by surprise. And they are not all up to speed yet, especially African Americans and Latino and poor children who's already behind.
I think it's so easy to forget about the parts of the student population who have such high needs in times like this. It's not that kids with disabilities can't learn. It's that they need the supports and services to do so. And it's so hard to get them all that they need right now.
Can you clap this measure for me?
Okay. I did.
The pandemic obviously isn't causing the problems in CUNY. The problems in CUNY have been there. The gross inequities within higher education, the rising costs of tuition. So I do think that this pandemic is kind of just revealing that, right? It's kind of pulling back the cloth on that. And we have to kind of figure out how are we going to make sure that these inequities don't prevent certain students from thriving, especially if this online learning is our new normal.
I'm just waiting for the pandemic to be over.
Yeah, why?
It's just totally different. I'm 48. I prefer being in a class setting. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm older, but I like to be able to approach the desk and ask a question in person. And I feel like I'm able to grasp things a little bit easier.
I have some older students who have said that they, really don't use the computer. And so it's been challenging for them to even learn how to attend a live class, to locate where a Google Meet invite is. It's been hard for them to figure out how to submit an assignment. And they have kind of given up because they felt frustrated by that.
There are a lot of variables as hearing teachers that we have no control over with remote learning. For example, sound, background noise. I can't tell you how many times I've been on the line with a student and I hear so many things in the background, a TV, a little sister or brother yelling, a dog barking, and it's an absolute nightmare for when you're trying to get a hearing session done.
I've been teaching classes and some of my students will be sitting in their car because it's the only quiet place that they can learn. Some of them have to go into their bathrooms to hear the lesson.
So is not passing and he hasn't done any work since writing paragraph 1 and 2.
Right. And he's so great when he's in the live classes, so I want to figure out a way to kind of loop him in. But it's hard because it's like he also, had a family loss. So it's like,
right.
I'm like, are we still holding these students to the same standards? I don't know. When I'm teaching in person, I can check in with 10 different students in a matter of minutes. When I'm doing it online, I have to schedule those interactions and hope that they attend and show up. I mean, right now we have students who are struggling to show up, students who are not turning in assignments, and we are just trying to kind of triage.
Them being able to go to school and be in the same room with kids just like them who have hearing loss too, I don't know of a way to replace that online. I mean, yes, we have Zoom, we have sign language interpreters. It's not the same as being in the room together and having that camaraderie. A lot of them have one-to-one paraprofessionals who are there with them all day. That's not happening now. So it's hard to say what is really going on at home, and through no fault of the parent or anyone, it's just not the same experience. And I just hope it's not that detrimental.
The whole point of these special ed supports and services is to enable them to access the curriculum, to give them the tools they need in order to learn alongside their more typical peers. And if they're not getting all of that, which they're not, because the remote plans are not everything that the IEP is. So if they're not getting all of those, it means that their access is more and more reduced, and that those gaps between kids with disabilities and their more typical peers are growing.
A colleague of mine who teaches a middle school classroom of deaf and hard of hearing children, she has one of my students from 5 years ago, and she noticed that he wasn't turning on his video during the Zoom calls, and she figured out that it was because he's discouraged from using sign language at home. And he knew that if he turned his video on, he would sign because he's an excellent signer. And that just about broke my heart that he couldn't turn his video on because he knew his mom was going to tell him to stop signing. Obviously, that would not happen in the classroom. And I've seen the students sign as a primary form of communication. So I just gotta check. Yeah, so.
This probably won't be the last time that the schools have to go remote. Lessons need to be learned, planning needs to take place. We should be ready next time this happens to put remote instruction and appropriate remote instruction in place, from day one or day two at the latest.
Well, it's really wonderful to see you, and hopefully we can do a video again soon. Okay?
Bye.
So if we're going to work on a plan for restoring Brownsville to better than it was before, tell me one thing from each of your respective points of view, and I'll start with you, Dr. Lewis. One thing that has to be a part of that recovery plan.
We have to invest in the brilliance and strategy and resilience of community partners that are there and have been doing work and have survived multiple things before. But that also means we gotta, divest from the things that have harmed and hurt people in Brownsville, all the panic and neglect and the issues. So yes, invest in our dopeness and divest from the things that harm us.
My mantra for all these issues is that we have to get at the root. The pandemic exposed already glaring health disparities that exist. So what we have to do is really dig deep and go to what is the source of why we are affected disproportionately across the board with all of the various diseases. And it's because of neglect, medical apartheid, the racism within the healthcare delivery system, the employment system, the housing system. And we have to name racism, and we have to have race-specific solutions that are grounded in equity. Because if we kind of have a race-blind solution, the health disparities will stay after COVID is gone.
Underlying the racial disparities in health are the kinds of stress and trauma that go with being in poverty or not being able to pay your bills every month, worrying about that, worrying about where you're going to live. Conditions produce stress. Stress produces hypertension, produces diabetes, even cancer. And Black folks have been living in trauma, as Monifa Bendelli said, well before COVID. COVID just brought it out into the news.
The systems that would help us to not have these comorbidities, our health and hospitals, our emotional and wellness systems, our education systems, the employment systems, they have really, really small budgets, right? And we're living in a city where the police budget is $6 billion. And And so our budget is a value statement. There has to be a shift in the values of the city so that we're really investing in these systems that we know are going to close those gaps. People are in the streets, people are demanding these investments. And so we need to strike the iron while it's hot.
All over our neighborhoods and all over Brownsville, there exists these kind of small businesses that tend to the mental, physical, and spiritual health of the community, you know, with a small business frame, with ancestral and culturally like relevant and respectful techniques. Those folks should be poured into to like continue to create an ecosystem versus having to struggle to look at like, you know, month to month, day to day, the bills of things.
One of the narratives that we believe is that, you know, the person on the white or black horse isn't coming to save us, right? And so we collectively, myself and a number of community-based organizations, residents included, have decided that we were going to start taking back, you know, some of the ownership. Right now, if we wait for anyone else to do it, it won't get done.
The lived experience of my community, you know, whether it's Bed-Stuy or Brownsville, you know, or just Brooklyn or Black women or Black people, is that what we've seen and felt over the last couple of months is, you know, as Anita was saying, language that didn't really resonate with us, stories and feelings of loss and death. I mean, we could all do more than two hands of people that died. But then all of a sudden we saw all sorts of money come in terms of riot gear. The way we've experienced the budget and the city's priorities has been more kind of in those palpable spaces than the things that we needed just to live.
Just last year, the NYPD paid $70 million in settlement cases. So that's not, you know, to get rid of that number, it's not about laying off people who were hired more recently, but, you know, who's committing this abuse that's causing the city $70 million in 1 year? And what kind of things could Anita and her task force do with $70 million a year? Dr. Lewis said that like the people of Brownsville already know what they need. They already have the genius, you know, it needs to be scaled up, and they also need to have the power to execute the solutions that they know work for the communities and not be blocked, you know, from a top down way. So, you know, it's money, but it's also money and self-determination.
What is the prescription for getting Brownsville well on our terms?
Trust Black women, listen to Brownsville genius. It makes sense for folks within power to create the space to hear the voices, to talk about what needs to be done. And it always triggers me a bit when folks are asking for additional labor from people who we've all just said are dealing with all of the inequalities and inequities. And there are folks like the Brooklyn Rapid Recovery and Response Team, BCJC, Combine, the Health and Wellness Table. We're organized. We know we could create the space and invest. You got 3 Black women here who could easily pull together a group of folks to tell you what we need and put some numbers behind it too. But the prescription is to just love each other well and listen and invest in that dopeness.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day? How much? 75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Welcome to East New York. I'm gonna show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
It's not like a customer, it's like a family to me now.
There you travel. He came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me.
This is my life work. You know, from the days of being arrested and beat by police, being part of the movement of fighting against police abuse, starting 100 Blacks in Law Enforcement Who Care, fighting every year of my career. It's about how do we come together and start doing something that we've lost the ability to do, and that's communicate.
Amy's cousin was shot in the face by the police. Then she sees a friend who's punched by the police. Then we send the police out to recruit these young people to become police. We've created an atmosphere where these young people are traumatized by violence.
I am extremely supportive, and not only supportive, proud of our young people that have embarked upon this natural evolution. They're the grandchildren of the civil rights protesters, and I cannot tell you how proud I am of them for what they're doing, of raising attention to this matter. And it's so unfortunate, brother, that America seems not likely to listen until we reach a level of devastation. You know, how long have we been talking about this? Amadou Diallo, Baez, Eric Gardner. Why couldn't we come to a conclusion and change the system long before this officer had his knee on the neck of Brother Floyd?
I wanted to ask you on the issue of defunding the police, which has become something that a lot of folks in our city council, as well as outside people, are advocating for. Daniel Drum, who's the chair of the finance committee and oversees budget, says it's time to defund the NYPD. I wonder, budgets show your true priorities. If you were mayor right now, would you be on the side of people calling for that defunding?
Well, and we need a definition, because some people are hearing defunding and they're thinking about disbanding. You know, there's a body of people out there that's saying we don't need police in our societies. Let's disband the police department. Let's do it away. I don't subscribe to that. And in fact, I think that's foolish because the prerequisite to prosperity is public safety. If we're talking defunding about looking at their budget and taking away some of the dollars that we give there, I'm all for that. We don't need all of the toys that police are buying and purchasing. I think we need to put in place a special group of city council personnel who receive top secret clearance from the FBI and from our federal government, so that they can bring the police behind closed doors as an intelligence committee, so they can look at what they're purchasing, find out what the needs are, and what methods they're using to conduct investigations.
When it comes to that reallocation, I had the opportunity maybe about 2 years ago to speak with then Deputy Commissioner for Training, Tracy Kazee. I went to the police academy and she spoke to me about the trainings and de-escalating, and particularly with people who were emotionally disturbed. And they walked me through a scenario of de-escalation. I had on the full kit with the firearm, a body camera, some pepper spray, all of these tools. And I asked which was the most important in de-escalating a situation. and I was told none of these. The most important thing was your voice. Is that the same when you're dealing in these one-to-one actions on the street, or is it a completely different animal than dealing with an EVP?
That's a great question. And let me tell you where we made the mistake. When we have these encounters, they call what's called mobilizations, level 1, level 2, level 3. And that depends on the body count, the number of people who are being deployed. You know at the start of your tour that if there's a level 1 mobilization call, you have to respond to wherever the crisis is. We don't take into account the ability of the officers who are being deployed to these mobilizations. We just look at the entire pool of police officers and we just send them there. Right. Brother, everyone is not meant for every assignment in a career. And so we have to stop saying, hey, you're an anti-crime officer that spent your entire career going after bad guys. Now we're gonna take you, put you on the front line of someone yelling at you, spitting at you, screaming at you, and expect for you to have the mental capacity to say, I'm here to de-escalate the situation. That's not a reality. We need to have those well-trained conflict resolutions, people who have the demeanor to carry out those type of skills, and we're not doing that. We're saying if you are a police officer, you could do any assignment in the police department. That's wrong. No other career will allow that to happen. We have to stop allowing that to happen in policing.
I was out Sunday afternoon in Flatbush, right behind the Sears, and I could see some of those officers were afraid. It was clear that there was fear there, and they were professional, and it was a temperature change. I wonder how you see that fear turning into violence and a way to switch that pattern, because they were afraid.
And it's real fear, you know, and I know it firsthand. Being afraid really could cloud your decision. And the best way to dissipate that fear is your knowledge of the community and the people in the community. We cannot continue to have people come from all over the city and attempt to de-escalate situations in communities they know nothing about. And then we have to teach police how to de-escalate themselves, how to say that I must be here to bring down your temperature when you're overreacting. Because the goal of policing is not to punish, it is to correct the condition. And you look at some of the videos, you see police not subduing people and putting them in custody, but they're actually carrying out the action of punishment. And that happens when you're afraid, when you don't know your community that you're policing, you're over anxious, and you're dealing with your own PTSD and stress that's associated with the job.
I wondered, as Brooklyn Station, do you have a message that you want to deliver specifically to us, from us, in a way that Brooklyn people will receive it like no others on the national stage will?
Yes, no, it's so true, and that's powerful, because you know, I remember, brother, September 11, 2001, and watching the Trade Center collapse and going there that night and seeing the ashes and people filled with soot and the ground was smoldering. I never experienced anything like that before. And I said to myself, I don't know if we're gonna make it through this. But 9/12, something happened. Brooklyn got up. Teachers taught, retailers opened their stores, builders built, and America looked at us, and we were the epicenter of the attacks. And just as now, we're the epicenter of the virus, with a number of deaths. People are watching us. And at the heart of this country is New York. And at the heart of New York is Brooklyn. How we lead through these crises will determine how America is going to lead through these crises. We did it before, we're going to do it again. We're going to be fine because we're made up of the best stuff on earth, and that's Brooklynites.
What do we want? Justice. What do we want? Now. open my palms to the sky, surrendering to the human hopelessness that it does not despair me. For life needs no more. No more despair, I pray. To turn a situation as bad as mine into an opportunity to be of some benefit. To transcend my present circumstances. To transform everything around me to something almost radiant. Boom, 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 banging, constant, throbbing, consistent, bang, bang, my mind, I lose it, broken, pieces, shit, I'm bleeding, silence kills me, noises scare me, darkness likes me, I don't know me, can you help me, hold me, lead me, save me, love me, please don't leave me, something's going inside my mind and everything just dies.
Sweet. That's exactly what we were talking about. Pick each other up, lift each other up, catch each other when you fall. And it doesn't even matter if you remember your line or you forget your line. It's about upholding the integrity and the power of what we're doing and knowing that that's where we're going and that's what we're holding. And if we stay present to that vision, then we can't mess up ever. My name is Samara Gayef, and I'm the founder and artistic director of Truth Worker Theater Company. We are a social justice-based hip-hop theater company for high school and college-aged youth. It really grew out of over a decade of my own work as a performer, an artist, an educator, and an activist in Brooklyn. My work has been primarily as a teaching artist, where I've brought my artistry and my passion for education together and merged them by working in a lot of public schools all throughout New York for about 12 years. And I found myself running residencies, developing curricula, initiating programs, and having the privilege of working with so many brilliant youth. And specifically, I worked in a lot of transfer schools and continue to do teaching artist work, working with a lot of overaged, undercredited youth in transfer schools who for one reason or another were formerly incarcerated, pregnant and parenting, gang affiliated, or didn't have the structural support that they needed in their own lives in order to be able to sustain successful school career. Really always found that the arts was an arrow to the tip of the heart, you know, that it was an entry point to pass through so many walls that we put up and to create safe spaces for folks to tell their stories on their own terms. And that's really become the mission of Truth Worker Theater Company, is to provide a safe space for young people to shift the dominant narratives that are so often stereotypical in mainstream media, particularly of young people of color in this country, and to be able to create a platform for them to be the subjects of their own stories as opposed to the objects of the stories that are told about them.
At this point, Truth Worker and my life outside of Truth Worker are so inextricably linked. Like there isn't a way for me to live my life outside and then not bring it into this space with me. But I have learned how to differentiate what events in my life need to be brought here at what time. You know, there are some things that happen, some energies that occur or that we carry with us, and once we enter the space, Samara will ask us to just check it at the door or to hold on to it until it's a more appropriate time if we're working on something. But the best part, I think, about the company is that at the start or at the end of a rehearsal, there's always a space to voice what's necessary to us, which is why it's such an important part of my life.
George Zimmerman found not guilty for murdering Trayvon Martin in cold blood. In this country, black and brown kids go to prison for life for selling drugs, while corporate suits walk down long hallways killing our youth.
Wake up, people! This ain't nothing new. Let's talk about Sean Bell, Amadou,
Kimani Gray,
and Emmett Till.
2013, with the generosity of Jack, I was able to call together 16 youth and bring them together for a summer intensive. We met 3 days a week, 3 hours a day. And in the course of just about 5 weeks, created a full multimedia hip-hop theater production called Barcode, a performative analysis of the school-to-prison pipeline. And that was an investigation and interrogation and exploration of what is the school-to-prison pipeline, how does it impact our lives, what are our stories and our testimonies, how can we pull research from guest speakers. We brought in formerly incarcerated folks who had been locked up as young people, held their stories with us, brought in key lawyers to share statistics and research from the stop and frisk trials, the Zimmerman verdict. So really with a quick and astute responsiveness to what was happening in the moment, we wove together a piece that really looked at all of the stories that explode when you start thinking about the school to prison pipeline.
The school to prison pipeline? Before Truth Worker, I had no knowledge. I didn't pay attention to it. You know, I was surrounded by it, but it was just something that I was accustomed to. No, it was just like, okay, something's happening, let me mind my business. And then I joined Truth Worker, and Samara taught myself and others more about it than we knew. It changed me, honestly, from 2 years ago. Looking back at who I was 2 years ago and now, it's two completely different people.
In coming into Truth Worker Theater Company, it's really helped me because you tend to realize that it is that feeling within you of being fearful of the police officers, which gives them their power, and not knowing what your rights are. It's kind of hindering you from power. Barcode, we were able to find out information that we had no clue about before, which empowers us within itself.
We talk a lot about how connected, how linked, how parallel it is in public schools and in, you know, the prison system, and how little people are aware of that, and yet and still how much of an effect that has on our children, who are the future. There's something very special to be said about this theater company dealing with youth, because it's us that are gonna be in charge of things in order to break the cycles and show what is necessary to cultivate and support the coming generations and those before us, and deal with the issues that are happening now in a way that matters to us and in a way that's gonna touch other people.
Between textbook and central booking, there is a pipeline.
We're not trying to make pretty art. You know, we're not trying to show how good we can dance or sing. We're trying to use our artistry and our bodies and our craft as a vehicle and a vessel to stand for something that we really believe in, you know, to create an impact. So hopefully it's rippling, and hopefully we'll continue to grow.
Reclaim our humanity. Rewrite history's pages. Reclaim our humanity and transform what enrages.
Thank you guys for being here today. You know, this started off with Rachel and I basically just wanting to create one peaceful protest. And like, look, here we are at our second one. I think this is like amazing. We have so many ideas going around. We really want to keep this